Wow, look at that. I can update a graphic. What is up, one and all? Happy Monday. I had to double check in my brain that we were at the beginning of the week. Oh my goodness. Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the KillerPigeon's Midweek muster. That's right. Week number 2 is getting deeper underway. We already had the round of 32 conclude. We managed to catch about, I think, 5 of those series yesterday, if I'm not yesterday, sorry, on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. 5 or 6 series in total. So not bad, actually, considering like a bunch of them usually are going to be a bit stompy. We actually caught some of the absolute bangers. If you guys did not see that, I recommend going back, checking the replays. Chuck Francis versus Dragavan was incredible. And then we have Neo Micah versus Gully Deckle, game number 3 of that. An absolute gem, an absolute treat. And an absolute treat coming in from Britboy. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. But yes, busy week, busy weekend. Hopefully you guys had a good time. It was a mixture of experience casting Age of Mythology. I felt very, I'm just going to call it what it is, outraged for EGC, outraged for the production, outraged for the viewers and players. The observer bugs in that game are, in my honest opinion, unacceptable, man. It deserves tools that work. So I really hope the devs fix that quickly, because it turned what should have been an incredible tournament into a bit of a sour experience. It's still incredible, the games we get to see, but some of them are fizzling out in the wrong way, unfairly, because they just can't be seen. So hopefully they're able to do something to do justice by EGC for the Grand Finals weekend, which of course is this coming weekend. We, however, are focused on the weekdays. Now, we got loads of fun action coming here. I saw a lot of incredible series. I'm just going to double check before I call it out loud. There was one series in particular that looked sick, incredible, from the round of 16, but I don't think we'll be able to catch it because it was Poppypaw versus Dragavan. And I'm going to double check this, but when I looked, it looked like both of them had played too many custom games. So now I can stop venting about Age of Mythology and criticize the fact that we still have a system in Age of Empires 4 that caps out at 10 games of a type. AKA, if someone was playing in a free-for-all finals on Sunday, you can't watch their games now from the Friday, Saturday. AKA, if someone decided they want to play some scrim games because they want to try to practice and prep for an upcoming tournament, you also can now not see those games. So it might be that Dragavan versus Poppypaw is not viewable. I'm just going to double check that before I give full confirmation, because I think that series might be one of the highlights of the day. But we still have Valdemar versus DeMu. We've got LoueMT versus Lash, Sass versus Myriad, Elyona versus Kiljardi, Cat versus Crackedy, right? We've got to do the CNC at some point, see if Crackedy continues to be the legacy slayer here, right? Able to take out Beastie Cutie the first week, no small feat. But I'll double check on Dragavan's profile. And hello. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. I'm feeling a bit chipper. I've got my... Well, it's not staying in the cup. I got my Protein Works New Tropics Blue Raspberry to keep me busy. If you guys want to check this one out, pretty good. Nice little bit of sourness to it. But if you're a fan of Blue Raspberry, which I'm never sure what Blue Raspberry is. It's kind of blueberries, but it's not. Definitely recommend checking it out. Exclamation mark Protein Works. How's my foot? It's still there. Well, I got to stop giving the foot cam, man. That's definitely OnlyFans stuff. Who will play today? So we do have some upcoming series. Need to be careful about which names I give out because I don't want to spoil it. One of them is going to involve Wham that we're looking to cast. So there is 2 live series today. I don't want to say them out loud in case some people want to la and not spoil, because we're going to cast a series, at least one series before them. But we do have live series coming today. So the 2 in mind are going to be, we have... Let me double check I'm not casting any of their games today. Yeah, so B versus Gully Deckle is in T-minus 2 hours. That's going to be live cast here. And then later today, we've got Wham versus a certain European that I don't want to reveal the name of, just in case we're going to cast their games from replays before we get into that. So it probably is going to be pre-recorded series, live cast, pre-recorded series, live cast. So let me just double check on Dragavan and see if he can be of help here. No, he has been... I mean, props to him. He's been practicing because of transhumans. Which, wait, do we have the map pool released for... I can't remember, Tune. We decided the map pool for week 3. We did, right? My brain's trying to fry. Oh, that's why Dragavan's been playing transhumans. He played the War Chief Club. That's unfortunate. So, so what you're saying is I can blame War Chief Club for ruining my tournament. So, we can't do Poppy Paw and Dragavan, which is unfortunate because actually Dragavan did take a game from Poppy Paw in that series. I'm a little bit heartbroken by that. Basically, Dragavan played in the War Chief Club, and then I didn't even know they're still going on actually. And then Poppy Paw played a crap ton of Outback Octagon, right, for the tournament. So unfortunately, not able to see that one. Poppy Paw did prevail, as many would expect, but I don't think anyone would have anticipated Dragavan even taking one game off the Canadian right now. So that's a really cool result there. What we can do, so there are options here. We are going to be checking out B versus Gully Deckle in about 2 hours. I think what we do is we kick off with DeMu versus Valdemar. The reason is the winner of this will go up against the winner of B versus Gully Deckle. So Ben's a bit of a naughty boy. He shouldn't be private in his data. I need to keep this stuff open. I'm sure Valdemar wouldn't do me like that. No, Valdemar's my boy. He's got me covered. So yes, we should have DeMu versus the kid, unless I'm denied again, because I'm seeing a lot of custom games and I'm getting a bit worried. I think we're good though. He played this on the 10th, right? Yes, we're good to go. Okay, so let me just get the draft updated. Sorry, guys. A little bit of a scramble because I was really... like, I saw the Dragavan Poppy Paw. I should have double-checked it beforehand. But I got way too excited. I was like, oh my god, dude, that series? Yes, we're going to watch that. That's going to be incredible. So, draft is going to be Pigeon's View, as it always is by default. Then you've got Frisian Marshes and Gorge. So let me update that. And we will have... random... So update... Let me pull the draft as well, and then we can hop straight into the first game. Are we all updated? We are. Fandappy bloody dozy here. Yeah, so draft-wise, dude, Valdemar got a pretty decent draft. I mean, Mongols, you've got Frisian Marshes here, right? Frisian, really good for Mongols. Gorge can work really well for Rus or Byzantines, and then you've got Pigeon's View, which I think a lot of people are going to be leaning towards Abbasids. Byzantines can work there, English as well. DeMu did get the Delhi, though. Delhi's going to feel really good on this map because you can constrict the map so quickly. He takes a different angle, however. And I think this is because he was probably worried about the potency of something like a Byzantine pick. Instead, DeMu goes for Zhuji, and Valdemar goes for his true secret signature Civ here. You guys know I've been talking about this time and time again. Everyone says he's a Chinese main. Really, Valdemar thrives, always has, for a long time, with Abbasids. Can you bring my phone? Sorry, I'm just sending a message because I just realized I didn't bring water out. I got my Protein Works nootropics to keep me hydrated, but I like to have water as well. Why is... oh my god, dude. The way that... they've got to fix AoE 4's inefficiency. It's crazy how much it was borderline crashing my PC as I was trying to type out a message. Anyway. Let's get ready to get underway. We've got a very busy day ahead of us. Oh man, this just feels like a classic. They're always there. DeMu, and to put it in his own words, Vlad. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got a fun one ahead of us. Valdemar kicking us off on our Pigeon's View with the Abbasids in the yellow, going up against the Bald Boy, playing as the Bald Boys here, right? Zhuji Legacy in the hands of DeMu. I mean, this... it's interesting, actually. DeMu, a guy who historically you might have thought of as like a once upon a time, everyone was a Mongol main. The Mongol main he was. English main. There's been the Rus main because he loved horse archers since the end of time. These days, I don't know if I'd call him a Zhuji main, but I would call this like the Civ which DeMu has impressed me the most with this year, right? Very innovative builds, a lot of thought going into it. From the Bald Boys only builds into the mass cannon strategies he's been coming up with. This boy's been brewing. And now he's looking to kill because DeMu, of course, went out very early last time around, if you remember, guys. The first midweek muster, he wasn't able to survive the onslaught that was Team Elephant's CSO. This time, he's already deep into the round of 16 with a decent shot of making the round of 8 because if I'm not mistaken, historically, Valdemar does not have an impressive win percentage against DeMu. So he's going to have to dig deep, and I think Abbasids could be a way of doing that. Definitely a good Civ in general, a really good Civ on Pigeon's View as well, which of course is High View, because you do have that ability to play multi-TC, very condensed, the resources get pushed together. I mean, come on, look at this. If you play 2 TC, berries gold like this, absolute jackpot. The question mark has to be, what's the response from DeMu? What's he going to do in this game? Because I've got a funny feeling This could be one of those games where you just pressure point and send. The alternative is you could play into a fast castle. We have seen Horseman in the test server, but not really Horseman since. And now that I think about it, I mean, 20% attack speed, which you get from the Dali horses, would offset the camel on ease. So you kind of get a balanced matchup there. So yeah, very curious to see which way it's going to go. Step one, of course, should be the Meditation Garden. And I wonder, is that just too tempting to pass up? Double stone and the berries. No, he finds the corner. This is really cool, guys. Remember, the Stealth Forest actually adds in a lot more trees than you'd think. People learned this a long time ago back on the OG high view, the trash high view, not a good high view Pigeon's view here, when they would experience the pain of building hunting cabins next to a big tree line, only to discover eventually, actually, you got just as much from building them in Stealth Forests. So it was just kind of a wasted effort to go here when you can just play a little bit wider, get a bit more vision, and actually get quite a lot of safe resources, considering usually when it's in a stealth forest, it's harder to see. I mean, if you look around here, right, this tree line has like, what, 20, 25 trees, something like that. This stealth forest area, what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, it has about the same. It's actually wild the way that this plays out. Obviously, it's spread across a wider area, but you can get that spread. Like, if you dropped a Medigarden in the middle here, you'd see a comparative number to if you just dropped it on this tree line. Actually, you'd see a bigger number than if it's just on the tree line. So both of them getting their little eco boost up. But the difference is DeMu's comes in much more aggressively. What Valdemar is doing is a delayed reward. He has got the eco incoming. He's clearly going to be going multi-TC. I imagine you just stop at 2 here. 3 would likely be too greedy. And there's just such a jackpot TC waiting to happen anyway. The only risk with this is it is on the ford. So you have your chunky 7k HP structures here, and then you can have a 2.5k structure on the front side. There is a very big risk that DeMu just sends it with a ram rush. Is there any other alternative? I don't think so. I don't think you want to go that wide. Like, we've seen what Juji can do, right? Yes, they can be this greedy Civ. Yes, they can go for the fast castle. They could even go multi-TC themselves. They've been known to do it on occasion. But the reality check is, at the end of the day, whenever you play against Juji, you have to always be attuned to the idea that a Jugen new rush is coming. Especially on maps like this, where there's a lot of hidden information. It's much easier for your opponent to sneak up on you. But DeMu, with the amount of wood is gathering, it would suggest that we might be heading to... No, is he into a TC? It's a lot of wood gathering. He hasn't committed yet. Now, it could be that he's just waiting to scout to see what's coming, but, I mean, realistically, you know what's coming, right? So it might be that he's looking for a burst timing, just build the archery ranges, the blacksmiths at the same time. But with the amount of wood being gathered, this is... Yeah, I don't think you can go for 2 TC here. Because the problem here, folks, is it's not Song 2 TC, right? Like, Juji don't do town center races against the pass as well like China does. They're not as efficient. So you'd have to go get Song first, and then you'd have to like bolster up. You'd have to be willing to commit 5, 6, 7 town centers, and then you'd have to ask the question, am I better once we peak, right? Once we reach like late Castle, early Imperial. And I think late Imperial is usually cavalries are contesting, but Abbases are no pushover before that. And even at that deep stage, remember, like the late game for Juji is probably going to be playing into the better cavalry. The problem of which is you're going to be playing against Abbasids who have camels. So I prefer this approach. Double archery range plus the blacksmiths. He was just looking for that timing where he would have everything pumping at once. There's usually this idea that keeping your resources at 0 is good. And, you know, in theory it is, right? Like, being as close to 0 means you're as efficient as possible. But the trade-off is, if you built one archery range, and then built another, and then built blacksmiths, his opponent could scout the play and react much earlier. Meanwhile, instead, what happened here is Valdemar had to either A, anticipate, right, assume what his opponent was doing, or B, he had to wait for it to happen. And that's really scary against Juji because of how rapid their production can be. The supervision in particular can turn this into quite the Zerg. I might need to shower after this one. Of course, a Juji game happens and Crackedy just appears in the chat. It's a way of life for him. As the Juganu are going to find their way across. Now, the TC came around the back. This is the correct call by Valdemar. It could have been an earlier Juji time. I mean, you could have actually dropped a TC here, but the thing we talked about is the fact that this low HP on the structure means the Rams would easily take it out. He had to do this TC just to survive. It doesn't feel great, though. He wasn't even able to extend far enough across to secure the berries. He is, however, going to be sneaking out for the corner resources now. How much did he get from the Medigard in the end? So it's the 36 food, 58 wood, and 25 gold. 58 a minute. That, folks, is the power of Juji on high view. Sorry, let me say that correctly. That, folks, is the power of Juji on a good high view, aka Pigeon's view. Wow, I'm really salty about how trash the default map is. For good reason, though. Like, standard high view sucks. I feel like I'm going to say this in every single map recording I put on YouTube this week for this map. This is better than standard high view by a mile. So, DeMu marching in. Jiginu are going to force him out of time. Valdemar's going to have to shuffle north side onto the tree line instead. I'm not really seeing the resistance to the dark side right now. He's trying to get the horsemen together, but the problem is these little choke points can actually backfire against him. He has got the right idea, though. He started to intercept reinforcements. This is going to slow down DeMu's push timing. So, nice approach, and you see as a result, he's keeping a second wave back. Now, what you can keep doing is scale, scale, scale on the horsemen, and then you keep cutting the bigger reinforcement waves, or you eventually reach the stage where you're able to take the full army. So it is feasible here for Valdemar. The problem I don't like here that he hasn't solved for is too much wood. Too much wood, not enough food, man. He needs to creep out onto these pocket resources, even though on safe near at home, because the issue he has right now is he's trying to go for a quite food-heavy comp. Yes, he's adding in archers, but the main goal of this is get the horsemen. Valdemar. Wait, was he looking wide for reinforcements? I'm not sure why he pulled so out there. What worries me is Valdemar, like, he'll know Juganu massing and its dangers quite well, right? Like, he's played against it a lot. He's played it a lot, historically, with China. So the fact that he's mainly kind of leaning archers here is a bit weird. Has got the undermesh. He's finally queuing up more horsemen. I feel like he felt forced to go for the archers, but I'm wondering if it was entirely necessary. I mean, it's always a bit of a punt, a bit of a gamble, sending your villagers out on pocket resources here. It almost felt like it was needed. Scout is going to be able to reveal a few Juganu, but great reactions out of Ben. Backs away in time. Third ram is now coming in. Valdemar, you can't really afford to lose this House of Wisdom, right? That Golden Age is actually a big deal. 15% gathering rate. Lost at this stage is crazy. And this is even wilder. I mean, this is... Guys, Valdemar's entire economy advantage is in this. Right? He's got a 9 eco lead. 7 of it is repairing. Now, the good news is the House of Wisdom costs nothing to repair. The bad news is 7 of your villagers are repairing it. Against an opponent who's got the Meditation Garden, who's about to take out your Golden Age anyway. This is a nightmare for Valdemar. And just imagine, guys, imagine if instead of having 10 archers, he just had more horsemen, right? Like, how much better this potentially could look. He dives out now, feels it necessary to do so. Backstab comes in from the horseman on the other side. So DeMu, has he overextended here? The Rams are trying to get in the way, the body block here. The archers sticking on top of him, but the horsemen are being focus fired down here. And DeMu, he's got a second wave waiting here. They're all on a coffee break right now. The most British of things to do. They are finally going to rally forward, and this is the brutal detail. Valdemar, he doesn't have the horseman mass. The archers helped out a little bit there, but compared to having 6, 7, maybe 8 more horses, not entirely sure that was worth it. He didn't even kill the Rams. And on top of that, he still has 8 villagers trying to repair a dead landmark with no hopes of doing so. Yo. Valdemar. And we talked about this being his Civ, really. His comfort Civ, a Civ that's looking potent right now. But DeMu is making him look like a baby, not so much a kid. Well, being a daddy himself, he knows how to handle the infants. It's all about firm discipline, which is why he's looking to batter him in. Okay, no. He's got 5 Rams coming in to batter out Valdemar from this game, and he has to make a stand here. There's no retreat. There's no way. The problem now is you've got mass archers against Rams. I think we might have a quick game 1 here, folks. God, every time I see a Juganu rush, I wanna go and have a shower. Villagers being pulled here. And the Juke can just kind of edge this up against the archers, right? This is not the best of exchanges. The only thing that's making it look decent is the fact that those 2 horsemen absorbed a lot of fire. Villagers are now being pulled. Now I'm going to be targeted, so Ben says, okay, I'll take the trades if you offer them. And the crazy part is he's still going to lose this fight, right? Like, he's got a second wave of archers coming, surely, so maybe. But in terms of, like, resource exchange, it's not favoring Valdemar here. On top of that, villagers, even with textiles, are still dying against the repeater crossbows. Valdemar's entire eco lead has just disappeared. The only reason these Yuge Nu are dead is because DeMu decided to kill eco instead of finishing off the archers. It's like the TC will just about survive, but at the tail end of it all, we are looking at a neck-and-neck villager game in which Valdemar has got no golden age, no opportunity to try and sneak castle. DeMu, however, has choices. He can either continue the thing that will corrupt your soul until you are no longer redeemable, Yuge Nu spam, or he can go for castle age. And DeMu, he pulls up the hood, he laughs sinisterly, he says, execute order 60 Zhugs, and decides to send it again. What is Valdemar's out now? If he's gathering berries? Maybe? You know? But at this stage, more wood equal more problems here. Like, you know, you have for the last few minutes essentially been trying to jam a circle shape for a square hole. And it's not working. And now, instead of, like, adapting it, Valdemar continues to jam it into the same hole. It's almost like he's convinced that DeMu is going to build a spear. Just one to justify all of these archers. Ben has no interest. Zhug, moving again. Villagers have to react again. And once again, they have to die. Oh, God. I don't know, man. This is the definition of just headbutting a wall, right? And the difference is that DeMu, I mean, he's been brazenly preparing his head for this. He's polished it. He's molded it. He's muscled it up. You can see it clear as day on the board, man. He's able to keep headbutting that wall. Valdemar, on the other hand, too young, too youthful. His head, his skull hasn't developed that level of calcium density yet. DeMu, now going to show him the true power of the ball boy. Shaolin Monastery now on the way. More villagers sniped out, so Valdemar always kept in check, despite the fact this was an immediate eco-wing play at the beginning of the game. At 15 minutes in, they still have equal economy. But they are not equal in other grounds. Shaolin Monks are already on the way. And, you know, I like this from DeMu. This is the thing we wanted from Valdemar. We begged from Valdemar. We pleaded from Valdemar. But it never came. And what is up, Fablarp? 15 months. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome back to the Swarm. So, what is the out now for Valdemar? I mean, I get outside of the classic meme pool, there is game 2. No, there's game 2. This is a tough one. It kind of now relies on DeMu playing too slow. And I don't think that's going to happen. Like, him playing back like this into Relics isn't him playing too slow. Right? Like, it's actually him building his eco lead. Because now you have to re-bolster your villager losses. Like, you could argue Valdemar going another TC, which is crazy, but at the same time, like, you're so in the hole. You need something greedy, and the problem is the Abbasses aren't very good at tech greeding. Especially when their landmark is dead. Right? Like, reminder, how I said that they're at equal economy, that's a lie. 9 villages are currently repairing. They aren't spending resources. That's one of the benefits, the buffs that House of Wisdom got a while ago, that it doesn't cost to repair. It's still 9 villages in a game where you don't have that much economy lead. This is brutal. So that's why he's now going to be walling up. Because at this stage, Valdemar, just like he has for the 16 minutes that have come so far, has to play the game in turtle mode. Problem is, I don't know if Valdemar was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles kid. He strikes me as more of a Powerpuff Girls guy. The highest respect on that statement. Powerpuffs were never ones for staying at home and doing nothing. No, they wanted to go out and prove a point. The point was going to be, we hate having scouts. That was the quickest clove switch I've ever seen. Oh, Valdemar's Grand Imperial Army of 6 feudal archers will not be able to do anything here. And at this stage, I think it's too late for the wall strat. I mean, Valdemar, he has even tried to recruit Pumbaa to help him. Pumbaa has a long line of experiences with that, but it's not going to be enough. He's already coming in. And Valdemar, I mean, questions are going to be asked. Like, folks, to just really hammer this one home, in case it wasn't obvious from this game. Without Military Wing, Archers only ever make sense if you are substantially ahead on economy or you are looking to go age-free. And with age-free composite bows, right? Because once you have composite bows, it's the same reason why Delhi build Tower of Victory against Zhuji and Chinese. It stops the repeater crossbows. It counters them. It lets you fire up against them because then you can play horsemen. You don't have to go over the top into archers. You can snipe out the spearmen quick enough, and then you play more horsemen. But at the end of the day, a key factor of this is still going to be the My Little Pony experience. That was the thing. I said Valdemar, you know, maybe it was Ben 10 instead, but it definitely wasn't MLP. Because there just wasn't enough horsemen here to hold. And now, this military wing tech-up play by Valdemar is quite the reach. It's seen as well. Like, you literally just chosen to tech up in front of an enemy army. How many games do you guys know of where that goes well? Did he have to put the food income to support pure horsemen? No, the problem here is he didn't really have any food income. So, like, to answer your question, what food income? Right, Valdemar, because he was worried about the Zhug, he stayed here. On the old patch, on Season 8, I guarantee Valdemar would have walled out here and then got this. Instead, he didn't want to gamble walking out without walls. So what happened is these berries weren't gathered. He only had 2 gold workers out here. These berries weren't being gathered at all. He just had way too many people on wood. And the byproduct of having too many people on wood is twofold. You either build farms or you build archers. Either one is not going to save you here. Farms would at least got him to a stage where he's able to eventually bulk horsemen. But he understood that if he went for the farm route, he didn't have any protectors, the game would already be over. So I think he just kind of damned himself into a hole by refusing to take risks on the map. You feel like Zhuji got buffed this map? Oh, I think I went over this. I think Zhuji's like the most buffed Civ. Maybe top 2, top 3 most buffed. They've been one of the biggest benefactors. They're not S tier, but they are definitely very much in the mixer now. House of Wisdom down again, and that's a denial into an immediate acceptance of defeat. Oh, Zhiganu versus Archers. I feel like this is a tale that keeps on being told, and no matter how many times I try to say, nerf Zhuji, or rather nerf Zhiganu, never seems to be drilled through. Which army comp do you play as Aberrant Feudal versus French? You can play defensive with spears and if you're camel archers, and if your opponent goes archers, you can just spam into horsemen. Like, ambassadors are one of the most cost-efficient civs at doing these type of things, so yeah, it works really well for them. So let me mark that up on the board. That is going to be game 1 going to the board boy. Up against Abba. Ooh, is that one uploadable? I am wondering if that one is uploadable. I have to think on that one. It might be. It was quite one-sided, but it's like, it's almost educational in like the issue, right? So next up is Frisian, and we've got French versus Mongols. I don't know. I don't know if that one's uploadable. It's quite intriguing. It's almost like I need a dedicated YouTube editor so that I can have games like that where it's almost like you just want to quick edit it down with voiceover of like explaining the process and the problem. Dude, if I had like a dedicated editor doing that type of stuff, oh dude, I would love to do things like plays of the game. Actually, that would be sick for the midweek muster. I wish I had the fun for that actually. Just basically the top 5 games of the week or something. All right, should we get ready? Got 48k to burn. Damn, son. Look at you go. All right. Oh, this is taking me back to the release of this map. One and all, welcome back to KillerPigeon's Midweek Muster. Welcome back to the channel in the Age of Empires. For action, we've got more DeMu. That's right, the Baldy Boy back again. Funnily enough, he actually has the Azutsu monument and never actually seems to be seen on Japanese these days. Instead, he's on the French in the purple. And Valdemar on the other side of this. Well, things may be looking on the up in some ways. He did pick the Mongols. I wouldn't say this is an insta-win, not against French. Oh, no. Not on a map where both can trade. But Mongols definitely has an ability to frustrate this map. And I'm curious to see if we're going to get the typical shenanigans. It looks like it is going to be. 150 wood gathered. The split there on the Gert, love that detail. Valdemar deployed here, where his TC would have been, to maximize the efficiency of getting the racks up. So we are going to get an outpost rush, which is cool, but also problematic. Look at the gold spawns for DeMu. There is so much to cover here, folks. You have to cover the double gold here, the gold here. This is the problem I see here. Like, this is the nightmare of a Mongol player, right? You want a game where your opponent has no options. By the way, can we talk about that? What happened here? I've seen gold spawn here. I don't know if I can recall a game where the gold spawned this defensively. If this had been DeMu's spawn, Valdemar would have been crying on Reddit right now. However, he still might be crying, right? Because now you have to either commit double outpost or just accept you're being a nuisance. And the other scary part is if DeMu is thinking of going for a Chamber of Commerce build here, he can still trade. So what happens is you have to outpost here, which would block food, block trade, block the gold. Your opponent still has this option. So yeah, a little bit tricky. I imagine DeMu's probably looking for a quick archery range at the beginning of an age up. And that doesn't require gold, right? So Valdemar, key to success here is going to be a quick transition into Keshik's. I'm not going to say don't build a silver tree, but I'm kind of saying don't build a silver tree. And oh. Okay, he may actually be forced to go Deerstone by this. School of Cavalry's coming. Now, the good thing about going Deerstone, guys, is if you get an outpost up on the forward and you start playing into Spearman, you will have the mobility to engage. The tricky part is against mass knighting. If you don't persistently starve the gold, your opponent will have the ability to cut your reinforcements as you run through this central stealth forest. This area is what makes French, Rus historically so good on this map, is they're so good at just getting in and getting a few picks here or there and getting away. That detail matters when you are on equal footing economically when it comes to scaling that military. The tough part, the part that makes it even more brutal against French, is you're not actually economically equal at all. Look at the difference already. Partially due to Valdemar moving the TC, but also partially due to the fact that by the end of the Dark Age, French now, compared to a year ago, have 0.7 more villagers. It's kind of ludicrous how quickly the eco advantage can scale for this Civ. Does it work out if you do a single outpost and then patrol the other? No, because if you do a single outpost and you don't tech first, you are not going to defend this because there'll be no defenses in it, right? You have to leave spears here. On top of that, your opponent, realistically, if you just walk out here with 3 Dark Age spears and your opponent gets like 2 knights, he will kill you. So yeah, it's really tricky. Because what you can do, if you want to get really high level with your technical play at the beginning of the game, if your opponent, say, has a split of 3 spears here to here, whatever, let's say it's 3 here and you have a knight and a scout, you bait with the scout so you get the spears to attack you, and then the knight gets to charge in. And then you just peel him back one by one. You banana him. I'm gonna coin that phrase bananing now. I say peel back like a banana so often it makes sense to my brain. So, archery range coming in, and this is the problem now. This gold is secure. Valdemar didn't hang around, he didn't commit to a second outpost, and as a result, there's only one play. He has to go Silver Tree. If he doesn't go Silver Tree here, then it makes no sense that he's walking home. If you went Deerstone, you try to play a second outpost here before the harass comes out, you might be able to creep it up, and then you'd have the yams. The spearman could basically run between the 2 locations. Even with that in mind, though, running between the 2 locations, archers would pick you. So, DeMu, he does start off by going for the horseman, which is kind of cool here. He was scouting, and he was busy away from home, so he needed something to kind of like pseudo-scout for him and give some protection. But we have got to move on to the gold now. DeMu has queued up the first knight. Archers are already coming. Valdemar is still in the Dark Age, man. This is definition of did not pay off, right? And, you know, before anyone wants to criticize Valdemar and be like, why would you try to outpost rush him with a gold spawn like that? Oh, remember, he doesn't know. Multiple issues here. For a start, Valdemar can't immediately drop the racks in an aggressive rush in that he doesn't necessarily know which way they've spawned. Like, for example, DeMu could be here. So he has to scout first. That delays his timing slightly. And on top of that, he then has to scout his opponent's side to know where the golds are. So, you know, guy was given lemons, he made lemonade. It's sour lemonade. I probably wouldn't buy it again, but I appreciate the grit. I just don't appreciate the grit in my drink. Keshiks aren't going to be coming out now, but that means you're building Keshiks into knights. The upside here, of course, is your opponent didn't go trade. The downside is you might not get to trade yourself. What kind of damage reduction does armor 1 provide against spears as knights? Is it worth it? I'd have to like calculate. It's a fair point. I think usually with knights against spears, like the +1 almost feels so irrelevant The reason why you get +1 for spears is just in general, it is a really good damage scaling point for a unit like that. Because if you think about the percentile increase, it's more than 10%. But like in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter for knights only because look at the damage split, right? What you're doing is you're adding 1 to 28 damage, right? It's the same reason why people spamming knights don't really care that much early on about Bloom retech, because look how hard you hit already. The only reason the French get it is because you automatically get given Bloomery when you build into a blacksmith's. And you can tell the importance of this, the clear pattern of this, when you look at Zone, because Zone players don't go for Bloomery. They don't get it for free, right? That got nerfed a while ago. Instead, they'll build a blacksmith's, go Steeled Arrow, and they still won't have Bloomery in a rush. They typically get it once they have spears. Once again, not because the base damage on the spears against Cav matters, it's just the base damage in general is nice at that stage. I think I've talked about this before, like by the time you have about 10 of a unit, that's when you can start thinking about tier 1 blacksmiths, because that's the payoff point, right? Especially if you're going multi-layered units, and even more so if your opponent's going for archers, because you'll need undermesh anyway. But yeah, this is painful, man. To bring it back to the game, Valdemar has got no Uvo production. He went Silver Tree, and you start to see the problem here, right? D-Stone is what I live and die by mentally nowadays. When I see games like this and I think about it, the value you get out of D-Stone, the eco-scaling, the military advantage, it's incredible. Silver Tree is great, don't get me wrong. But Silver Tree, quite often, especially in a situation like this, almost relies on your opponent doing nothing. And especially against French, the probability of that is low. I almost feel like Valdemar needed DeMu to do Chamber of Commerce for him to do this. And because it was a good old classic School of Cavalry build, Valdemar essentially walked into the trap. And what's crazy is I'm pretty sure he would have scouted this, right? There's no way. Yeah, you can see the outpost has vision on it, so he knew it was a School of Cavalry. And to people talking about the going to outposts thing, the problem with the 2 outpost play, Mongols discovered a while ago. If you guys remember, French used to have a counter to the outpost rushes. It was discovered about, I think, a year and a half, 2 years ago. You just build like 7 scouts and torch it down, right? While building archers. Because that doesn't require gold. Or you go horsemen, because once again, it doesn't require gold. So the reason Valdemar didn't go for a second outpost is that actually would have just killed his game. He would have been Dark Age too long. And now the outpost is going to be denied, so mining camp can be reset up. It feels so nice to be able to so easily delete these mining camps as well as French, right? Only 25 words, so you're denying 50 resources from your opponent. Always worth doing. Now move out straight away onto the fish, because you already set up the gold over here, remember? So he's got full access now. I doubt we're going to be seeing trade, because at this stage, Valdemar needs to apply pressure. So if you tried to be extra greedy, here's DeMu, you'd lose the game. He's already being greedy enough, right? He's moved out into fish. He's got an eco advantage courtesy of being French. His goal now needs to be to stop the Silver Tree. Because if you do not contest the Silver Tree, it will look OP. A 40% increased production rate means they're pumping out every 21 seconds. That makes you borderline competitive with a TC. Which essentially means, in a way, Valdemar is kind of like at 2 TCs almost. Whereas DeMu is at, what was the calculation? I forget the number. It's something like 0.85, I think. Sorry, not 0, the other way. 1.15. It's 1.15, right? Because it's 17 seconds. So if you want to be really specific on the maths. Because 1.2 would be 16 seconds from 20. Just going to raid in. Traders, not exactly protected. Love that. DeMu just says 1. Just 1. Don't need to send the entire army. 1 knight can do a lot of damage. He needs to keep everyone together because he's got archers here. They need to be protected. Spears are going to be baited forward here. Movement speed arrow does get activated by Valdemar, so the archers will be left to be exposed. Knights have to recharge in. Keshiks are being targeted here, but the spears, are they going to be able to hold? I mean, the count isn't looking that great. DeMu down to just about 5 left over. The knight count still looking good. Good micro by DeMu, just pulling them away before they get killed off. In fact, the targeting was off there. Archers will finally mop up one of them, but the knights have broken through here. Valdemar on the edge of being able to get rid of this stranglehold. Fails to do so. Has to shuffle back. Behind this, traders are being intercepted by the knights. It's a really good fight to kick off here for DeMu. And you see the difference is in the fact that Valdemar essentially got enough time to go for the trade, but didn't get enough time for it to pay off, right? He made 1 trade one way. So paid 73 gold back to him after he spent more than that, right? 96 resources. So that's kind of painful. You will at least be able to get the other trader back, but in theory, DeMu... I'm a bit surprised, actually. So I get why DeMu is walking like this. If you look at the line on the map, it makes sense what Ben is doing, but the stupidity of trade in this game is it doesn't follow logic. It doesn't follow the straight line. So you guys might remember, most infamously, there was that water map that was 80% water with no fishing, where if you tried to trade, your traders would take the logical path one way and then walk through the center of the map the other. So yeah, DeMu didn't quite clock that. It's forgivable, right? Like, it's small details like that, the spawns, you're never quite sure. But you missed out on an opportunity to block 3 more traders. Because remember, this guy was sitting there the entire time that fight was happening. And this looks like Ben is going to be upping the archery range scaling. He did already go the blacksmith, so this is forcing Valdemar to transition. He has got the steel arrow coming in. But DeMu right now has an edge. Like, if he took a fight right now with this many knights, these archers, with the undermesh as well, Valdemar would struggle to hold. So, a little bit surprised it's not more constricting, but we have to remember we have God Vision. They do not. On top of that, because you've let up a little bit, you probably want to try to get a little bit of clarity on the map, get some vision, maybe some small walls, before you go out again. Because you saw your opponent's going Keshiks, which means he has the same raiding potential that you have. And there is that whole idea of, you know, you milk the cow too much, you get blood, not milk, right? And I mean that about the trade. Think about how much easier it is to kill traders when your opponent has 10 versus when he has 1. Right? So it's all about effort for reward. And that's what DeMu's been waiting for. But instead, Valdemar's going to try to force a fight. Prematurely here, by the way. He doesn't have enough spears. Yeah, this is going to be forced retreat. The problem here is the undermesh. I mean, he's got his own coming through. He only just got the steel arrow, but the undermesh already being there, the knights just don't care. So we'll continue to hunt on through. Spears try to turn around and immediately regret it, so it's a forced retreat. And Valdemar, there is a risk now. That trade that's finally starting to look plump and big is about to be reduced. DeMu, also on top of that, look at his economy. He's going Raven map with it, right? He's halfway towards going Castle Age here. I don't think you go Castle before close to 20 knights, right? I don't think you need to. Because if you're going Castle Age, sure, your units will be very strong in your ride, but your opponent will have got plenty of trade at that stage, right? So your goal now should just be to essentially anchor between his base and the neutral trade post. I think that's exactly what we're getting out of Ben here. Outpost also coming up. This is double danger for Valdemar. It's not just the trade, it's the fishing as well, which means he has to stand his ground here. Base the spinman forward. Attack speed arrow does get activated, but I mean, is it too late? The spear count not looking that good. The Keshiks practically non-existent here as the knights do mop them up. He has at least traded well against the archers. But now it's so difficult to kill one of these royal knights. Doesn't even finish the outpost. Has to shuffle out of the area here. So forced to retreat again. Valdemar. The pressure's just mounting up. The military lead's really starting to build now. The only upside is that he has all of his military here. DeMu doesn't. Downsides is everything else in this game. The trade is now intercepted. About a third of his economy isn't working. And he's about to have less economy because the knights are hunting again. You can feel it, right? Like, Valdemar is on the verge of being able to leverage an advantage here. And every time he's just about ready to start scaling his military bigger than DeMu's, DeMu times the attack perfect. And now, after that, like, right, there's only so many times you can lose trades against French before this happens. We've seen it more and more frequently these days. The Royal Institute returns value so quickly. He's about to trigger a tech up. Traders also get found in the tree line. An ambitious attempt to hide there, but DeMu all too aware. Valdemar, everything going back into the age. Once this tech up comes out, he needs to be rampant across the map. The problem here is look where his army is. This is all by design. This is so crafty by Ben. He baits him to the northern corner with the army because you have to protect the trade. And as a Mongol player, you can't wall, so you have to bring the army. By doing this, he's as far away from the French base as is physically possible in this map. Yeah, I think the thing with DeMu is, like, you know, Valdemar, he's definitely been improving as a player, but DeMu structurally pretty sound in his approaches. He understands these matchups. These are kind of traditional matchups, right? I don't want to say traditional maps, but Frisian kind of feels that way sometimes. So the tough part that I'm seeing in this game now and this might be something that plagues Valdemar, is, you want to be creative, you want to try to catch up, but I always talk about this idea of not just playing the meta, evolving what you have. I think DeMu just plays very clean, I don't want to say standard Age of Empires 4, but traditional Age of Empires 4. And Valdemar, it's not that he plays that poorly, but I've usually talked about this idea of being a little bit unorthodox. Like in this matchup, he went for that outpost rush, which is very predictable. Seeing the spawn, DeMu just had cruise mode, but when that outpost rush came, instead of seeing an alteration by Valdemar, like a second outpost or some sort of pivot play into Deerstone, he just kind of done what you would have seen from a Mongol player about a year ago, which is settle for the one outpost and go for a silver tree. I think these type of builds, I mean, that lack of adaptation is what's going to kill you. I'm still a big believer that Mongols probably, like on average, should be building Deerstone more than silver tree. Hello, Freya. Where's Mummy? You're outside? Valdemar's about to be outside in a box. Gonna be left homeless, beaten in the streets by Big Daddy Ben here. Bye, Frey. Say bye-bye to Valdemar, because he's out of KPMM too. Oh, he's going to try for the tech up. I mean, in fairness, I'm surprised Valdemar isn't just insta-dead. The Knight advantage is big, though. With the Royal Institute players here, right? The Royal Bloodlines is huge. I believe, did he go for Cantled Saddles as well? I would be surprised if he didn't. It's just such a good tech. Not yet. He could be. Oh no, he could just catch you here. This location has been his undoing, man. Caught here before with his economy, caught here again with a tech up. I think maybe caught for the last time. These boys are just too tanky. You can already see that we've got the angled rivets on the way, or wedge rivets rather on the way. His angled surface is tech free. A little bit discombobulated. Valdemar is going to try for the tech again, but the difference now is your trade is blocked, right? So no eco upside. You're just behind. And even more behind. Oh my god, the villages. Doesn't even try to get them away. Tech up might complete, but for what? Archer's able to move in. And the traders are not going to be able to shuffle away quick enough here, so I think that's going to conclude it. DeMu will make it deeper this time around. From the round of 16 all the way into the quarterfinals. The question mark is whether we can go the full distance. Have we got Dangerous Ben? We'll have to find out. Commiserations of Valdemar. I'm sure we'll see him again for KPMM 3. His journey in the second ends now. Oof. I don't know. Is that one, like, once again, I'm not sure if that one's uploadable. Like, these games almost feel kind of borderline educational in, like, the issue, right? When Mongols play an RPG choice game, do I outpost this one or this one? Maybe. All right. Jesus, Leaf. Whoa. 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 All right, a bit weird. Anyway, so we've still got some time until our next live series. What we can do now, guys... Oopsie.
Hey,
What the hell did I just hear? Anyway, what we can do now... Just open the wrong tab. SAS versus Myriad. We've got LoueMT versus Lash. Elyona versus Kiljardi. We might have time for Elyona versus Kiljardi. Let me quickly check. Because remember, guys, in an hour, we have got a really cool series. Going to have, I believe it's B versus Gully Deckle. It's going to be happening live. And then later today, there is another matchup, one of the round of 16s, actually, because they've got a little bit of catching up to do, between Wham and a certain someone. It'd be Wham and the winner of SAS versus Myriad. Not giving it away, because we might cast SAS versus Myriad as well. So let me have a look here. I think we can, yeah, we can squeeze Elyona versus Kiljardi if we're quick, I think. So let me have a look. If not, we'll just like hop in as we hop in. But I think we should be good. So let me have a look here. So it's Pigeon's View, Coastal Cliffs, and finally Frisian. Alright, there we go. Let me update that. I'll grab the draft. The old man turned old. Yeah, no Crackedy to kryptonite him this time. Alright. Good lord, dude. They seriously, Microsoft, like, patch the game, man. Like, holy crap, I'm trying to open the game right now, it's so laggy. Alright, there we go. Bloody hell. Let's get ready. Oh no, he took my glasses off. No, you're not sorry. Don't say sorry, right? Dude. That's like the British taking control of India and going, oh, sorry. Didn't mean to come here and take all this tea. Piece of shit. Wow, I can't believe this. It's past 3 p.m. and he's still awake. Kiljardi, the old man, has turned up for the midweek muster. No Crackedy on his side of the bracket to ruin his day, ruin his vibes this time. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for Action. Second edition of our 30-week esports circuit. And we're kicking this series off again on Pigeon's View. Remember, every single week will feature a map as the home map. This time, it is an improved version of Highview. 2 sacred sites, 2 trade posts in the center of the map. Means we're going to have fast, exciting, engaging games. Of course, we had to go to Kiljardi. A guy who has fast, exciting, engaging games when he's winning. When he's losing, we may turn it into a 40-minute game. So we'll see how things go here, because he has got the type of civ that could try to make it a 40-minute game. He kicks off here with the Abbasids in the orange. Elyona on the other side has gone for the Delhi. Yeah, so signature comfort pick for Elyona, right? This is something that is just his bread and butter. He's played plenty of this in the past. I would say, you know, this is probably his most played civ now, right? French kind of taking a back foot. So very talented on this civ, has evolved very well as a player. Elyona is kind of at the point where you wouldn't really be surprised if he makes it through the best of 3 areas of the draft. The question mark as time goes on is how's he evolved as a robust player in the deeper sets, the best of 5, the best of 7s, where you can't just be this guy that plays 3, 4 civs maximum. So that's the thing that I think also for him, these type of weeklies I hope are engaging for that element. Because with the current format, you could mischievously get your way quite deep just playing cheesy beer free strats. Like there are certain players historically in the past that would only play French and English, and they go deep. But they never convert after that, right? So I'm hoping we're going to see Elyona do something other than just Delhi all the bloody time. Because although they are strong on this map, and they will be strong this week with its draft, and they honestly are incredibly strong in the current meta, you're going to want to take this as an opportunity to start to really robustionize. Yep, that's the word I'm going for. Your civ pool. For now, though, we are going for the good old traditionals. Even to the extreme of Tower of Victory. There's 4 civ bans. I mean, sure, there's 4 civ bans, right? But Delhi isn't really, weirdly enough, at a bannable point in a lot of players' eyes right now. They'd rather ban Byzantines, Abbasids, HRE, English, right? Mongols, maybe. Malians, if the map pool is right for it. Like, so you really, at that point, end up with, what, 1 choice to make on your ban selection? Kind of? Because you're locked on the others, right? You're going to let HRE or Byzantines through? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you wanted a quick end of this week. The funny part to me is I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in the draft, ban-wise, Kiljardi banned China away instead of this Delhi pick. So yeah, a little bit surprised by that. I guess because he wanted the Abbasids, he didn't really want to have that matchup, because China versus Abbasids is a really weird one these days. I think Abbasids actually probably benefited in that matchup with the changes, because remember, cavalry in general got buffed with Season 9, infantry got nerfed. So if you think about the way that China plays the late game, it's usually going to be into Mass Palace Guard. That's a little bit weaker now, whereas Abbasids' camels are stronger than ever. But I don't think we need to worry about that late age. It's Abbasids versus Delhi. This is going to be fast. Is this a recap of the last game of Bow Spawn instead of Zhuganu? I mean, Delhi with Tower Victory kind of are Zhuganu, right? So it could be. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we get something a little bit different. Kiljardi not falling fully to the mistakes of the day, because trying to just scale archers on his lonesome here is going to feel weird. You can just play horsemen with 1 or 2 camel archers to support, because then the Ghazi can't really fight you. Plus, your economy is just more efficient. The reason why a Bastard can do horsemen really well is because you do have better economy, right? Like, you have 2 TC play, and then because of fresh foodstuffs making your villages so cheap, you have the additional food to afford premium units in the feudal age, like horsemen. But we'll see. It might be that he just goes for a standard spear archer comp, stays defensive, maybe plays a few camel archers. I'm not crazy about that build against Delhi, because when you try to play just a few camel archers, try to basically play probes with small raid groups, Ghazi massing is a perfect counter to that. Ghazi will always feel valuable to build. They feel even better when your opponent wants to split off small groups of units that take double damage from them. What do you guys think? 1's if you think Kiljardi's going to win this game. 2's if you think it's going to be Elyona. Because we can kind of see the plans here, right? When you go Tower of Victory like this, it's all about converting in the feudal age. It's not that you can't go castle, it's that you're best to try and end the game now. So we're likely going to be seeing Ghazi mass archers. And in the old school matchup, Abbasids had a bit of a swing to them at this stage in the game, right? Because they would play 2 TC, but they would go military wing. And the military wing would give them the extra health to kind of trade out a little bit up against the Tower of Victory. It didn't work the best of ways at scale, because then you just had overkill anyway, so it didn't matter. But in smaller numbers, their archers could fight back. Now you don't really have that. Right now, because you always go eco-wing, you don't have any military advantage. It almost feels like you're trying to survive until the 3rd age. Which, apart from the danger of being dove and killed, has other issues on a map like this, with 2 sacred sites in the center. Yeah, we'll see what Kiljardi's approach is going to be, because like right now, if the goal is to stay down hunkered, I would say you're playing this like it's traditional high view. And this is an improved high view. It's better high view, but it doesn't play the same way as high view. Especially when it comes to sacred site win conditions. So I'm glad to see he's building in the horseman. We're probably going to be seeing him adding in the archer range soon. Why no Gamba? Because we're catching up on this one. So why would I do that on the recordings? Doesn't make sense. We will be having Gamba on the next series, because the next series, B versus Gully Deckle, is going to be live cast. I wonder, does Elio just go for spears? Yeah, I was about to say, like, there's no justification for archers now, and you always have this choice, because the cool thing about taking map control of this is you get to see what your opponent is doing first. So spears are coming. Kiljardi can eventually get into camel archers, but the problem that I've seen is, like, camel archers is still being refined, and that's scary to say, right? Like, I'm sure there are people who have had a horrific experience up against camel archers, and they want them to be nerfed, and the fact that I'm still saying it's being refined doesn't bode well for your future. What I mean by that is camel archers, the transition, even with all the buffs around Abbasids, is still weird. And the reason it's weird is because the time it takes to scale. If you think about it, you take the same time as a knight, but the difference is the value found. One camel archer rarely will return more value than one knight in the early phase of the game. Later on, it has that unease utility, which is very useful. But you have to get the composition right first. You have to get enough horsemen. And this is enough horsemen to at least block those sacred sites. So Elyona, he's at least capturing the other one. He will get some gold trickle here, and he's going to need that considering he's already 7 villages behind. Not sure about the numbers, but I think Abbas's horsemen win in a vacuum against Ghazi's. So statistically, yes, because the Camelanese is reducing the damage by 2.4 on the Ghazi's base. And you're pretty much at the same level there, the horsemen. They have the quicker attack speed. I've said before the attack speed doesn't matter that much because as you start stepping, then the difference is essentially health. But what that means is you need some more horsemen than there are Ghazi, but you can afford more horsemen than there are Ghazi because your economy. Yes. But it takes time. Like, once again, it's scaling. It's all about the tempo. So here come the Camel Archers. Now, this is the thing I was highlighting, is Camel Archer scaling is difficult. Good start here, by the way, sniping some of the eco. But the thing about this Camel Archer scaling is he only has 1 archer range. The reason that's problematic here is that these take these 35 seconds. Your opponent's going to have probably about 6 spears by the time you have a second camel, right? That's feasible here, because I think... Okay, he didn't actually go inside, but he could have garrisoned the racks to get that type of speed. So that type of surge is a bit scary, because like in this matchup, the issue you run into is the Camel Archers should, in theory, be able to whittle away at the spears. But if you only have 2 of them and your opponent has 6, 7 spears, he's going to have enough of an initial hit on the horseman that he'll win the fight. So So yeah, Kiljardi basically just playing a game of cat and mouse right now. Until he's eaten so much cheese, he's big enough to kill the cat. A bit of a scramble there. One Scholar kill for double Horseman isn't great for Kiljardi. That's 240 resources to take out a 130. Still, it is a blocker to more, right? Like, it's not as simple as just the mass I gave there when you consider the potential economy. If your opponent caps that, it's 125 resources a minute. So that's the other thing going into Kiljardi's mind there. He's able to get away with it because he has such a big lead already. I'm not crazy about the archers. I get the thought process from Kiljardi, but I think you could actually just stick camel archers right now. Because the problem with switching into archers here is it's going to make you very slow. And your eco isn't big to the point that it's going to swell up 40 archers immediately, right? Like if he was at 60, 65 economy, you could go triple arch range, quadruple arch range, and you'd just be rolling in arrows. So a little bit surprised he goes for this so early. I get that he's seeing spears, but he's also still seeing a lot of Ghazi. Yeah, almost feels like he's giving a bit of runway to Elyona. Elyona, who still needs to try and claim the second Sacred Site. The problem is, by the time you get it, he's going to end up forfeiting the east side. I'm also kind of wondering, actually, if Delhi needed to go Tower Victory here. I mean, Tower Victory has some value with spears, but there's no denying that TOV is better on archers than spears, right? So, like, realistically, with the comp that Elyona has gone for, he could have went Dome of Faith. Now, you could argue whether Abbasis would have went for the comp they went for here, if that's the case, but I think they would have, right? Like, the Abbasis went eco-wing. They're still always going to think Horseman is their #1 unit, so I almost feels like Elyona would have benefited more from Dome of Faith, as it would have given him an out down the line. It also would have given him that pump in time before the archer counter started to come out, right? He would have had several more spears here because he definitely would have been garrisoning extra buildings with scholars. Yeah, feels a little bit discombobulated from that perspective, and things are about to get a lot worse, folks. Kiljardi is getting ready for Age 3. Elyona is nowhere near ready. His army not big enough to break a base yet either. How's the food looking? Because that could be a detail that matters. Deer is secure here. He's got some farms coming in. He's got plenty of wood, so he's not able to reach the pocket resources. That might be a problem for Kiljardi. A little bit of starvation there, but considering these eco hits coming in, I don't think it matters. Oh my god, he got, what, 3 villagers on that raid there? So that's now a 21 villager lead for Kiljardi. Kind of surprised by Elyona as well. The gluttony of this. He never got textiles. Despite that initial raid costing him a villager, that wasn't an alarm bell to him. He remained greedy about this. He never got that tech, which, remember, for the Delhi, this almost feels mandatory and quite frankly broken. Every other civ in the game, mostly anyway, without small things like the preservation knowledge, are going to spend about 150 resources and the 20 seconds on your TC to get textiles. You only have to spend 20 seconds. Still, Elyona decided to try and be min-max greedy about this. Kiljardi, wow, he was going to tech up, but check this. That is pretty much the tech difference. 3 more horsemen, several more archers, several more spears. He's worried about a full-on attack, and he should be. Elyona has an overwhelming quantity of Ghazi here. Kiljardi slouched on his comp. We talked about the fact that going into archers didn't make much sense. He went there anyway. So now he has to rush into spears, while Elyona rushes into the base. Villagers trying to garrison. A lot of exposed economy here, though, and a good blocker coming in. Elyona striking back at a key point here. Kiljardi still floating way too much resource here. Pretty much if he rebalanced his economy, he would have triggered the castle already. He needs more production. TC in trouble. Ghazi looking to take it down. Horsemen are going to arrive, able to hold the choke points. The archers and camel archers uncontested now, but it looks like he's pulling away here. I'm not sure about that. I mean, the spears were reaching in, but when you reach past that initial choke point, you open a wider plane like this. Elyona, I still don't think it's enough, though. Check the numbers. Kiljardi's holding. This is it. Game's over. Elyona, a valiant effort here, but I don't think he done enough eco damage, right? He only killed 7 villagers against 2 TC Abbasids at 14 minutes in. On top of that, there's a counter raid again. And once again, no textiles from Elyona. Damn. The fact he actually has extra cavalry out while holding that just shows you how obnoxious Abbasids can be to break in these situations. And I mean, Elyona, I'm going to go back to it, right? The Tower of Victory detail. Like, if you think about everything he's done in this game, Dome of Faith just makes more sense for it, right? It's not even like he leaned hard into infantry, he didn't go into rams. Like, a lot of this just feels like Doma Faith would have made it better. At least giving him an off from the track here, but now with Kiljardi getting ready to save up for the Castle Age, I think what we're seeing here, to a certain degree, folks, is not just the Abbasid buffs, but also the Ghazi nerfs. What was it, 10 health I think they removed from each of these? It doesn't sound like a lot, but it does matter in those dives. I feel like these guys evaporate a lot quicker than historically we've seen them. Millywing just got queued. Backstab also comes in. Well, Elyona is pretty much playing for a mistake now from Kiljardi. He's got 2 Sacred Sites. I mean, he's saving for Castle, but like the weird thing at this point is you might as well just double down on Sacred Site win condition. You have got the clock down to 6.5 minutes, right? And I think he agrees. He just queued up several more Ghazi. Go Tower Victory, infantry only? I mean, this is the thing, though. He didn't go infantry only, right? I find it weird because, like I said, old school build, military wing, Abbasids, you can kind of understand Delhi not just wanting to go full infantry. Up against the new eco wing build, I think you can just go full infantry. The trade-off is you lose the initial momentum onto the map, and I think that's what Elyona didn't want to forfeit. He was too focused on the value of raiding, right? Which makes sense, because if you are able to raid, your opponent can't necessarily raid, right? They react. So it's a double win, because not only can you kill economy, of which your opponent has a lot, but your economy should in theory be safe. But Kiljardi just show you that you don't have to be scared, right? Because this Civ is so efficient at building horsemen, you can just mirror raids. And arguably do it better over time. No, you're not. It's going to try to strike in. Quick reactions out of Kiljardi, though. Like I said, this series must have been played early in the day. The old man's reflexes are up to par. Ghazi, I mean, you could think about trying to burn this down, but the TC fire as well, it's just not worth it. So he does back away. Has saved up for his tech up. Has protected the Sacred Site, but check the shuffle. He's coming around the back, and Elyona, he is aware of it. Does have the vision from the outpost, so we'll move away. Tech up has begun. House of Learning is on the way. Kiljardi is hunting. Now remember, this is big. Military wing brings many boons to it. The boot camp can be big here. With an infantry transition, that extra health in these fights is going to go a long way. Even for just the vet archers. Elyona, I mean, he has at least scaled up to 8 scholars, so his tech speed isn't going to be terrible here. It's not going to be immediate, though. It's not going to have the same punchy weight that you'd usually get out of these fast castle Delhi builds. He's at least going to be able to chase away and kill off the camel archers. Remember, they move slow in the Ghazi. But the bigger problem now is that you have got golems coming, and a decent number of archers with veterans already in the way. You can see us queued up. He queues his up. Look at the difference. It's 2.5 minutes compared to just 40 seconds remaining. And this is going to give Kiljardi a big momentum swing, right? You essentially have to let him get the decap here because your army is full feudal. You haven't had that beneficial trade-off. Like, typically when you're Delhi here, when you go castle, you want to take a fight to throw away your bad army. A favorable fight. He doesn't feel that favor exists because the tech timing just doesn't align. So, best thing you can do is pick up relics, wait for his tech play, probably wait for Hone Blades as well, which he has queued up, but he's queued it up third. Meanwhile, Kiljardi lives in the land of many peoples. Third town center now coming in. I mean, the only risk for Kiljardi right now is food, right? This is secured the deer, the berries, but you're seeing how quickly he's eating through it with 83 economy. The crazy part, though, is with Fertile Crescent, the TC into farm transition is so cheap. It's like, this is a bigger issue. This is kind of outrageous right now. Like, in a meta which has tried to nerf farms, this Civ feels like, I'd say, the least impacted of any Civ in the game. Because they have a unique tech, which gives them better gathering on farms for 15%, when everyone else has got nerfed by 10. They still have the Golden Age, which gives 15% into 20%. And the villagers are cheaper. A lot of their food costs are down, right? Like, it's actually absurd how good Abbasids feel right now. Maybe not S tier, but solid A. Burn down now coming in. I'll give Elyona an A for effort. But C for execution. Because he just couldn't find the way to execute this. Death at his doorstep and no way of looking away here. An overwhelming powerhouse from Kiljardi. Those archers in the backside are annihilating everything. Composite bows is on the way. And the victor in game 1, undeniable now. Kiljardi is going to open the series with a win. The Abbasid problem here. Not often you see Delhi get annihilated like that, but no elephants, no fun. Let me know what you guys think about this, though. I think Abbasid, no, I stand by it. I don't think they're quite S tier. Like, dude, you're going to tell me they're better than the H-Shuri Byzantines? I'm going to laugh at you. But A tier, definitely. They have been creeping up the rankings in a very subtle and frustrating way for a lot of people. And at this point, I'm starting to get the feeling people are sick of the camels. They're better than Byzantine. You're a funny guy. Anyway, let's get ready for game number 2. Coastal Cliffs up next. So, let's see. Delhi versus Abba. Win for the right. And then, I don't know, that one might be uploadable, right? BC has a special tier of S Abbasids. I mean, like, BC can have a Tinder profile with a picture of Brad Pitt. Doesn't mean it's true. Do I need to remind everyone about Vortex ranking Order of the Dragon as the best civ in the game again? I'm always going to use that as my defense. All right. Oh, I'm not sure what I'm going to call that one on the upload. You know what I need? I need someone who just handles all that YouTube stuff. Just does it all for me. I'm kind of at a point where I love to just not have to think about the titles. I love doing the content. It's the editing and the optimizations. And you could argue that like that's the real work. I think it's a real work, both are real work, right? I've always maintained that if I can afford it and stuff like that, right, I just go and hire these people. Like, I'm a big believer. Like, I always loved Ludwig for this, where once he got big, he just done things like, I think he hired, like, social media managers, right? People to manage the sponsorships, all these things. Because, like, instead of trying to be a jack of all trades, he just wanted to be a master of his, which is really smart. Like, some content creators try to just do it all. And it is a skill set, and you can do it to a certain degree. But there is no denying that you would be better off having people who specialize in the roles, right? Within reason. The challenge, obviously, getting the right people. What's your opinion on textiles on 2TC? With what civ? I mean, like, it depends. Like, you have to weigh up. Are you going to lose villages early enough for it to matter? And if the answer is yes, then textiles is good. All right. Oh, we're going game 3, guys. What is that spawn? Oh my god, Kiljardi. What did you do? Did you, like, spit on Marine Lord's ancestor's grave or something? Well, I don't know. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to Age of Empires for Action. Game number 2 of this single Elim series between Kiljardi in the orange on the Malians and Elyona in the blue on the Byzantines. And that is nightmare fuel, mate. Any Malian mains in the chat? How do you feel about these gold spawns right now? Use one emote to describe, because this is brutal. Triple Ford Gold Vein. He's going to have to defend and defend hard. And this is already a tricky matchup, guys. Byzantines are really good against Malians because they're so good at taking out the pit mines. Honestly, like, you just build one Kyra Siphon and everything burns, right? You're able to hit the pit mines, you do 2 houses at the same time with the right positioning. So a tricky hold, especially when you consider that Kiljardi's most likely comp is going to be to go into the full-range hybrid. That is to be Javelins and be Donzos, which means gap closing Kyra Siphons is difficult. Especially considering, like, against traditional Rams, they come to choke points, you run in, you swarm, right? But a Kyra Siphon is going to sit back here and just retreat. So what you'll end up having is the Javelins will try to extend to deal with, say, Lombos, and they'll be in burn range. And the Donzos will have to run through the flames as well to get in range to be shot by Lombos. So a bit of a tricky one. I'm expecting the Elyona to go Lombos in case you couldn't tell, guys. You can theoretically play Javelins, but the logic here is if your opponent is going to be Donzo plus Javs, you can do a lot more damage with Lombo Horsemen. Ah, so you're discussing, like, the idea of textiles on 2TC. So I think textiles on 2TC with Abba is fine. You can definitely afford it. And you'll have plenty of villages, so it's kind of worth it. Yeah, the villages are cheaper, but like the point with Abbasid is like you have less defenses because you're building more villages anyway than you otherwise would, right? So it just makes sense to have that layer of protection. There are certain civs that don't really need textiles often. Like, for example, Malian players will very rarely go textiles. It's the playstyle. The playstyle is hunkering down underneath the TC, right? If you think about it, Malian players typically have everything they need here. Byzantine players are quite similar as well. They can play onto the berries, but they only do it if they have full map control. There are civs that are inherently more likely to take risks, such as French, Mongols, etc., that might consider textiles, but like a French player should only really be going textiles if he's against an ultra-aggressive civ, like another French pick, like a Mongol pick. But I don't think we'll be seeing textiles in a rush in this game. We are, however, predicting it right. Guys, can we just get a full work to Byzantines? I've seen it all now. It's kind of funny, like I'm not going to say I know what the comp is going to be. I feel like it's actually sad because I feel like 80% of the time it's going to be Lombos. Lombo Horseman just feels so good. There's multiple reasons why you don't go Javelins here. One is the classic reason I flag, which is if you go Horseman plus Javelin, you're basically countering the same thing, which is bad. But the other issue here is that if you go Javelins, you're playing against the OG Civ. And the problem of that is the stylistic approach. A Malian player can still hunker down and he'll build more Javelins than you, right? So you'll just lose that fight. It's a bit different in English versus Byzantine because of the way the English economy works and the way the unit plays, right? So you can get away with building Lombos against that because you are going to play the Horseman still. So yeah, a little bit of a different dynamic there. Biz should build 3 Lombos with 500 oil. Jesus, we really want to cripple them, huh? I honestly would just rather see either Lombos or Javelins move somewhere else. It's weird to me, and I'm surprised it's not weird to anyone else, that we have a Civ that gets access to a lot of unique units. One of the avenues is Cav. One of the avenues is ranged, and another one of the avenues is ranged. Where are the unique spears? Like, why not? Okay, maybe just sound poop on a stick because you already got LoueMT, but like spears, for example. A spear route. Or maybe a men-at-arms route. Maybe what you do is you switch Lombos with Musafadi warriors. Very situational, yes, I know, but at least you've now like got one of each type. Instead of having this weird situation where it's double ranged. And by the way, like if you had any doubts that ranged is really good in Age of Empires 4, look at the pick rates for Merc House and realize just how little Keshiks are built. Part of it is because Keshiks and their follow-up get counted by the same unit, which is crossbows. But a big part of it is also Longbows and Javelins in small quantities can do much better. Especially when you're talking about an olive oil unit. Like an olive oil unit, if you're a back line, you're less likely to die, right? So you're able to scale more easily or with limited resources. Salt and Palace Guard, that's kind of interesting, actually. I mean, you kind of have Varangian Lair, but yeah, the Palace Guard could be kind of intriguing. They have Musafadi at neutral trade post. That's why I said switch it. What, like, put Longbows here instead of Musafadi, right? So pressure coming in. Kiljardi, he's actually... I've seen this before. This is really cool. So it's hard to scale. I've seen this once or twice, in particular on Gorge. The whole idea is usually actually you build Javelin still first, and then you go Sofa. Because if you don't do it that way around or have some sort of second layer, this happens. LoueMT are already in the way after Kiljardi has spent a boat. 180 resources per. If you think about what just happened here, Elyona built Horsemen at 120 each. The difference being 4, you've got 240 extra resources. Now you can just put that into LoueMT for like 3 LoueMT, right? So in a weird way, like what you've essentially done is you've given your opponent a way of like balancing his military into a 1-1-1 build very efficiently. So now, for Kiljardi to really get value out of the Sofa play, he has to do something with it. Staying at home doesn't really cut it. Swap Longbow for Bedouin. Okay, that would actually be kind of cool, but also broken. So I'm thinking like Musafadi, Palace Guard. Usually it's a unique unit, right, that you give them. It's like, what unique unit could you give them that's like a melee infantry? Give them the Freeborn. No, don't do that. It would, by the way, then require the rest of the contract gets rebalanced. But yeah, I do think it needs to be visited upon. Sure, you do see Keshiks with the Jigglypuff build, but come on. Once again, my whole issue around like crossbows being able to gradually counter and spears being able to counter one contract remains the same, right? You build Keshiks, you build Cataphracts, you can build golems from that as well. Yeah, it just doesn't really fit. Keshix is a team game Spice. Or a fast castle blocker. You'll very rarely outside that see it. So far. Try to dive in here. Lombos are being targeted down, but 1-for-1 exchange is not something that Kiljardi should be looking for. And he gets trapped on the inside here. Does dive. But it's going to start to sting a little bit. The TC adding up its damage. No undermesh there. And the walls are coming up. Not quick enough, though. Elyona trying to shuffle across now to guarantee it. In the meantime, the shove continues, and Elyona should be close to the blacksmith now, which would enable the Karo Siphon. Once the Karo Siphon is up, this is Kiljardi's worst nightmare. Man, that was brutal. And you see how painful this is, because like you're looking at these sofas and going, it's just a few horsemen. Guys, these almost cost the same as a Keshik. So throwing a few away like that to get 1 or 2 Lombo kills is incredibly painful. The reason why Kiljardi done it is because his Donzo is going to lose otherwise, right? Like, his key to defending this is not letting the Lombo mass reach critical mass. You could argue in a way the army collectively is already there. This is a lot of Limitane. And Limitane versus Donzos is a very intriguing matchup, actually, because they're both premium spears, right? You can see by the health as well. It's very interesting because usually, like, Limitane have the advantage of extra health over spears. Not the case against Malians. They get a lot more health because they have the same raw HP, but they also have an extra melee armor. So these Lombos are key to victory for Kiljardi. For Elyona, rather. And Kiljardi is now looking to block that. Jab spam's coming in. Are Sofa bad and feudal? No, like, it's not that they're situational, right? It's like, the thing is, people look at Sofa and they want them to be something they're not. You have to think of them the same way as Horsemen, right? Like, sure, if you build a Knight, you know you're going to try to raid and do damage with it, but the way you can do damage is a lot more easily accessible, a lot more economically focused. With Sofa, I see them more like Horsemen, aka your job is to cut enemy forces and choose very specific locations to fight in, where you are up against your counter unit, or rather the unit you counter, right? Which is Lombos in this situation. It is Lombos, not just because you have high base damage, but also because you get bonus against infantry. Right? Fighting Sofa into Horseman feels a little bit less good. Because if you do like the raw math on the cost as well, the exchange isn't as great. It's more even than you think. Because Sofas, they do 16 damage, right? They've got the 2 armor, sure, 155 health. But Horseman has 9 damage, 125, right? And if you would take like, I think, I have to test this, but I'm pretty sure if you took like 1,200 resources and then put that into as many Sofa and as many Horsemen as you can, Sofas should still win. But it would be uncomfortably close. I want to say like maybe 2-3 Sofa max left over. Which is a lot. But for the investment, it feels horrible. Especially when you consider the Horseman can choose where to fight and you cannot. Blocker here. So we're not even getting the Kara Siphon stage, but this is because of what Kiljardi done. By going into Sofa, it's making it very difficult for Elyona to target that siege timing. But it is instead leading to this ridiculous blob. And here's the funny thing, guys. And this is where it gets really tough for Malians. Because I mentioned the Donzos can be better, but because of the Lombo threat, he's not scaling the Donzos only. He's adding in Javelins, which makes a lot of sense, right? Javelins are great against Lombos. Can you guys guess what Javelins are terrible against? It's the thing they're terrible against in the room with us right now. It's the deer, right? They're terrible. No, it's this. Unlimitane. The classic. Javelins hate this matchup. And this Javelin already counters one of your other units and balances out against the other, right? So, like, in a way, Elyona can essentially just spam only Limitane and win. You have to go archers. And I don't see him doing it because the Lombos, he's just kind of too funneled in on the idea of them. There's going to be a dive in. Lombos are starting to back away. A bit of an overextension there, but he did get access onto the Javelins, so baiting them slightly out of position. I don't know what happened there. Elyona, that was a misclick. His archers didn't need to go this deep. Now that he's peeled back, he can focus on all the Donzos. And Kiljardi, he does still have the Javelins, right? But the problem now is Limitane. The Limitane can just bum rush him. It's brutal because you're not getting any bonus damage against this, and compared to like a standard spear, they take 2 extra hits, guys. Right? A standard spear would have 90 health, and you do 9 damage. So you'd kill a normal spear in 9 hits. Oh, sorry, 10 hits, right? Limitane has that frustrating extra 1 HP that means it takes you 11 hits to kill one.
Now you're my
So it almost seems like a nitpicky difference, but funnily enough, 1 HP makes this a really good counter to Javelins. Issue is keeping bulk. And thank you for the raid, MSN. Shout out to MSN. Of course, not able to make it any deeper in the run this week around, but a good fight. An admirable attempt to try and take down the legend Anotand. And I'm sure we'll see him back for week number 3. Now, something's happening here. Elyona, he macroed. Yeah, okay, that explains it. Look at the gold. He set up the farms, which explains the gaps, but the gold made no sense. I think he was trying for castle, and then he ran out of food. That's really big, because Kiljardi's read this. He's over-moving into javelins a little. I don't like that, but what I do like is the fact that he started to add into archers. Archers will be your ticket to punch here. But just like Chewie in the Millennium Falcon, Kiljardi needs to punch it. If you wait around, Elyona will go age free. And then the infantry nightmare booms. It's not just Limitane anymore, it becomes a Varangian problem. For the time being, though, he's got a horseman issue. He didn't rescale Donzos. Look at the count. The overextension. It's full ranged. And the undermesh is in there, right? So no extra benefit of that pierce damage. Just a hard force to bring down. The Lombos also outrange the javelins, remember. So although it's not a quick kill, it's now something you can't counter out. You can't reach them. So the Finn front line able to just reach deep enough to force Kiljardi back. He has to make his stand, though. Counterattack coming in. The Limitane will cover the escapes. The Lombos will get out. Elyona has got more horsemen on the way. Food access is still looking decent, right? The berry's about to run out, but he has still got the deer behind this. Then it gets risky, because then he has to do what Kiljardi's doing, which is playing front resources. In fact, this entire game has felt like it's front resources. Kiljardi only having one option at the back, and that was, of course, the berries. Kiljardi. The Lombos are kind of getting scary. Right, because like when you see Lombos scaling like this, you are paranoid about H3. Like if your opponent reaches H3, Lombos aren't countered by Javelins anymore, right? That's the weird thing, is like you compare Lombos to Javs. Historically, English have been countered hard by Javelins because the Lombos suck against them. But if you get H3, Javs tend to feel weaker, whereas Lombos just get juiced. I mean, you see it even now in the smaller numbers, right? Like he's clearing up all the melee, but he's not countering this. And this is exactly why people choose the ranged contracts for Byzantines, guys. It's so hard to kill it. The other issue now is Kiljardi is doing something that just doesn't feel good as a Malian player. Attacking. In Age 2, it doesn't feel good to do this, guys, because your comp is expensive, right? Like, you're thinking this is an even exchange, but it's really not, even when he kills, like, a spear for a Jav. It's not even. It's not even close. He has to kill a horseman for it to be an even exchange, because Javelins are a premium unit. Even if he dives in and kills a Lombo, like, you know, against a normal Lynx player, it would feel terrible to get a 1-to-1. Against Byzantines, it's at least good because of how slow Lombo scale, but I think the thing that Kiljardi is aware of is behind this, the farms are getting out of control. The landmark is kind of a problem, man. Like, the Grand Winery, I still think it's too good. And you can tell that by how little Hippodrome we see. Hippodrome, when you look at it on paper and theoretically play it out in the hour plus game, is OP. The problem is, games don't often go an hour. The first 20 minutes is what matters the most. And that's where Grand Winery is the MVP. Scales well in the late game beyond that, sure, but in that early game, it just allows you to run your opponent through with these premium backline mercs. And oh no, the villagers. Kiljardi. I don't know what was making him think he'd ever get back there. He didn't try to vacate them earlier, so good micro there. The Lombo snipe it down. Elyona now with almost, sorry, over a 10 eco lead. And these A-clicks, Kiljardi, it's kind of killing him here, right? Because this is the other issue. He's got too many javelins, so unless he splits two groups and targets the Lombos, he's going to overkill. An A-click doesn't help you because you're always going to attack a horseman. Like, look how long it takes to kill him. You either pay attention to him and still lose to the Lombos, or you kill the horseman. Oh, sorry, right, you don't kill the horseman, but the horseman kills you with his double damage. And this is brutal. And remember what I said, this game would end with a Kyro Siphon. What's that coming over the hill? I do like how they put torches on the outskirts of the Kyro Siphons, just like a, hey, just in case you guys didn't know there's fire here, be scared. All right, game 3 it is, man. There's no denying this at this stage. A 15 villager lead, and it's Marlians without gold access. This is the truest nightmare. I think this matchup is quite Byzantine favored, but even that detail aside, this spawn was mean to Kiljardi. I'm looking at the map, and I'm thinking back. After the way I described at the start, I don't think there was one good thing about this spawn for Kiljardi. Okay, sorry, no, I'm positive today. I found the positive element. He can only be attacked from one direction. Like, everything's on the front side. I think he's just processing the loss now. Like, there's no holding anymore. He's getting idled on the north side. The only thing he's got gathering is south here. He's got a group of villagers gathering on the food, right? But once he's done with the pit mines, he can move on to the ranches. And that's when we really get a barbecue going. He did exhaust himself slightly with the dive, so he's going to reset. Kind of interesting that he's focusing down the production buildings. Like, you'd probably benefit more from going after the pit mine. And you know there's going to be a second pit mine. This backstone? Oh, man, you're right. That would be great for the 2 TC Mali. Wait a second. Oh. Oh, dear. If you're a Malian player, like, could this be an option, maybe? Could I use stone instead? And he's been found as well. So the horseman did raid out. Gets in position. Looks like 6 villagers get out, but 3 are going home in body bags. Golden Horn Tower is now in the way, and the biggest fear for Kiljardi is about to be realized. We're going to hit the fast forward a little bit here. At this stage, he doesn't really have a leg to stand on. He could try for the tech play. I just got this funny feeling it's going to kill him. I mean, it's his only way out, though, right? You can't stay age 2 when age 3 arrives, because it's going to be Vrangin. And he's already got the double racks prepped. Yep, Q's up 5. Kiljardi is gathering way too much wood. I mean, someone said this is the anti-Marine Lord spawn, but despite that, Kiljardi is playing it like a Marine Lord moment. Gather all the wood and build a million farms. Which is not really something you often want to see from a Malian player. Unless he's playing for Rimba. And he's not playing for Rimba because he wants to win this game, right? Of course. Mask comes in though, Horseman overwhelming. I mean, he hasn't queued up any veterancy. So in fairness, this is still... Okay, actually no, they just came through. Without the longbow upgrade, it would have been a fair fight. Sort of. But it's never a fair fight against the Byzantines. A GG comes out, and after we have a Basses looking OP, we just got a reminder of how strong the Greeks are. Oy, oy, oy. So, 1-1 apish, capiche. So, let me list that in. It was Biz versus Malians. Is that one uploadable? Malians have a big problem. I like that actually, the anti-Marine Lord spawn. No, not anti, it's the opposite, right? What's the opposite? I'm trying to figure out a word for the opposite. It's not the anti-Marine Lord spawn, it's something else. Can someone think of the word? My brain's kind of farting on this one. The reverse? The palindromic. Okay, that's way too fancy. I don't want to say that my like YouTube audience isn't smart. They're geniuses, but at the same time, let's be reasonable here. The Marine Peasant spawn. I get what you're trying to cook with there. That works if it's Marine Lord in the game. The Converse spawn. Maybe just the reverse Marine Lord spawn. I think reverse is like simple enough to follow, right? That's what I mean. Sometimes you just have to think in really simple form. The Beastie Special. Nah, Beastie gets a lot of good spawns. What are you about? So, Let's get ready for the next game, though. Let me just... Did I not update that already? I should have hit... Oh, that's right. I didn't hit the left side win. So we're going to do a game 3. Frisian Marshes. Ooh, and this is a sucky matchup if you're a Mongol player. Mongol players, list... Have I got any Mongol mains? We're not going to shame you out the chat if you say something. List your 3 worst matchups in Age of Empires 4. To be fair, Valdemar's nickname could have been the Miner instead of the Kid. That's not true. Valdemar doesn't act... He walls, he doesn't mine. I see what you tried there. I can see there's usually fast castle, palace castle. Yeah. Oh, sorry. That was from a while ago, David. Okay, so after this one, we should be close to ready for our live series, which is good. Iba, Juji, Rep Mongols. Oh. You're all there with me. You all know your matchups too well. It's almost like you've subscribed to a certain bird's channel and been listening to his commentaries, breaking down these matchups, because this is a horror story for Kiljardi. He gets one of his most comfortable civs. A man who only knows relentless aggression has picked the Mongols. But something was left in the pick pool. He gets Mongols on Frisian Marshes, one of their best maps, but he has to do it into Elyona's Ayabids, what feels like a direct counterpick. Let's see if he can make it happen. Let's see if Kiljardi can keep his hopes alive, because last week, he ran into his Kryptonite. Kryptonite spelled with a C in this situation, because Crackedy was able to unravel the boy before going on to deal with Beastie. So, not the best of beginnings to the midweek muster. But Kiljardi looking a lot more on form in this matchup. He himself would admit he hasn't had as many hours to put into the game recently. He took a little bit of a break. And by the way, I really want to emphasize this, that it's important to do that. Really big shout out to him for actually taking a little bit of time off after the World qualifiers to just relax, spend time with family and whatnot. Because I think a lot of players just get back on the grind, right? They hop back on the track and they just keep grinding. And the issue with that is you burn yourself out. You don't have time to reflect. You don't have time to process or evolve. A lot of people think you have to play all the mutations to be the best, but, I mean, if Mr. should have taught the scene anything before parting back to his Age of Mythology waters, it's that sometimes just taking a break, taking a different approach to how you train, goes much further. For example, walking outside and whispering to sheep, which is exactly what Kiljardi's done. 20 sheep to the 16, a decent start to his game. Nothing overwhelming, but... Wait, where's he going? What? Okay, that's kind of crazy. So what's happened here is Kiljardi, I think he lost the rush to the center, which is unorthodox as Mongols. I think he gambled wrong and went south instead of west. But the other crazy part here is he's just assumed because Elyona's playing Ayabids, he would have went berries and already came to this backside. So instead, he moves the Khan in for the rush. That's a missed opportunity. That's going to be like, what? Theoretically, there should be another 4, 5, 6 sheep you could have potentially got there. Which is really important when you're looking for this kind of timing attack, which I think you need all resources into pressure to try to contest. No, he doesn't know. Guys, this is really important on Frisian. You usually get about 4 or 5 sheep spawning to the side of your base, close to the edge where both players spawn. Neither of them know about it. And that's really important. Like, in a map like Frisian, you do have a lot of food to work with, but starvation is a reality check on this map. We've seen more and more recently that players have got very good at finding that timing to just block you on Frisian. Stop you reaching the extra goal, stop you reaching the extra food. Basically clock your game. And not just a soft clock, a hard clock, like a lockout on a timing. Elyona is going to look to conflict this quickly. We have got the camels on the way. I'm not surprised by the choice to go camels. In this matchup, like a Mongol player, if they're looking to full send it and just crush you, they're going to be going Deerstone. They could be going Silver Tree, but even then, the Desert Raid is nice because you can just sneak out and do damage. I think Kiljardi is going to go... I mean, he has to go Deerstone, right? You've got a blocker on the gold, and I think you want to stranglehold that. If you go for Silver Tree, you're letting up pressure, and that's when the Desert Raiders come into the picture. And you can't play Keshix at that stage, right? You get locked into just raw archers. And then it's a case of whether you believe you can close the map quick enough, and if you do, it's happening. All right, we've got Silver Tree coming. He just can't resist the temptation. He's like Schmeagol with the ring. I have seen a few players recently just learning that you can build trade even if you don't build this landmark, right? It's a little bit more expensive, but you can always still set up double marketplace. I guess the challenge in your mind is whenever you go for Silver Trade like this, you have to argue, have you done enough already right? He would have seen that it's going to be the Desert Raider contract as well, which is what makes me a little bit concerned, right? Because that Desert Raider will just move in position. And the Desert Raiders are pretty good at running down traders. They have good base damage, good mobility to follow it up, and of course the ranged attack is good at finishing off these units. The only upside is, thank God, we no longer have to worry about a cavalry tag on traders. Wait, am I imagining that, or was that ever a thing? I remember the early days it wasn't a thing, and it was ridiculous because spears couldn't counter trade. I can't remember if they ever changed it for a small period of time. And now we see the reason, the true reason of the Desert Raiders. Clearance on the issue. So, at this point, you've got to ask the question, would it have changed had Kiljardi just gone for Deerstone? I don't think immediately it would have. But he would have had more agency to kind of come back here, right, with infantry comp. Because the reason why you go Silver Tree, right, the number one reason is to build Keshiks. Can you think of many worse civs in the game to build Keshiks against? I can't. In Feudal Age, anyway, like, this is one of the worst. Because just one Desert Raider ruins so much of your DPS. If he scales Desert Raiders, you're in your worst nightmare. Because remember, Keshiks are low base damage. They're 15. Realistically, it's low compared to Knights. Knights also get hurt by this, but Camelonese, 20% off that, that's you down to 12 damage. And then the 5 armor means you're hitting for a really underwhelming 7 damage into a unit that does 26 against you, and then minus was at 3. That is outrageous. 7 damage versus 23. I think it's best to go full trash versus Ibid, so Horsemen instead of Keshiks. I'd agree, but here's the problem. How does Silver Tree help you with that? You can technically trade the food, that's true. But then your timing is delayed, right? Like, the whole logic is if you're now delaying your advantage timing by building into traders to then get gold, to then trade, would it not have been better to just had the Deerstone instead, amplified your food gathering with the quicker drop-offs, and then if you really need trade, go into it on a delay? I think that's the conundrum. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. Maybe at this point, I'm just too in love with Deerstone. But I feel like the percentage of games I've seen Mongols win with Deerstone in the last year feels substantially higher than Silver Tree now. And Kiljardi has gone Keshiks. Okay, dude, this is... So the annoying thing about this play for Kiljardi is because your opponent went for the Desert Raider wing, he inherently has Desert Raiders without needing to think counter, right? Like, if this was, for example, Eco Wing, going into Keshiks is kind of cool because your opponent doesn't have the unit yet. And Desert Raiders take a long time to scale. But he already has 2 out. You've just given him the trigger warning early. He's got 2 more in queue. Another one coming in 69 seconds. Kiljardi is just raw massing Keshiks. That's crazy. I'm looking for the elaborate bait element here. Because the tricky part about massing Keshiks, guys, is you think you just like add in spears so you can actually deal with the Desert Raiders. Usually players go archers. I have wondered for a while if like you can actually brute force just Keshik spears. The logic being is like if you do this, eventually Desert Raiders get forced to melee and then they just die. But the problem is the gap to close, right? Like you will get stepped away from, the archers will whittle away at your spears, and then if you try to force charge them the Keshiks, you're going to be disengaged and the melee can be activated, right? Like it's almost like the internal cooldown is too low on these to make spear Keshiks work, which is why we're now seeing Kiljardi go for those archers. Elyona does at least have the Horsemen to buy some time, but the Desert Raiders are already in position, so that trade in its infancy is already getting culled. We're at, what, 3 traders? Well, 2 now. It's going to find the second as well. Another nice thing about playing Desert Raiders here, guys, I mean, there's so many things that make this unit seem obnoxious. The vision. Look at that AoE on this unit. Doesn't feel blind at all, right? You can tell that Camel Riders clearly went to their opticians recently. Like, I feel like at this point, it would only be fair when we zoom in on camels that we actually see them with spectacles on, you know? And even more obnoxious with Lancers, right? Like, Lancers intentionally have that extra vision for the full charge, but Desert Raiders do pretty well for themselves. So he will at least be able to clear that one up. That was one of the free ones, right? And, like, he did kill 2 traders. The traders were admittedly discounted, sure, but it's still 96 each. Hell yeah. It's gonna be a mass Desert Raider game. Oi, oi, oi. So, Kiljardi. The awkward thing here is you almost have to just keep building Keshiks to get your opponent to just build Desert Raiders, right? So that's expensive for you, it's expensive for them. And then I guess like Kiljardi's thought process here is I'm going to very gradually claw up into archers. You know, like at 17 minutes, I'll have 25 archers, for example, and a lot of Keshiks. Because then, like, the Desert Raiders will do well against your Keshiks, but the good news, at least for the Keshiks, is although they can die fast, they can at least sustain themselves a little bit with the healing. And that should buy time for archers to make the difference. Blacksmith timing is also going to be really important here. Ibids quite often have this awkward habit of forgetting that blacksmiths is a thing you can build in Feudal Age. And if Kiljardi utilizes that well with Steeled Arrow and 25 archers, that could be the turning point in the fight. So Elyona is at least buying a lot of space with these attempted raids. But you notice it's not enough. He needs to start like getting the trade regularly. And that's where it gets very interesting from the count perspective, right? Now that he's up to 11 Desert Raiders, this is only 4. Right? Where is the rest? There should realistically be a second group shuffling in. The weird part to me is he's so paranoid about a counterattack. Everything is at home. And I can't help but wonder if just, like, you know, use the stables to build a scout. Get a second scout here. You've got a scout here. You don't have to panic. It could just be that Elyona is confident he can take a direct fight, because I feel like that's where we're heading. Dude's still floating a lot of food if that's the goal, though. It's almost like he's half in on this idea of an all-in and half in on this idea of advancement wing. Classic Ibids, right? They're always thinking, how do I reach age 3? Sometimes it pays to focus more on age 2. I think this is one of those situations. Ram's moving in. He's going to get some extra value out of that. If he can kill the Uvu, it's actually worth what it cost him. Elio is going to force the defense. So, it's time to find out what the archers are made of. Steeled Arrow is on the way, but it turns out Elyona doesn't have the same ailments that many IB players do. He remembered the blacksmiths. Undermesh is coming in. This is going to be a big deal. Steeled Arrow could be incredible here as well, considering you've got low base damage, right? 7 to 8 makes a lot of difference here. Your opponent's going to try to get Undermesh, and at that point, you can still maintain over half damage at ranged against Keshiks. Now though, it's going to be a dive-in. Outpost to be assaulted. Army is going to arrive, so he sees the mass archers, does have to shuffle away. Elyona, the retreat is awkward here, though, because he's got archers in the formation. So the Desert Raiders aren't actually moving away fast. Moon Speed Arrow has been activated. Kiljardi is going to force Elyona to turn around and fight here in the choke point, but this choke point actually works well for Kiljardi. Remember, the Keshiks can't win a big fight. They are just a front line to buy time. The Desert Raiders were not able to surround there. A misread of the situation. Elyona fumbles in the choke point. I'm shocked by that as well. I mean, his whole army is cavalry, right? Like, you don't want to fight in the choke point there. Sure, you could shuffle half these guys into ranged, but Kiljardi will benefit more. It means his front line isn't dying quick enough that his archers are in trouble. The only way those Desert Raiders would have won that fight is if they get melee on the archers. Unable to do so, though. Instead, Elyona now in full retreat. Oh, man. What a flip-up as well. Like, you know, Kiljardi, I get that he kind of forced Elyona to turn around to fight, but out of all the times you could have chosen to do it, that possibly would have been the worst. And I think the cost value there, like just losing 5 archers by bailing on them feels a lot less expensive than what actually occurred there for Elyona. So Kiljardi now in a firm position. We talked about him reaching that 25+ archer count. He's pretty much there. Trade, looking great. He's up to 8. Soon going to get 10. That's going to be another threshold cracked. And remember, these Silk Road thresholds are important. For the archer massing, Tier 2 will give him the wood. At least have Steeled Arrow coming in as Elyona. Well, he realizes there's finally an opportunity to get into melee mode. The problem is there's just so many spears still here, so I have to snipe them down. Archers are trying to clear the way. Spears have been practically removed. Elyona needs to commit in. Just like Bearmorph committed 40 into the stream. Thank you, my friend, and welcome one and all to our weekly tournament here. We're in the single elim format. Elyona and Kiljardi, a tight series, both of them capable players, but Elyona, fumbling just once, may have just stripped himself of all control on the map. Kiljardi, never one to give up an opportunity to attack. He dives in. A hit like this can end a game. Few villagers going down, the rest able to break away, but that forces the commitment again. Desert Raiders right in, a few spears left here. Archers trying to target them down, but the idle time alongside this, the trade behind it. Everything thumbs up for Kiljardi. Now Elyona, another thumbs down here. Last week it was Corvinus. This week, it looks like it's going to be the Finn to finish him off. Keshiks have been mopped up, but with that, the Desert Raider count essentially just culled. Berry's still blocked out. And we talked about this whole element of starvation that can occur on Frisian. You get a lot of safe food with the sheep, but you eventually have to move out. When I see an Ibid player 15 minutes doing this, I cry. Actually, I'm lying, guys. I laugh. I've watched too many Ibid victories. They need to lose a few. Oh, yo. Oh, no. No. Too soon. He's desperate for food, man. And Kiljardi's not going to stop now. He's got a trickle of troops coming. More and more in the way. And Elio, the other problem now is he has no food. Right? So all you can build is archers. So with a weaker economy, you're just going to be building the same unit as your opponent. Yeah, in that case, Elyona, smile for the camera. We need a picture for the autopsy. This is looking brutal, and it's about to get worse. Undermesh now on the way for Kiljardi. Funnily enough, Kiljardi was able to overwhelm in that fight, despite the fact Elio even went in for the undermesh sooner. Didn't matter. And that's the power of the archer trade, right? Like, if a Desert Raider is in archer form, does 8 damage. Great. Sure. Cool. This does 6. And costs less than half, right? 180 resources versus 80. That's why archers is the go-to counter, the thing you're looking for here. I do wonder if, like, in hindsight, I don't want to say horsemen, maybe, though. Like, horsemen plus Desert Raiders would have given mobility diabids here. The problem he has is, like, anytime a fight looked bad, which has been multiple phases, you've struggled to retreat. Like, the problem as well is the way this formation shuffle is working. And I don't know why it does this, by the way, guys. Desert Raiders get put at the back. I'm pretty sure he had them in melee mode and they were still getting put at the back, whereas archers were at the front. The problem with that formation is you have a static unit slowing you down, and your premium unit is going to the back of the formation where archers will target them. It's ridiculously bad. It's possible he did have them in range form because it's just a habit to leave them range form, but has anyone tested this? I haven't been able to confirm. I don't think they ever fixed it so that melee form puts the camels ahead of the archers. It's hard to call because these days, when we do see Desert Raiders, we practically just see Desert Raiders. So double ram now coming in. Kiljardi, he's even got the signal arrow, the bug signal arrow coming in. It's meant to give an extra 5 seconds, it doesn't. I think it gives an extra 2. There's only 2 seconds left in this game. GG called. Kiljardi, cozy as always on the Mongols, will not be denied. He continues on through and somehow overcomes what is meant to be one of the most painful counters for the Mongols. Oof. Really cool series there. Well played to both players. Yeah, kind of crazy the way that one unraveled. I mean, the Mass Desert Raider strategy has been taking over, but I think maybe a little bit too cute here. The tricky part is when it's on Frisian, you do get forced to kind of like have to do something. You can't just fast castle due to trade. But let me is that one uploadable? I think so. That one was kind of interesting. Is this YouTubeable? The question we always ask. Maybe? I might just target that one, maybe uploadable, and think about it later. If someone doesn't come to me straight away. Sorry, I already called one maybe uploadable. Also maybe uploadable. Guys, we are just a few minutes away from a live series, by the way. So let me check in with our boys. Because we should have, and this will be a familiar noise for those who just came through from Bearmore's raid. We've got... Wait, have we got another series live right now? Ooh, we have a choice. So there's the B versus Gully. I've just been informed we have another option as well. Anotand versus Louis. I think we're going to do both. But let's look to catch the Anno Louis one, I think. Because otherwise we're going to have to wait a few minutes for B and Gully to actually draft anyway. So we'll do Anno versus Louis, and then afterwards we'll do B versus Gully. The B versus Gully one will probably be from replays, but it's fine. So let me go and get the draft from these two boys. By the way, for people who haven't been here before, this tournament, you can enter. Like, if you're a high-ranking player, you could actually be playing in these. Every single week we play. This is the second of 30 weeks of esports action for Age of Empires 4. !KPMM will get you the details so you can sign up. We choose some people based on their tournament ranking, but also some people each week based on the ladder ranking in the season. So multiple ways to get in. It's not gatekeepy like some formats can be. So let me get the drafts ready. Actually, Chum, you here, buddy? If not, don't worry, I'll sort it afterwards. But can you do me a favor and, like, can you draft in the maps and everything? And I'm going to hop into game, because we are underway. What means high rank? Probably, like, high conk. Right? So we've had some upcomers. Some people who are, like, ranked 400th, 500th in the world coming in here, right? So it's, like, really cool, because a lot of these formats don't do that. They don't allow for that, right? At least gold. There you go, yeah. If we have a really rough week and no one signs up, a gold could make it in. I mean, we even had some of our modders like Hosen here. He played in the first week. He almost made it to the second week. Cow, piece of trash that he is, almost made it to the second week. All right, should we get ready to go? Let's hop into this. Wait, is Chum here? I mean, no problem if not. I'll sort it between game 1 and game 2. Oof. Ooh, I just realized we can do live predictions as well. Ooh, we'll win. Cow catching the stray bullets. I mean, I don't want to say he deserves it, but yeah. Well, we had to catch this one live. The moment I saw it, I rushed to the PC. My Insanity's Anotand up against Team Elephant's LoueMT. Damn, that feels so good to say, doesn't it? In an RTS, to have teams. I've got to try to help get more teams into Age of Empires. I feel like, you know, there's a lot of talent here. There should be repping a flag. One and all, welcome back to the midweek muster. The second week of our 30 weeks of tournament action here. And we have got quite the matchup here in the quarterfinals? I believe, yeah, we're in the quarterfinals. So if I remember correctly, LoueMT went up against Lash in the round of 16. And Anotand was up against MSN, one of our local kiddos, one of the minors. The toddlers, if you will. But now it's the time for the adults to take the field. And this is going to be a fun matchup, man. You've got a very crafty out-of-the-box type player in Anotand going up against a very crafty late-game out-of-the-box player in LoueMT. A little bit of a different dynamic here, but even more so when you look at the Civ picks, right? Iabid's definitely a Civ that can lean towards that Castle Age play, but we've been seeing more and more of the feudal presence. And then there's the Shuji, which is a Civ that is still playing like a feudal all-in Civ a lot of the time. But I would say was one of the biggest benefactors from the late game changes in Season 9. We are going to be in a high view, by the way, an improved version of high view. If you guys want to check this out yourself, on the mod section, it's called Pigeon's View. And oh my god, what? I just processed that in my brain. That's a pretty little jackpot, guys, for a meditation garden. He's going to snatch it up. I wondered if he'd lean more north side because you're basically choosing stone or wood here. If you go this far north, you can gather probably about 25 wood-ish with the 72 food. Instead, he takes the 72 food, the 25 stone, and probably about 4 wood on this meditation garden per minute. So for reference, guys, just always a reminder, when you're looking at this stage in the game, a villager is probably worth about 40 resources a minute, maybe 45. This is a really good haul for Anotand. Especially in this day and age, because this landmark has been nerfed multiple times. Other side, it's going to be Growthwing. Yeah, so Louis, I like the Growthwing play. I'm a really big fan of it. I actually think Growthwing's even better for like the fast castle players than Desert Raider. You don't really ever want to be going for the Desert Raider option up against the Juji because you're Juganu. Juganu will just kill you. Horseman will also kill you. And remember, in the most recent patch, Juji got a buff to the Horseman play where they have an attack speed buffer of 20% now. You don't want to be going for Logistics Wing for the Dervish because you can't use them in Feudal Age because the healing is great, but against mass ranged armies, it sucks. You just die. So what would that leave, right? Advisors, you only really do advisors if you're going mass desert raiders. You're not going to do that again against Shugi New. Bazaar would be truly bizarre. I don't know why you'd ever do that. And Growthwing with Eco Wing rather with Industry is the same. So it really in this matchup leaves you with 2 options. Actually, no, 1, right? It's Growth and then age-free, the options are like advancement, logistics, or... Do I dare say Bazaar? No, I'm not going to say it. I would say, like, Iabids nowadays have a lot of matchups where they have 2 to 3 options with their wings. This feels like one where you're almost locked into a specific style. So yeah, kind of good for Anotand in that perspective, right? Because it means he knows exactly what he's up against, and this is intriguing. Is this a reaction to the growth wing? He would have scouted it early, right? He would have... Maybe? Or he's just anticipating, because I feel like you only go for this play if you're expecting your opponent to go fast castle. The problem with that is, like, Louis, now with 3 extra workers, he could try to go aggro. And how much sheep do you really have to work with here? Anotand, 10 sheep, not bad. Not crazy, though. Looking at the gold spawns, looking at the food spawns, splits him 2 different ways. So it might be that Louis just sends it. But then there's that. Okay, no. He's camping. He's even shoved in the deer. So Louis is going for a fast castle build. That means Anotand gets away with his greed, right? But what could make this work for Louis? I actually think you go logistics. Think about the difference here. Advancement versus logistics is 24 seconds, right? Getting 3 dervishes out immediately so early on is going to offset the value of the 2TC. And Anotand isn't going to have the resources to contest you because this isn't a civ that gets big perks on TC booming, right? Like, sure, you get that big discount on the wood. Only the wood. You save 120. That's it. You don't get cheaper food costs of villagers. You don't get a faster production rate. It's just you now playing 2TC. So, I know. He is going 2TC, right? What? I mean, he's built this Yangnan, but he's actually going for units first. I think you're still going to see 2TC here, guys. He's just gathering the wood first. This is very efficient, remember? So, like, if you're building stables, it's really, really good. Because with supervision, you're getting more wood drop-off, right? So when you spend 150 wood, you've actually realistically collected 180 wood. So that's a 30 resource difference, right? Because the supervision gives you 20% more. So if you apply that maths, it's kind of interesting because it's almost like getting 100% rebate on the investment because a horseman costs 120 resources. It's like we have some strategies around this where when you play as UG, you build like 4 stables and it just gives you a very aggressive timing of horseman pump. But that's not exactly what we're seeing here. It is going to be the Zhuge still coming in. The horseman is on the way to Raiden to be a little bit annoying, but I mean, Louis, he's already ready, set to go. This might force him to go advancement wing, which can be seen as a win for Anotand. And I'm wondering if this was all a bait. Like, this choice to go Xiangnan, especially when you think about the location, guys, it's almost like he wanted to be seen. Because, like, realistically, you want to know where the Zhuge's Medi Garden is, because based on that, you can tell a lot, right? If it's only food, they could be going for a feudal all-in. If they've gone, like, multi-stone, they might try to, like, just hunker down with outposts eventually. Like, it tells you a lot about the potential play. So, it's almost like he expected the Xiangnan to be seen. Because to block the castle timing with this play feels off. And he has forced it. So, advancement wing's coming in. The next 2 minutes are going to be really telling. Because there's 2 options now for Anotand, right? He can either brute force it, or he can greed. And I think the way you greed here isn't to go 2TC. I think you could go fast castle. With Shaolin Monk Pump, it's pretty cool here, right? Because, like, your opponent's got an advancement, so he's not immediately going to be getting dervishes. His camel lancers take 35 seconds to come out. Instead, though, I know, still adding in units. Spear's coming as well. Okay, so this is looking more and more like an all-in. That's kind of funky. There is a lot of value begged here, right? With the deer, the gold. The berries are forward spawning as well. These deer further out are way too far away. Like, in theory, if you can at least crack this gold, your opponent is full gold starved, right? Because the next 2 options are terrible. But it is a big ask. Berries are going to run out soon. And that's either going to, like, force Louis to come over to the deer, which means all his economy is stacked in one location, which he can't even actually protect right now. The Zhuge do force him back. Or you go for the 4 berry. But that only works if you've got units to defend you. And right now, Louis has none. Camelot's skewed up, but Spearmen already here. Horsemen, in the meantime, are harassing in. He did not go for the Dali horses. Oof, missed opportunity to get 2 kills there, though. Blockers do come through, so it looks like he can still maybe extract 1 kill. Louis is on point with the micro, though. The Zhuganu a little bit too late there. So age up complete. Second outpost is coming online. Louis about to spawn double Camel Lancer here. And Anotand, man, I don't know. I think when you make this type of outpost play, it makes a lot more sense with a Rax on the forward. You kind of just need the spears here already to protect. I think he's going to be forced to go castle. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? I didn't even check that yet. 62% for Anotand. Yeah, I kind of get it. Like, we talked through the options, and the Irobids had to take a very predictable path. Doesn't mean you can't win, but does require a little bit of outplay here, it feels like. Anno is still halfway between all-in and age-free as well. A lot of spears are going to be added in, so Crackedy coming through also. That's at least one nice thing, is, you know, if you aren't up against Camel Lancers and you can't come out the map, you know you're going to need farms. So from that perspective, going Song doesn't hurt that much. I think this is also why we didn't see him go for Fast Castle in the end. It's like, I mentioned it as a possibility. He could have still done it, but he wouldn't have benefited from that 15% discount that makes it so good for Zhuji. I wonder, is there a world in which Anno builds a ram? No siege engineering. The other problem is, like, one ram here, what's that going to do? The amount of time it would take you to break this, Camel Lancers galore, right? And also there's a risk your opponent's building either the archers or the golems behind. We see it's going to be double archery range coming through from Louis. Anotand's approach to this matchup is kind of like something I'd expect to see on Season 8. Because even on a map like Highview, you probably just wall. And then you'd be protected. But this is really hard to wall now, guys. It takes double the time, and look how much he'd need to wall. All across here, all across here, all across here. It's almost like you wish you spawned on the east side of this tree line. This game feels too peaceful. I think Louis is just going to go probably double Mosque. Double's probably greedy, but one Mosque makes a lot of sense now. Because Anotand isn't really contesting you, so at this point your thought process has to turn to the possibility that he's going to go age free and snatch relics. Because the other thing as well is, like, Louis, I don't think he's checked all the pocket economies, right? He's just assuming Zhuji are going to be true to their word of loving taxes too much and not play wide. In fairness to him, he's correct. Anotand is taking no risks with his economy. He's, however, getting close to a tech up. I don't think we're deep enough in the game that Mount Lu Academy makes sense. This still feels like a Shao and Monk play. It is dangerous now that your opponent has mass cav out, because you're probably just going to get sniped on the run out. But because he has farms, it at least makes sense, right? Like, if you think about it, if you don't go Shao and Monastery, you don't have much gold to work with, right? And you have to go Monks, which cost gold. Shao and Monastery, however, you've got several farms, more coming in. You can afford a pump of food-only units. Spear Zhugnu. That is a terrible engagement. Anotand, big mistake made. He's about to get sandwiched here because the other group of Lancers arrives. So Anotand, while he's trying to tech up, we're still trying to posture aggressively here. The dive-in does nothing on the south side. The army gets mopped up, and Anotand now in a pickle. Because now Louis can easily go for the relics. Yeah, and you can see what he was doing. Anno did scout the move onto the D on the south side. Doesn't work out for him at all. In fact, funnily enough, Louis is doing this because he needed the wood. This guy is scaling archers while playing on straggler trees, and it's working. Now the ram coming up, he'll get access to the home trees again. LoueMT should be able to build the camel homies now. Here it is, Moss coming up. And it was Mount Lu Academy in the end, so you can see Anotand is just forfeiting the map. You would never go Mount Lu Academy if you thought you could still contest map here. Now remember, this is going to give you better taxmen. The most important tech is this, the single whip reform. The reason this is going to be important to have better taxation is gold is going to be hard to access for Anotand on this map. Look at the spawns. There's some sneaky gold opportunities, but they're all far away. So either way you paint it, it's going to be difficult to get out and secure your second vein. Sprint placements are at least coming in for Anno. Veterancy for the Spearman was supervised in, Anotand already having it, but the burn's going to be there. The outpost did get the sprint placement, but failed to get the fortification. Difficult to try and contest this now. The archers essentially just frontlined it by the time. Mass spears should be enough to scare him away. Don't want to spend those expensive camel lancers. But with the archers start to step away, it can turn into a decent trade. And the important thing is this is kind of you putting Anno on notice. He understands the weakness. He sniffs it out. The other issue is, although you do have better taxmen now with Mount Lu Academy, it costs you something to build them, right? He's got 3 taxmen, therefore he built less villages. It's much more difficult to get into villages when you don't have a second taxman, rather, when you don't have a second TC. So other tricky thing about this matchup for Zhuji, actually, I mentioned that Zhuji have a party in the early age. Later age is weird, right? Because we are talking about a meta in which Desert Raiders feel like one of the most buff units in Imperial. And we're also talking about a matchup where Zhuji's buffs came in the form of cavalry in Imperial. So late game, you actually, I think, do quite poorly against Ayu. Your economy is good, but your military matchups aren't. So just something to be kind of cognizant of here. I think Anotand needs to do something big in Castle. Because although Ayabids usually get memed on for their Imperial potential, players have been taking it more and more serious. If they get a good castle, they get their relics, they can play that imp. Their economy might not be as good as Abbasid's, but their units can be. Do we even have Dali horses? It does offset the unease, right? It's 20% attack speed compared to 20% damage loss, but I mean, those numbers are actually kind of a lie, right? Like, if only that was how the world worked. Like, you might have 20% more attack speed, but you have to account for damage mitigation, so it's still a loss. It does minimize the pain of it, at least. So it looks like he is going Horseman. Makes sense, right? It's mostly archers. You already see Louis is anticipating armored units, has crossbows on the way. So I know he could play crossbows plus the horseman here. You could just kind of play spear plus horseman. The reason you don't want to do spear horseman, though, is it's just you get kited, right? Plus the fact your opponent's got archers, you don't want to enable that, because one scary thing, we don't see it so many times these days, but it's still a factor, is the Sultan's Mamluks. Sultan's Mamluks with the damage buff, like if you're building archers into spears, you're living the dream. Alright, 1s if you think Anotand's going to take this opening game, 2s if you think it's going to go the way of Louis. Because now we're starting to kind of anchor down, we're painting the full picture. Louis in a pretty strong position, his army is substantially stronger from a value perspective. But it is a type of China, and diving can be difficult. So we can dive. Lancer is going to force a bit of idle time over here. Rams are now moving in. We do have the text queued up, so it's going to be the regional inspection. This is cool. He's got a decent amount of food with the farms, right? What he wants to do is be very efficient on the supervision. Also pretty cool for this as well, the tech timings. Doesn't have Dali horses coming, but that should be coming soon. Like, when you go up to about 10 horsemen, it's worth having. And yes, Sultan's Mamluks does affect archers, affects all infantry. That's why, actually, Ibids are pretty decent in the late game, because their gunpowder units also are affected by it. Good pushback here. Understanding timing. This is not a point in the game where Louis wants to try and fight him over this. The Camel Lancers are good at raiding, sure, but the direct fights would be ugly. So good shove away here. And it feels like way too many crossbows here for Louis. No reason to build them either, right? And an important point in the game as well, because now Anotand can move out for the gold. Not just that. Is that... Yeah, that's pro scouts. A little bit surprised because there isn't really much left. Actually, I say that. For some reason, Louis left the deer. Never went for it. Guess he wanted to try and find the berries instead. So there is actually a lot of value still on the map for Anotand. Good strike back here. Gets him a little bit of space. Does land now set up the gold. So there's going to be some harassment on the economy. And loses 2 villages for it in the end, though. What? Sultan's Mamelukes? The thing that has, like, several different names. Kiljardi, please. Or Mamelukes Bravery. Yeah, it's called Sultan's Mamelukes in the blacksmith. I think when you hover on it on a person, it's called like Mamelukes Bravery, right? And I think in the campaign, it had an entirely different name. Honestly, whoever made Ibids, just decide. I'm pretty sure it has 3 or 4 different names, depending on where you look at it in the game. So calm moment here. How's Anotand looking on the farms? It's still only 1 granary. Golden Age 3 just came in. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, the production speed is nice. But I'd say you wish you were Bastards. Let's just put it that way. Things like eco scaling feels a lot better. One thing I will say actually is like Golden Age 4 kind of feels underwhelming now because that's the siege units discount, right? The siege units discount is kind of oof. Maybe there's a world in which we start seeing the Tower of the Sultan. I haven't seen anyone really experiment with it yet. In theory, it could be good, right? Because remember, like, what was the big count? Do you guys remember what the big counter to Tower of the Sultan was? It was Springolds. Now Springolds don't counter it. So in theory, there could be a good siege weapon that comes out of that all. And here it comes, baby. Sultan's Mamelukes. You know how like gunpowder units have to wait until age 4 to get their hands on their unique tech? The one that gives them movement speed and extra damage against infantry? This comes an age earlier. And by the way, if we do go Imp, Iobis can get that tech with this. Do you want to see what a gunpowder unit looks like moving at the speed of a horseman? You will. You will. Camelot's array coming in. I don't think he found much for that, though. It's idle time, which is good. And he's kind of grinding the game out. Like, I'm not really impressed by Anotand's food income still. Awesome raid could be good, but half of them do get baited onto the Archer Mass, so villagers will be able to shuffle away. Minimum losses here. The army already reacting, so a few Camelots are going to be coming in to clear that up. One thing that's interesting is, like, with the nerfs to walls, the classic style of late-game high view was wall the map. That's very difficult to do. Especially when both players are playing cavalry and both players are only 1 TC. Yeah, very different dynamic. I think this is one of the maps, in conjunction with the changes we made, because, by the way, this is Pigeon's View, a better version of High View, Shuffle's tie. The other thing to keep in mind is the nerfs to walling also made this map much better. Because old school Pigeon's View, or rather High View, you just walled. It happened every game. You walled and then you traded. Right? But like between walls being harder to do, as you're now seeing Anotand try 21 minutes in, and the trade post not being in the corner, there's less value and much more difficulty getting those walls up compared to just a few weeks ago. Oh, cheeky little Camelot's raid. Love that. He goes deeper intentionally, so he's on top of extra villages. And we are 2 TC now, right? Yeah, so Anotand makes the switch. Louis has yet to do this. Now, the good news for Louis is he does have 5 Sacred Sites. 5 relics on a Sacred Site. So pretty healthy from that perspective. The bad news for Louis is I don't even know if he scoured that second TC. He sees it now. Meanwhile, Anotand's army is going to look to dive in, but Louis does have the numbers here. This is a difficult fight. It's mass ranged in choke points. Anotand misreading the state of the game here. Yeah, if he had mass horsemen, this makes a lot of sense. He didn't. He tried to dive that with spears and crossbows against archer crossbows. Terrible matchup for him. So Louis favored there. And it's a good thing that Anotand backs off when he does, because that would have been a wipe of the army and an immediate counterattack. This at least buys him some time to scale a counteraction. But Louis is already prepping for that. The only thing you can do if you're Anotand when you see this is go horseman. Louis is already prepping spears. Does peel off a small group to at least hunt economy. Key drop is kind of frustrating here, right, for Louis? There was a kind of indirect nerf to Iobid Abbasids with Season 9. I know, right? I can't believe it. The Camel Sieves aren't fully OP. That nerf is the meta right now is trebuchets. And that's the one siege weapon you cannot build with your army. So, like, it's a small thing, but it does kind of matter for those transferal points. Considering that keeps now feel like, I'd say, a better stopper against all-in pressure than they were in the previous patch. Because, like, before, if your opponent dropped a keep and you tried to build trebs, he would just build sprints. It was incredibly obnoxious. Like, yes, trebs have better range, but sprints, like, you look away for a second, what the hell, it's just sniped on my trebs. So, like, now, it does take time, but if you can get into it, it is basically the safest way to try and crack these keeps. But compared to, like, obviously Mongols are now the only Civ that can build trebs in the field anymore. So it definitely kind of skewed the timings for the Ibids and Bastards a little. That being said, we do now have the trebs on the way. We do have 2 TC. And the trebs are going to come out fairly quick because he does have Military Academy, right? No Military Academy, but he does at least have the Age 3, which gives him the production speed. Stone access should be reasonable, right? Like, I think he had the passive stone. Yeah, so he's getting 25 a minute. And on top of that, he is gathering more in the corner. So he can keep this castle up for a while. In fact, he's got a second one coming behind this. So kind of smart by Anotand. He's just buying time. You could waste time repairing, or you could just set up one behind this. The reason this is better is further away from your opponent, so he has to come deeper towards your territory. And on top of that, you don't really need this for keep. You already exhausted the gold. Wait, why are we free TC? Okay, this is getting greedy, man. Every Chinese player ever. Ironically, against a real-life Chinese player. Is there a world in which Louis just goes for Imp? It's starting to kind of trend that way. If he can't break the base quickly, his military will bulk out and he'll have to. The thing that I do see as an issue, and he's fixing it now, is farms. Farm count is only about 12 right now. So he needs to go up to 30 before the idea of like Imp makes a lot of sense here. He does have the reinforcement wing though. And Louis is kind of notorious for this. In fact, if you guys remember, last week in the Grand Finals, we saw one of the best executions of a fast Imperial Ibid game I've seen from this guy. It's on the YouTube. If you haven't seen it, highly recommend it. The only time Pigeons Valley got played that entire tournament. And it was a bang. Other issue for Anno, by going like free TC here, right, you don't have much time to greed because there is the sacred sites to worry about. No keep drops, which I think is a bit problematic for Louis. He's going to set up outposts, but you're going to need more if you want to protect these areas. I think his logic is like with the way that we've designed Pigeon's view, the sacred sites are close enough that you should in theory be able to pivot between the two. Louis. Now going to march in, so Anotand. The question mark is how much can the horseman do for you? How good is the Dali horse's buff? We're going to find out. Cavalry amassment almost complete. He's going to have to come out soon. He's close to population, as is Louis. The question then is who can boom into Age 4 quicker? Who benefits more from that transition? I think actually, Anno, man, the best thing he could do is if he can snake into Age 4 with the Sun. Right? Just go for the Temple of Sun here. And then you switch it over onto the damage for cavalry. You could take this fight very convincingly. He also would have supervision to rush elite tech on horsemen. So there is a world in which Anotand is able to like bum rush out of his base at like 4 minutes to go. And then just take Sacred Site afterwards. But with the way things are going, Louis looks like he might be prepped. Resource hall. This is going to be reinforcements. Adabegs is an option as well, but if you're going into Imperial Age against Yuji, the best take is to go into Cavalry. And your best counter is to play Desert Raiders. Dude, Kiljardi. Chill. You know how late it is for Louis right now? He doesn't need the Wood 2. He's got the Golden Age. And it's on the way. So 1 minute and 40 seconds away. Now, this is enough time for Anotand to catch up. Trebs are creeping in, but it's a slow process that keeps slowing it all down. Anotand, he's going to jump it. Horsemen move in here. The mangoes are extending. They're looking for the Kisplat. That's not exactly what I was looking for, though. Horsemen might just be able to win this fight. Anotand. Look at the numbers. Look how quickly they're shrinking. Louis' army seems to be dying a little bit faster. And production should be on the side of Anotand, but can he break it? Siege has now been reached. And I think that's going to be a wipe of the army. LoueMT, he chose the tech, and it could be his undoing here. Anotand, able to brute force through. They'll mop up the last of the mangoes. The crossbows are doing a surprising job of reducing the horseman count. The question now is, can Anotand reset the timer? The other issue now is everything has to go back into horseman, right? He has to replace the losses, so he's not going to keep himself at home, right? He's not going to stop here, reset, go into Imperial Age. At this stage, he needs to break face. And this is an opportunity to break out. He's going to be moving over now. No Spooner placement, so decap feasible. I think this game, folks, is going to be going deeper. No Sacred Site win condition. LoueMT still about 30 seconds away from Age 4. Anotand, does he read it? Does he sense it? Something doesn't feel right after that dive. There was no reinforcing wave. The problem now is if Anotand sticks on Horseman, he needs H4. Desert Raiders will beat your ass. For multiple reasons. It's not just the elite tech, it's also the fact that like you won't have the sun, right? You won't have the extra power behind you. Like, once again, this Temple of Sun every day of the week. Do not be the guy that goes GG Library. Dali horses on Horseman with the Temple of Sun, in theory at least, should beat Desert Raiders. But I haven't seen how that plays out with Golden Age 5. And Louis a boomer, guys. He's a zoomer in age, but he's a boomer in game. If there's any player on Irobids that's going to get tier 5, get the attack speed on the camels, it's going to be Louis. Oh no, he went Shuji Library. Okay, so let's try to take the positive note on this. Help. I think it's Yuga Nu. Right? It has to be Yuga Nu. It's the only thing that makes sense, but a little bit scary. I mean, Yuga Nu, they did get buffed. Their Ming damage got buffed as well. It went from 12 to 14. Really, really big buff, actually. So the 10,000 bolts is pretty cool here. The potential negative is if Louis just goes for the camel support, maxes out on his ranged armor, he's going to have 6 ranged armor on these Desert Raiders, which also benefit from biology, right? So, like, although Yuga Nu will still do a lot of damage, you don't just melt as quickly as you'd think here. Yeah, he has got the elite text come through. Now, the positives of Zhuji Library is if you survive the first 2 minutes of making the weird choice, you will have the tech, and then you'll have Temple Sun anyway. Right? Like that's why some players do this, but we've seen a lot of games where players go for the Zhuji Library, and they don't use it. Welcome to those games. Nothing has been taken yet. He needs to get all these other elite techs first before he thinks about doing anything with it. Meanwhile, LoueMT is getting ready for the go point. Infantry support's coming in. Incineraris is also on the way. Yeah, so what he could actually do here... Does he just front line with, like, what, Horsemen with Desert Raiders? But no, that doesn't work. I think you have to go just a small handful of Gulems to absorb shots, and then you can play Desert Raiders in ranged. It's weird because you don't want to build spears here, even as cannon fodder, because remember, unlike the Chinese, the Zhuji's repeated crossbows are pretty damn good against melee infantry. The +1 times 3. And wait, no. Okay, he at least gets the 10,000 bolts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zhuji Library. Oh boy, but that's all he's going to get. No Temple of Sun coming either. I'm getting an uncomfortable feeling about this game for Anotand. He's out of gold. He only has taxation. He does at least have a lot of those techs from the Outlaw Academy. So he's at least swift with the taxmen running around the base. We do have the repeated crossbows coming in. LoueMT, not crazy about this choice, but I guess he doesn't have much of a choice in the matter. Maybe Horseman would have made more sense. Horseman plus Desert Raiders. It doesn't give you the infantry support aura, but it does at least give you mobility, and also gives you a more favorable fight into Horseman Juke. Instead, he's going to try to shuffle forward here. Knows the spearmen are likely to die. They just need to buy some time. Desert Raiders account here. He has 5 ranged armor. These guys only do 9 damage per strike. A heavy reduction in stats. Yet the big problem here is this man does not have his full tech unlocks. Right? He built a uni, but he also didn't build a uni. There's no Incineraris. There's no Ming, right? Like, he's still in Song Dynasty here. There's no biology. Like, there's a lot of things missing right now for Anotand. And with the lack of gold access, I don't see how he gets them. Desert Raiders just standing their ground. Sacred Site victory 3 minutes away now. On top of that, remember the Desert Raiders, he's adding in 7 for free every 2 minutes. In a game where his opponent is gold starved. In a game where it feels like Anotand can do no right anymore. And the difference that this map makes. Imagine if we had been on a standard high view. He would have had 40 traders. He would have had some unbelievable way of trying to claw back in. But no, instead, the aggressor is rewarded here. GG gets called. There is no stopping the camel train. Sushi Library again, man. I mean, it's kind of tricky. I get the 4 to 10,000 bolts, but you got to wonder, maybe biology tech, not sure if it would have been good enough, but the option of things like the incendiary arrows were missing, right? I still think Temple of the Sun with normal uni into biology maybe would have served him better. It just always feels weird whenever I see the Sushi Library come out first. It either loses you the game, or you end up building a Temple of the Sun before you do anything with it anyway. Oh, we saw the former here, and it means that Louis takes an early lead. A series that could have easily ended up in the semi-finals, grand finals, but here we are in a best-of-3 elimination, and Anotand's tournament life on the line in week number 2 of the midweek muster. Stay tuned, because we're going to find out if he can stay alive. Oi, oi, oi. All right, I need to update the drafts, because it's definitely not Kiljardi's series. What? So, let me get this loaded in. We'll reset the draft. 3 maps, and we have Highview. That was Juji versus the Ayu. So that'll be a win for the right. And then we have Gorge and Cliffside are the other 2 maps. Yeah, I knew that Gorge was coming. I think actually Anotand has been consistently just drafting Gorge nonstop. Cliffside really kind of fits with what I'd expect out of Louis. Cliffside's weird. Like, if you play it right, it's not as much a rush map as it's a late game. And what is up, Raub Copiera? Appreciate you, buddy. Making Gambas great again. That's right. They've returned. Thank you for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm for the 2nd month. Hopefully the 2nd of many to come. Let me mark that up as a win for Louis, and we'll get ready for the 2nd game of this live series. Yeah. Actually, we're fully caught up. They're now getting ready to hop in for the next game. But by the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed, I highly do recommend it, considering that this is the 2nd week of 30 weeks of Age of Empires 4 esports circuiting. Officially hosted and casted on this channel. So you want to mark it in your calendar. This is the place to be. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Almost every single week, I can guarantee that. Thursdays will be our finals every single time around. So we've got a lot of quarterfinals happening today. Some semi-finals maybe as well. Semis should also be happening tomorrow. I'll be live to cast those. And then on Thursday, we're going to have our finals. And the first edition delivered beyond a doubt. Like, it delivered incredible games. Okay, so just got confirmation. Map number 2 is going to be Gorge. It's going to be Chinese versus French. Could Louis have picked Roos here? Because Cliffside's the final map, right? So, like, I mean, you can use Roos better on Cliffside than French, right? By going for the French pick here, he leaves his final pick stronger because you have Roos and English. Roos is really good because the Kremlin drop can block the front ramps, and English are good for the rush potential. So I kind of get where Louis is coming from, and he has peeled back a strong pick because now Anotand doesn't have the Barbican pick for Cliffside, which leaves him with Zhone or Delhi. So we're likely going to be seeing, what, Delhi versus Roos for the final game. Kind of wild. Yeah, you don't see that one that often. I think in that one, Roos just rushed Castle. Let's see if we get there, though. Let's hop in. 30 players signed up for KPM free so far. Do not... Yeah, exactly. Guys, listen to Tune, exclamation mark KPMM. Take advantage of this. There's still more slots up for grabs. Go sign up now. You could be playing in KPMM free. Sign-ups close on Wednesday, so act fast. And remind me, what did we go for, Tune? Did we confirm the map pool yet? I think we are releasing that. Are we talking about that on Wednesday, maybe, or Thursday? Well, his name sounds French, so he had to pick the French. One and all, welcome back to AOE4 action. And he's up against the Chinese, so he had to pick the Chinese. Welcome back. We've got LoueMT on French, Anotand on the Chinese for game number 2. And Kiljardi coming in with a question. Why do people think French is playable? Did something change? Yeah, actually, like, something did change. So, for a start, TC booming became a little bit less desirable, which in theory should have maybe hurt French a bit, but I think the economy just got a little bit better. Remember, with the changes they made, making it so that your Dark Age produces villages quicker than it used to, you now have 0.66 villages more on average when you go for an efficient tech timing to Age 2. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have to produce premium knights, it actually adds up. In conjunction with that, certain maps definitely can favor French, and I think historically, Gorge is one that fits it. Usually your opponent can run out of food fast. I do think it comes down to the initial scout rotation and finding enough value, and I love the way Anotand has addressed that. Double scout opener to try and ensure he gets enough sheep and ensure that Louis does not. This is bad. Yeah, and look at the way that Anno scouted. Straight down the center areas. So that means that Louis is going to waste a lot of time not gathering additional sheep. He has 8 sheep in total. Meanwhile, Anno's already up to 17. There's a risk he grabs these last 2, and we're talking about 19 sheep versus 8. Now, Louis can play out onto berries, onto the deer, because he's French. However, with limited food, that's going to lead to gaps in your gathering very early on. There's an opportunity here for Anotand to either rush age 3 or just zerg onto the map fast. Damn. This is crazy. Gamba. Are we too deep in? I feel like we're very deep in. I'll give you guys 30 seconds. You have to rush it. I mean, this is very important, right? Like, at this stage, we've revealed a lot. The fact that he got that many sheep. I've seen Anotand do these plays sometimes, and it just doesn't pay off, right? But, like, it seems like he's maybe been working on this, practicing Gorge in particular. I believe so far, Anotand has drafted Gorge either every series or all but one in this tournament. This week, he's been coveting this map, so he's definitely been practicing these rotations. Apparently, it's paid off, because that is an 8 sheep haul versus 18. Berries may have been buffed, but you really don't want to be on this early. Other side, it's just to be in the Imperial Academy, so pretty standard there. This is actually really nice. The Imperial Academy placement isn't just nice because of the way that it could buff everything around it for taxation over time. Like, military goes here, eco. The other thing that kind of gets underrated is because we're an Age of game that does something very different in that we don't block pathing with buildings, right? Remember, you can still go left and right. It doesn't mean there's no value. Look at Anno's vision. If a knight comes around here and charges, you have a very small amount of time to react. If a knight comes around here and charges, but instead of doing this, goes, woo, you have plenty of time. Like, I don't want to say doubled, it's more like 1.5x your time to react. So yeah, building placements can help a lot with that. It's not quite on the level of Age of Mythology or Age of Empires 2 where you're going to stop units entirely, but it really does add up. And I think that's also why you're seeing Anotand now even adding in the house before he gets to the lumber camp. Just creating his own little Takeshi's castle there. We've got a deer shoving as well. All right, man. He's not coming out. This is hard. Louis is trying to go for the knights to break in. I don't think he's going to go multi-TC. You kind of just can't unless China does it. Because there's a risk. If you go 2TC, China is just going to rush age 3. And you are food-starved, right? So your town center would have to be very aggressive, like out here. So your only other option is you shove deer in. But Louis hasn't done that. Does spot the Barbicans. So Song is going to be coming. It looks like it's going to force Louis' hand. A base that was already very difficult to dive into just got 10 times harder. Keep in mind, he also does secure the stone. So in Louis' mind, he now has to play as if his opponent is going to TC. Dare I look at how you guys have been gambling? Oh my god, 103,000? Wait, who is that in favor of? I'm going to risk alt-tabbing with AoE 4. No, I can't even do it, dude. It's so laggy. Let me know if you guys have been having this problem. I don't know what the hell they've done with Season 9, but alt-tabbing out, using Windows key, your frames dive harder than Cristiano Ronaldo in a World Cup. I'm English, we'll always hold on to that grudge. Stone gathering coming. So Louis, this kind of feels like he's taken the bait. He's going 2TC. Is Anotand going to do so in kind? Or is there the potential for something more tech-oriented? He's scouting out for it. He's aware of the deer. The problem is, like, this TC has to go on the east side. I don't think Anotand is necessarily going to rush spears here, right? Like, it would be too slow. But there is a world, I think, in which you go 2TC, like 2TC yourself, right? Because you're still out boom. We're going to hit the 2 times speed, just going to want to get to live as possible. I still kind of like the fast castle idea. Because you can just supervise lancers out. You've got so much food. Rax is coming in, so at least have the spears. So, like, what he could do with this much food is you just Zerg spears with supervision. You just pump, like, 15, 20, and you go for the second TC. Because your opponent went knights, and he's going 2 TC. So he doesn't have the capability of spamming into archers that quickly. He's going to try to now as Louis dropping the first range. Not sure he's coming well. Okay, this is going to be Spears Yugen all in. Anotand is not going to wait around, folks. He's amassing for the offensive. He took the bait. Oh, so, you know, someone's going to be watching and going, oh, man, Louis, like such an obvious thing. Why'd you fall for it? I've lost to Zhuge so many times. And then you just realize you self-flamed. But, like, think about it from Louis' perspective. He sees all this food being taken. He sees a Barbican. He knows the Imperial Academy behind it. You're looking at this game and going, well, if he's not going to come out, like, this is begging 2TC. He has so many sheep. Of course he can do 2TC. He even shoved the deer in. He's going to do 2TC. So I have to do 2TC. Because breaking Barbican is so difficult pre-15 minutes. The investment is so frustrating. And when you try to dive, you know there's going to be a bunch of Zhuge in the choke points. It's like I can kind of see where Louis is coming from trying to turn this into more of a macro game. But I think Anotand just led him down the path. Baited him perfectly here. Like, you know, he's the snake in the holy garden. See vision coming in. So Steeled Arrow first, and then it should be immediately into Siege Engineering. Once you have Steeled Arrow, you can actually start marching out really soon here. Because you know your opponent isn't going to be Blacksmith rushing. Instead Louis, he was prepping Raxus. I think that was a misclick. More archers are coming. Army is already on the way. Anotand, he's really getting that name, isn't he? After what he done on the weekend. Undermesh also coming. This is going to be a huge advantage, folks. It's all queued up. And remember, the supervision, look how quick it is. 16 seconds, 12 seconds. Takes him no time at all. Meanwhile, Louis, he can drop a Blacksmith and get Bloomery immediately. That doesn't help you here. You need Undermesh now. Instead, it's going to take you a minute. A minute you might not have, because if Anotand just rushes into the Siege Engineering, goes double ram here, this TC will be unprotectable. Anotand looking to do a Tour de France here. Ram's being built. And what does he do? He builds it right in vision, just in case Louis wasn't aware. This town center is about to be revoked. He needs the Blacksmiths. He basically needs to buy a minute. We're not seeing it come here, though. Yeah, he's got plenty of gold gathering in Fury to get it, but he's just pumping into Knights instead. I know, probably waiting for the second ram. Like, 3 rams makes this a very quick break, but you can do it with 2 as Zhuge as well. He'll have to start with the outpost, and then you're just down to 8 shots coming at you. Like, it's much easier to do this to secondary TCs than primaries, right? Because it's double the arrow fire from a primary. Oh, Louis. It's tricky. There's some matchups that force this. I think China versus French is a bit harder to force this behavior out of French, especially on a map like Gorge, but he's done such a good job of it. Louis is at least going to have plenty of food as he's shuffling out into the north side. The problem becomes more direct here, though. You could look good if you survive for like another 6 or 7 minutes, sure. Anotand is going for a kill. This is a, I want this game done with, and game 3 on the way before 15. Third ram now coming in. This will be the break point. He has given some hope here for Louis, because he bought him enough time to get the Blacksmiths. But guys, what is that? He's going Steeled Arrow. Is that a misclick? I mean, you see this many Zhuge, you don't go Steeled Arrow first. You go Undermesh. Probably feels like he needs to snipe out the spears, but I'm not convinced by this. Steeled Arrow is just so far away still. Ram's already dealing with the outposts. Zhuge getting a few picks for free. And now you can siege this down. Spears, he's actually going to clown car them in. Yeah, now it's impossible to approach with the Knights. He's going to try, but they're waiting to pinch him. Sick micro. Anotand, I mean, they know of clown carring for range, but no one said anything about melee. Come a little bit closer. I got someone to show you. He wants to get straight to the point of the spear here. Archer count down to 7. LoueMT, there's no holding onto this TC. And we are going to get a game 3, as rightly this series deserves. A quick strike back by Anotand. We talked about this in the late game. Louis, crafty and creative, a big threat. In the early game, Anotand brings that level of creativity and that overwhelming aggression. And he finds a very easy, succinct win up against the French. Because there's no coming out of this now in one piece. I mean, it's a double military advantage. It's triple ram still, and he knows it. GG called. Sick plays. Short game, but a really cool one. Yes, one-sided, but the elegance with which Anotand approached this, from the scouting to the timing, the bait with the barbican, it's all so elegantly executed to give LoueMT the rope to leave himself hanging. Whoa. Man, I don't know if it's about the clown carring or something else with that one. Oh, that was cool either way. So, let me list that up. So that was Chinese versus Hunch. That's going to be a win for the left. So we are 1-1. That means we do get a game free, folks. Let me get that loaded up in a second. I need to come up with names for these. I'm just marking them uploadable. I can't put in a title, he gave him the rope to hang himself. I need something more child-friendly. He laid... New scouting rotation cripples players. I'll list that a bit better afterwards. Okay, so... Delhi versus English. Oh, Jesus, guys. This is... Louis gonna have to do the white push again. This is actually a really hard matchup. Let me get predictions done. We'll hop in. God, that's laggy. Someone asked earlier, I think I might be on borderless as well. Let me double check. Yeah, I'm on borderless full screen. Someone was asking earlier about that. Put on 2 minutes. And we'll go predictions. Alright, let's get ready to go.
Done.
The most vile White Tower rusher we have seen on Cliffside, and he might need to do it again. One and all, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Week number 2 here. We've gotten to a game-free decider in this single elim quarterfinals between LoueMT and Anotand. And oh my, is it a brutal matchup. Delhi against English. Not just any Delhi. One of the best Delhi players in Age of Empires 4 right now. Anotand gets his comfort civ on a map where he can frustrate an English pick. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Louis is going to approach this. If you guys remember, LoueMT, he was our grand finalist, our second place finisher in week number 1, and he delivered an incredible game. English versus Japanese up against Wham to get an unexpected victory. If you've not seen the recording, even though I just spoiled it for you, go watch it. Your jaw will hit the floor. And I wonder if we're going to have to see something similar here, because this is hard to just play standard English with. Delhi are a scourge upon the English experience in this game. You play 2TC, they can Ghazi rush you. You play for that age free, they can Elephant rush you. This civ has options, and I imagine we're going to be seeing the Dome of Faith to begin to expand those options for Anotand early. And look at the vote bar there, man. Let me know if you'd actually bank on the English here, because no one is willing to. 87% of the votes going the way of Anotand. We don't rig the elections here. We just provide good arguments. And Louis is trying to provide one back the other way. Council Hall. Council Hall makes a lot of sense on Cliffside. A short map, one that you can utilize the ramp on. He's looking to send it. The problem is, this plays into the Anotand opening of Ghazi, or the Delhi opening, right? Like, you go Dome of Faith, you play into Ghazi. You want a reason to go for them. So Louis needs to optimize his economy quickly to make sure he's got enough wood for up to 4 Lombo pumps, and then a racks dropped alongside that happening. So you want to be very wood heavy here. It's why it's almost 50-50 on the economy. I'd say you probably want to try to lean the extra worker into wood, maybe the next 2 into wood. Oi, oi. Sheep rotation. How are we looking on Nano? Okay, so 17 sheep as expected, but credit to Louis. He kind of cut on the inner here. Sometimes this works. It's kind of not working for him as they skirt the sheep, but this rotation around is going to lead to the completion up here where maybe there's 1 or 2 sheep left. Getting this many sheep is English when you know that Delhi are going to have a better rotation is still good. Like 14 sheep compared to 17. If you guys remember, that last game was horrific for Louis. So this one's a lot better. Means he doesn't have to worry about the early farms. That's really important for English here. If you have to go into 2 to 3 farms, it doesn't sound like a lot, but remember what I said about the early wood. You need those initial lombos with 2 supporting spearmen optimally. You can't be off on your timing here. Other nice thing about playing English here, actually, with this timing against Delhi, is most civs have to worry about a bit of extra gold gathering to get the veterancy upgrade, the hardened status for their spears. English get it by default, remember. So that's actually really nice of them here. It means you don't have to split your eco, because at this stage in the game with this build, Louis can't afford to go for wheelbarrow. So walking a villager over on the gold, to then come back onto wood and food, which is what you really need, doesn't feel ideal. We do have a villager shuffling forward for what looks like an outpost drop. Tech up complete. Wait, no, he's going for the wall. Okay, I prefer this. The outpost was questionable in my brain because the Ghazi come out so quickly when you supervise, right? You put a scholar inside, you pump them out in 11 seconds. This is a lot smarter. The problem is you need the lombos here ASAP. Anotand is going to try to block this. And these walls, hard to do, but luckily for Louis, that gold vein spawn is perfect. Minimizes the wall investment, which is important considering how much longer this takes to do now. Lombo now arriving, so that's going to force Anotand away. Notice the start step from Louis. He's gap closing so that when Anotand tries to pull away, he's going to end up losing the scout. Great moves there. So Ano riding blind in this deciding game, and LoueMT looks like he's going to get the wall up. Oh, and this is vicious. Because I've seen what you can do with this, guys. This is really important. When you get these type of walls up, you can essentially kind of create little pockets. Right? I don't know if Louis is going to do it, but even if he just goes back and builds an outpost behind this, he's going to starve off frontal food. He's going to be in range of the sheep, so Anotand might want to consider shuffling this to the backside. Otherwise, he could find himself stripped of food access quickly. Damn. I'm impressed, man. This, like, once again, just to reiterate, I'm pretty sure, like, I'd have to pull up the stats. I haven't looked at them recently, but I feel like this is a 80% Delhi win rate matchup. It's really good for them. Because English tend to greed. They tend to play for that fast castle build 2TC. Which, I mean, dude, even though you're English, playing 2TC against Delhi is crazy. So that really helps Delhi a lot. But on top of that, even when you play the Age, the idea is like Tower of Victory means that Delhi can just blob you. But this is Dome of Faith. And admittedly, we haven't seen that many Dome of Faith English games. Not ones that end in feudal. Usually they just slog out to castle because every English player under the sun likes building town centers. And you'd think a player like Louis would be one to do it too, but he understands his matchups. Moves in, not able to get that snipe. Doesn't quite have the vision. Good read by Anotand. What did we say about this before? Delhi are broken for textiles. They get it so fast, even quicker with Dome of Faith. It's a fantastic read. Against English in particular. English, French, these type of civs will always manage to find a way of sneakily getting one villager kill. So with that in mind, textiles pays for itself. Other cool thing about it with Delhi is like it's doubly OP because you can always just pull a scholar to heal a very injured villager, right? Like, I don't know. I've said about how broken I think textiles is, how much better it is for this civ in particular. It's even better when you consider the Dome of Faith build. So Ghazi are going to be on a stand ground move on the north side here. We do have 2 trying to roam around. He hasn't got the undermesh though, so diving's difficult. In fact, he's just been pumping Ghazi. Yeah, there's no blacksmith play yet. Louis can get a really big edge here if he just preps that. Looks like he's going to try to snipe the scout. We were to get it, but the spearmen do get a bit of counterattack in here. Now, losing the scout isn't the end of the world because the Lombos have really great vision. And because he has spears here, he doesn't have to worry about overextending. Anotand is far too one-dimensional. He's going to try to fix it. He's going to try to open his perspective like Stephen Hawkins would do for us. Show me the 4th dimension, Anotand, because right now, the Ghazi are not your MVPs. Even the Palings. Okay, that's cool. We've been seeing this used a little bit more recently. The stun time is really long. The follow-up for the spears is good, because if you Paling stun, what that means is your spearmen don't have to brace, because when they brace, they're stunned. So the difference is them getting like 2 attacks out, which is substantially like higher in the damage output, right? Because usually you basically would get the stun, and then your opponent would walk away. So it's still a good trade, but this can make it much better. Even more so when you consider the stun is a fixed duration, whereas when you have the attack speed aura, your stabs will be quicker. Still, Anotand trying to fish for it. Hey, oh, that's not how Palings work! What the? When will palings ever be fixed? Oh my god. That is appropriate. I mean, I expect that level of ignorance from my own country. It's like, oh, the palings don't exist if I don't acknowledge them. Okay, that I feel so bad for Louis there. That should have been an even cleaner hold for him, but he still managed to have the spin position. And Louis, yeah, he did use the TC, right? I'm a little bit surprised he went back for the scout. Maybe he's looking for economy to attack. However, he's running the scout again. Like, this is just going to be another villager loss. This is just as bad as losing a villager if this happens again. Archers are here, by the way, so like they could snipe him right now. What? Louis, a fumble here. So that's 2 scouts lost. He idled the TC to build one. Which is why Anotand is caught up. Remember, Anotand went textiles. He should be a villager behind. Ghazi massing still. Louis, pretty low on food. I mean, you could call this optimization if you want. It feels more like it's actually just gaps in the economy. Like, he's not producing right now in a game where he's clearly feuding up. So, something definitely awry here for Louis. He had a gap moving out onto the deer. Oh my god, guys, what? This is a huge gap. He got greedy. Instead of going for the berries and then shuffling out, he chose deer first. He built an outpost first. So he's just not been producing units for like the last 25 seconds? The TC's idled as well. In a game where this matchup should usually favor Delhi, those type of details begin as centimeters, turn into miles of difference. Yes, to confuse people, I use 2 different metric systems. I mean, you can see it now. Eco lead to Anotand. Farms are at least coming in, so that's going to inflate Louis a little bit. I mean, realistically, if his goal here is to reach Castle, 1 villager gap shouldn't be too big of a deal. Because Anotand's taking a very defensive line. In fact, he's going up to 13 scholars. The scary part for me is this suggests we're both going to Castle Age. And he does have a lot of spears to deal with elephants. But tower elephants are kind of unsolved for here for Louis. One random number generator system? Hey, I didn't start using stones. I should. We're watching the English. I mean, it's appropriate watching the English game, and I'm mixing different measuring systems. You guys like feet? Wrong website for that comment. Do you like feet and stone? Undermesh coming, man. It's a big deal just to undermesh alone. I'm actually really impressed by Anotand's surge into archers here. If you blob enough archers, it actually does counter everything Louis is doing. We don't have a forward outpost. Not really. Like, this is not in the face of your opponent, so you're at risk of taking a bad fight. And wait, the gate wasn't finished off, but was this a bait? Because it feels like a potential overextension from Louis. Archers are going to move in now. In the meantime, Ghazi are raiding, as their name would suggest, onto the farm. So Louis, a little bit slow on the pull away. Villagers not shuffling fast enough here. Doesn't find the second kill, but turns around on them. The short bows are not going to defend him here. Not with the undermesh there. He realizes it a little bit too late. So Louis somehow minimizing the casualties just down to 1. In the meantime, though, the longbows, they haven't been able to find the tree line. So no counterattack, no real damage done in return. Also, he might still find more. Ghazi Raiders not able to get it, though. Just enough villagers out here to be safe in the outpost. I do not know how Louis only lost 1 villager to that. That is insane. He doesn't have textiles, right? Oh, sorry, yeah, he went in for it. So that explains, like, the Ghazi still, though, twice so close to getting the kill. But this is the difference it makes having the blacksmiths earlier, right? Actually, I'm pretty sure, like, mapping it out quickly in my brain, the Bloomery would have been the difference between no worker kills and 2 more worker kills. At which point, you're at a noteworthy economy lead. Quality of army is becoming a bit of a problem for Anno. Don't be deceived, folks. This is not Tower Victory Archers, so if this outpost goes up, this is quite a difficult fight for Anotand to take. Even more so if Louis baits him. So if he takes a fight here, Louis can actually stutter back into the palisade, and then you just trade poorly as the Delhi. Alright, 1's if you think this game's going to end in feudal, 2 if we're going castle. Because it feels like we're never getting out of H2 here. Not until we reach 200 pop. And that's going to be difficult to do. Has to back away. Louis, wait, where are you going? Oh, that's a freebie. A small gap in the wall, but the Gazi are already hunting, so Villager not getting away. LoueMT now going to be 4, make that almost 5 villagers behind Anotand. Yeah, this is getting out of control. Ano is getting to a point where it's just blob archers. So, like, Louis' issue is he now needs to find trade damage, right? He needs to get eco kills. To do that, he needs another outpost, and that is not going to happen for free. I think Louis can afford to try for an outpost twice more with failing, at which point the economy leads too big. He has at least got farms coming in, but it's only a single cluster here. Maybe if he gets to like 4. There is an interesting point in this matchup that we don't see very often anymore because English rush castle. And that's when you reach 4 farm clusters. When you reach 4 farm clusters, you can easily afford to transition men-at-arms and start to scale towards age 3. Tricky part of it in this matchup is your opponent is still building Gazi. So you're kind of inclined to build Spearmen, not Men-at-Arms, right? Because the Gazi get the bonus damage against you. But as a frontline against Archers, Men-at-Arms, the trade-off of taking more damage from Gazi, it's kind of worthwhile to reduce the effectivity of Archers. Sacred Sight's now starting to be captured. I mean, reminder, this is a Dome of Faith build, and Anotand has had to wait 15 minutes to try for this. But he's finally out on the map. LoueMT is shuffling around his base. All of a sudden, Anotand has him dancing to his tunes. He could just creep castle from this now. We'll probably see him blob 200 pop, and he'll reach that before his opponent, right? But like with this gold trickling in, the food going as it is, I think Anotand is just rushing H3. Louis got baited into it, right? He got roped into the chase. And we've seen this before, if you remember, guys. We've seen this. Was it in this series? I think it was in the other series. The idea of just pulling the enemy's army to the absolute opposite side of the map to where you're attacking. Fun fact, as a pro player, you can't micro deli archers without Tower Victory anymore. Did you get too used to the starter step? Yo, Kiljardi, be honest. Have you figured out how to optimally micro gilded archers yet? I said I don't know if it's even possible. You have to A-click so often to starter step them. It almost just doesn't feel worth it. But yeah, it's kind of a weird feeling. Like, Tower Victory has been meta for so long, so archers feel weird now. Lombos, you've just always kind of been used to it. Playing with and without the aura. So raids are coming in. Anotand is still trying to strap, but we have got an all-in push here. Louis needs to go. Because Ano is almost ready to trigger that tech up. Gazi raid comes in again. Villagers try to defend themselves, but I mean, the amount of time it takes to fight back, you're allowing the gap close here. Spearmen are at least arriving. More villagers have been pinched, though. That is now, what, 7 villager lead. Meantime, he's going to try to march into the base. Mass archers are here to defend. Lombo count is mostly all here. Louis, a little bit hesitant to go any deeper, though. He knows the guards are on the way home. The mass isn't big. In theory, this is the point to go for Louis. He doesn't seem to sense the impeding tech up. Oh, sorry, imminent words today. I'm going to try to dive now, but if the tech comes through, the Skull stay garrisoned. Archers get veterancy very fast here, folks. I do not like the look of this. Even things like this, like Wedge Rivet's taking 2 minutes. Louis would not even be able to get Castlage in 2 minutes. He's going to have to dive. Like, if he backs off, Anotand has control of this game fully. Moment truth. Moment to dive. Tech up comes out, and he starts to head in. Veterancy, 50 seconds away for Ano. Lombos are a slow-moving army. He can delay this. So, vacates the base. Villagers are running back. Louis could be in for a come-to-papa moment here, but Anotand quickly recalibrates. Shuffles east. Villagers having to move even further away. Veterancy just 30 seconds out, and I think Louis knows. He knows the timing is coming here. The hesitation starts to set in. If Anotand is contesting you like this, it's for good reason. Veterancy just 23 seconds away. Gazi buying enough time here. If it's just the archers upgraded, it's going to be good enough to hold. 38 of them versus 34 Lombos. Louis waning, weakening in this push. And Anotand patiently able to hold it back. Louis, in what feels like an unwinnable matchup, Tried for the unthinkable. He came so close. But that scout, that tower, that trickle of an eco lead, the clutch read by Anotand to get textiles to offset that timing, has given him the small details he needs to get the big win. Yeah, this game is now over. Veterancy on archers, the short route to chase here. The only upside for Louis is the fact that there is a palisade in the way, but that won't last long. Men-at-Arms are coming, Lancers are on the way. LoueMT would need 2 more minutes plus to age up, and it would have to be a white tower, which is a damning factor in this game now that your opponent has relics, sacred sites, and is already age free. Damn cool game, though. Really elegant dance we saw here. Anotand was in a pretty tricky bind there. The Ghazi raids just doing what they always do, though, right? Not able to initially find the hit, but once you start to see some chinks in the armor, once you wait late enough, with the way you have to play the strategy for English, you can't farm boom. You have to go onto resources. It was a great read by Anotand to understand that. And against Louis, a player who is infamous for not building farms until age 4 often, a great read to keep Anotand alive and to boot one of our grand finalists from week 1 out in the round of 8. Damn. Really cool series between these two. A really tight one. Honestly, like these two players, the way they've been playing, either one of them could have been in the grand finals. It's kind of a shame we don't have a double elim. Maybe that's something to improve upon after our 30 weeks if the experiment of the midweek muster proves successful. But let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you think about the tournament. Let me know what you thought about this match, this entire series between these two. And I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Not you guys, though. We're live. You guys get to hang around because we're going to be doing more series, baby. It's not enough. We have to keep going. Oh, man. What is that one's kind of focal point? I think that's something to do with textiles, right? Nah. The textile detail was cool, but it was like microscopic differences that made a big difference. What Anotand did with the gate? What, the bait gate where he didn't complete it? Yeah, I think that's what we focus on. Was it a mistake? Or a bait? Yeah, I think that that's a good to bring that up. I think that's going to be the one. That's a really cool, actually, for a YouTube thumbnail. Mistake. Shut up, Anotand. Shh, shh, shh. They have to watch the YouTube video to find out. By the way, and Shim can clarify this, because I noticed you mentioned something in the chat, Anotand, about like it's hard to schedule with the difference in time zones. Chum, they can schedule additional rounds ahead. Like, they can provide their schedule for the week, right? And then that can maybe lead to quicker, like, turnarounds for additional matchups. I'm going to clarify that with Chum, but I think so. Like, that would be my recommendation, Anotand. Dude, believe that you're going to make it to the finals. Yeah, because obviously some of the players have been a little bit delayed on playing their games. That's unfortunate. Apparently there's one particular player that was literally playing pub games when he could have been playing his set. Unfortunate. But yeah, my advice is, like, just try to plot out if you can, and I'll check with Chum if it's possible. I'm not sure exactly how the system he's using works for scheduling. But if you can schedule multiple days ahead, that gives you a little bit more heads up, so we can probably help streamline the process that way. That probably makes sense. But congrats to Anotand. He continues ever deeper into our brackets. That means that Anotand has qualified through to the semi-finals. His next matchup will be a best of 5, and it is going to be against either Puppy Paw or Crackedy / Cat. Because I think I want to check in on the Crackedy versus Cat set. That would be pretty cool. One sec. Give me the win. Give the win to Anno. So plan now. We've got about 2 hours until our next live set, which is going to be, I believe it was the WAM set, right? So we could do Crackedy Cat. And then I think we... Oh, wait, no, we've got the B Gully decal. Sorry, we've got B Gully, which has been happening. Is happening right now. So we'll do B versus Gully now. And then we'll do Crackedy versus Cat. And then that might line us up perfectly for WAM series. The winner of that, by the way, will be going up against Myriad. Myriad, sorry, Kiljardi. Brain. My brain is all over the place today. Okay. So, 1 second. And yes, to clarify for the people asking YouTube, these matches are in the VODs. They were from the last week as well. A lot of them get independently uploaded. So check out for them. Make sure your notifications on YouTube so you know when they go live. I want to try to grow the YouTube side. I'm not sure what to do with it to get it to level up a bit. I don't know if it needs to be edits of full series or whatnot. But we are probably going to cast, so I'd say 2 or 3 more series today. So the goal here, by the way, is DeMu's quarterfinals is likely to play tomorrow because Mondays are a break day for him. And we will catch that versus the victory of B versus Gully Decker, which we're going to cast now. And then we will look to catch Puppy Paw's quarterfinals as well, which I imagine is going to be happening tomorrow. So tomorrow should be quarterfinals and probably semifinals. It might be one of the semifinals is played too late. If that is the case, then on Thursday, we'll go live early enough to catch the semifinals into the live grand finals. Okay, so. And reminder to players, do be checking, honestly, just make it a habit of looking at least once a day at my Discord. So you know if you're being added and there's something you need to do. Chim will do his best to bump you directly if you're lagging behind, but please do be mindful that, I don't have $1 million to pay Chim, so he shouldn't have to look. It's not a good habit for him to have to look every second of every waking moment of every day. So we adults, we capable of scheduling sets. Whoop, whoop. So let's get ready for one that's actually a set between an adult and actually a kid. Because we've got Gully Decker versus B to look at next. So let me pull up the details on that draft. What is their map pool? I can't see B and Gully's map pool. So give me a second. Why is my game silent? Dude, my game's hanging while I'm trying to open it. Because I just quickly restarted to be safe. Yeah, dude, what is it with age-off games and the optimization at the end of 2024? I mean, maybe my PC just poo-poo. That's why we're going to be building a new one. By the way, guys, hoping we'll be able to finalize details to do the new PC build towards the end of the month or beginning of December. And we are going to do that after the finals, one of the first days. So we got some pretty epic content coming. We're going to mix it up a bit. We're basically going to have an awesome finals between 2 of the best in Age of Empires 4, followed up by us building a peak performance PC from scratch live on stream. And because of the limitations of my movement, I might be tagging in a certain Pigeon's mum to help build it, and she's never built a PC in her life. So thought it'd be maybe a cool way of doing it is my goal is to show you guys we're building an epic PC, but also how easy it is for you guys to build an epic PC. And I think what would make me make that even cooler is seeing someone who has not built one build one. How much does Stream get paid? I'm not going to disclose that. I've talked before about me being happy to talk about my earnings and whatnot. I'm very transparent on that. I don't feel comfortable disclosing other people's. There's a level of trust there that would honestly feel breached otherwise. Okay, so game 1 is going to be English versus Malians. Whoo-wee. So let me get this ready. Sorry, let me reset the maps because that's from the last series. So we've got Pigeon's View as an opening. I'm not quite sure what the other maps are, so bear with me, but I'll list the picks. So it's going to be Malians for B, and then Gully's going to be on the English. $1 per hour? Hey, Shindo, you want to make my thumbnails? What are the specs? Ooh, I don't want to reveal it yet. Let's just say we ballin'. We big boy PC. My goal is I'm going to look to post content on Twitter, Instagram, or whatever in the build-up to showcase the different partners. Because we've actually got some really cool brands coming on board to provide pieces, which is really cool. I've still got GPU, motherboard, and I want to film monitors as well. I have an existing monitor, but I love to be able to show off some brands new OLEDs. So if people do know reps, PR people, whatever, that work at different peripherals companies or components, please do reach out, !Discord, and you can contact me. It goes a long way to helping me because obviously we get the the PC integration sorted quicker. We build those partnerships. Maybe we expand them so I can make bigger tournaments and get them involved as paid partners. But also, once that PC is up and operational, I think you're actually going to see an uplift in terms of the quality on the broadcast. I think we can get like a much cleaner, crisper picture, which is a challenge to do with like last-gen hardware on a game like AoE 4 because the encoding is very intense. We're going to zoom in on H3 minute arms and we're going to see the race tracing. Damn, he's onto me. that is a content piece, mate. That is... If only. They need to get... I don't think there's been like... I don't actually think AoE 4 is partnered with AMD or NVIDIA, right? No. Like, Red Bull is with AMD. But I don't think either is an official, like for example, like you guys may notice that certain games this year, like Call of Duty, Stalker, Space Marines, Star Wars Outlaws, have had, like, basically they've been partnered directly with graphics. But AoE 4, I'm not even sure if can anyone remember when Age of Empires 4 came out, was it actually, like, partnered with one of the lead brands? I don't think it was. I think it just remained neutral. All right, guys. Oh, did I pay on the last one? This one, because we're having to hop into the recordings, we're not going to have a payout on this one because someone could just literally go check the results. But for those live Gambaholics, we will have our next live series is going to be Wham versus either Myriad or Sassy. We're going to look to cast this series, and then we'll probably be able to cast one more series before we hop into that live. So that's going to be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that like 5 or 6 series today? It's a lot. So if you haven't subscribed yet, at least follow both Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch so you know where to get the content. But, I mean, if you guys want to throw some money in there as well, helps make this content happen. Appreciate you all the same. Of course you got the English. All right, let's get ready for this. Is the kid about to become the master, or is he going to be sent home crying like a baby? Let's find out, because I feel like most English mains end up crying in this matchup. Gully Deckle, Kid Prodigy, one of the most youthful people trying to compete in AoE 4, going up against a legend, someone who has been competing in this game since its release, 3D Clans B. And actually, I think B has been leveling up the grind, folks. That's right. After splitting his attention between Zero Space, a little bit of Battle Aces, a lot of Stormgate, B seems to be doubling down on Age of Empires 4 again. So it might be a full return of the 3D clan in 2025. Malian's a pretty strong pick here, though. You know, English versus Malians. Nasty Civ Snipe, agreed, Gully. Yeah, Gully's in chat right now because we're literally just off the series catching this one. So practically live. This is a rough matchup. I've seen a few ways that English can play this. It's difficult, though. With the old TC Boom builds, even the new TC Boom builds, you feel like you can get punished. You need to get beyond the beginning of Age 3. The alternative is, there is a strategy in Age 2 that I know Gully will be aware of. You basically play what the Byzantines do against Malians, which is horsemen, longbows, rams. The tricky part is you're not Byzantines. So comparing English to Byzantines from an economical standpoint in the 15 minutes to make that happen, it's like telling someone to start their own business, and one of the people being Elon Musk, and the other person being from, like, a family that earns less than $20,000 a year and cannot afford to give you a business loan. Right? It's not a fair comparison. So, like, the way that Byzantines counter Malians by going horseman opening and naturally getting longbows is too expensive for English to easily do. The way you can make it work is what Gully's doing. Abbey of Kings, and the whole idea is you chip, chip, chip. You do a little bit of damage, you heal. You do a little bit of damage, you heal. And I have a feeling, yeah, Gully being a boomer, I agree. Like, he might try to just find a way out of Age 2 after a delay. Looking at the gold spawns, though, it's going to be hard to find that damage, man. Are you kidding me? That's kind of wild. While these relics are base, I don't think that's consistent, right? I'm trying to think back. I don't think we always had relics spawn in people's bases, but even if we do, that's pretty balanced, actually. I'd be more concerned about the golds, but even that, like, actually, shout out to Kevayu, who made Pigeon's view here. He took our description of what he wanted, and I don't think Kevayu has pushed the changes, but that he is working on making the central golds a little bit more balanced, because sometimes they're a little bit off. I'd argue they're off in this one, and that for some reason this time only one big gold vein is spawned, but it's at least somewhat mid-ground. But that spawn, overall, is actually really close. The only difference is the deer, right? The deer is better for B, but the golds, the berries all around them, both of them got pretty much a mirrored spawn. That's cool. And it looks like Gully is going to be doing what we see in every single English game ever since the history of ever. 2TC. So the reason why 2TC feels good is because the mantra against Malians is you make them uncomfortable by TC booming, right? If you've got a Civ that can do it quick enough, the whole ranch play is hard to pay off. So I don't mind this from Gully. I do think there was maybe an opportunity to do horseman damage. The problem is when you just see double gold like this, you become deflated, right? Like the balloon loses all air because at that point you just realize how hard it is going to be to break this location because all B would have to do is build Donzos, wait for your Lombo transfer, and then build Javelins. And then, as that army comp bloats, it gradually leans further and further against English. Because once you get up to like 60, 70 military, all the English player can think is, my only way out now is getting castle. And once your opponent is at like 60 or 70 military, they're either going castle themselves or going into your base. Yeah, interesting that thing with the gold. I mean, like, overall, I don't think it's too bad that there's only one big gold here. It is leaning towards Gully, but it's not outrageous. Like, considering this is a custom map that is early for its iterations and, of course, needs to get more data, and we're getting that data for it, right? A big part of the midweek muster is it's not just about providing a training ground for upcoming players and a way of building a baseline for competitive. It's also so that we can actually collate data for hardworking map creators. Because, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, there are some very talented map creators that just give up on the game. They give up on the game because no one plays their maps. So what's the point, right? So being able to give that funnel point so that these maps can find their way into S-tier tournaments, maybe even to a Wall one day, right? That, I think, is something that is greatly appreciated by map creators. So considering this has like only had a few kind of iterations, I'd say it's actually balance-wise in a very good place. And we are working on the layout of the map. I'm not even going to respond to that in chat. It's already been flagged. It was not intentional. I swear Kevayu is not trying to get me banned. So Javelin's coming out from B. I mean, Gully doesn't care though, right? He's gone 2TC. So the fact you're going Javs now means you have to either attack or you rush H3. The problem with this is like whenever you see someone rushing Javs, you're not necessarily panicking that they're coming to you. I'm sure some people in chat get where I'm going with this. Like when you've played into Javelins before, the idea of coming out of your base does not feel good. It's actually really scary because compared to just having a handful of archers here, you're more easily overwhelmed because you don't have that blob power. On top of that, your units are inherently more expensive. How do you counter Javelins? Horseman. Great micro there. Gully gets away on 9 HP. So we'll better heal up the king. But yeah, Horseman here is really smart with the Abbey of Kings. This is usually done with a 1 TC build, but Gully's gotten away with the 2. So the idea now from Gully is to play a long feudal. He's going to try to catch B when he has his hand in the cookie jar. Check this, because he went 2TC, B's expectation is this is going to go castle. I don't think Gully wants this to go castle. He wants to try and time this raid right, get the bulk together, so that he's diving the base as the Fulani's being built. Oh man, and so far B is falling for it. It's double archery range. He hasn't actually glimpsed this at all. Scout's running across now, so one negative I'd probably say of Gully's build here, Stable's location. Why build them here instead of here? Right, like you can mask this information. In fact, we've seen another youthful person in there before seen. Dragavan utilized Pigeon's view in a very smart way of English. He built his stables across the map in the stealth forest where it couldn't be found. Be playing single pit, it's because he went javelins and he hasn't got spears, right? So the king could still snipe villages. He's going for it now, though. In fairness, this is a horrible pit. There is like half value pit here because of the berry spawns. Malian player is shaking with fury right now. Horseman, oh man, the timing. Oof, he just about gets out of there. Actually, does he? B, you don't really want to frontline with jabs. It looks like Gully does hesitate though. No undermesh yet. Okay, 1s if you think this is going to favor B, 2s if you think it's going to favor Gully. Gully is starting to add in a few farms. He does have the deer to play with. He's about to exhaust. You could even go berries here, right? Like, actually, berries aren't too bad for English now. I know I'm going to get flack for saying that, but the base rate buff is terrible. Ideally, you still want farms, but if you've got a timing attack in mind, going for those farms is still expensive. 37 wood sounds cheap until you realize if you have a timing attack in mind, every farm you're adding in is one less horse. Is like a third of less horsemen, right? So every 3 farms, that's one less military unit you have for this timing attack. Horseman coming in. B. He's almost ready to pull the trigger though. Remember, although it's called a Fulani, you don't need to be full before you tech. So we have seen situations where players will just go for it when they've only got like 4 ranches full. It's worth it if you're looking for a specific timing in mind around veterancies. We do have Sofa coming in. Smart read here by B. Can be accounted to both the Horsemen and the Lombos. And the logic here is if you're staying age 2, it's bad. If you're going age 3, the Sofas will win out. Golly, he's going for the Rams. So we don't have Undermesh yet. This shows you just how urgent the timing is. Like, if he was confident he had a few more minutes to play with and keep scaling army, right? You go for Undermesh, Steeled Arrow instead to get the premium. He needs Rams. He needs to break it. The good news is if he breaks this location, B's dead. Where does he get gold? Like, getting 75 gold a minute is not going to save you. In fact, he has it on stone right now because he's been going for fortifications. So if he finds the timing, although the tech can come through, B can't necessarily do anything with it. He'd have to sneak gold in the corner, which is so far away. Let's see if he can find that timing, though. Horseman riding in. No Undermesh. He actually prioritizes the Steeled Arrow. B confident to shove this away as a result. The Lombos in the formation is not helping, and Gully, I feel like the best thing to do there would have been to peel the Horseman left and right. See if B just takes the bait, right? But you're kind of making this fight too linear for a Marlian player. Marlians love fights like this because it's always a tug and a pull, right? And they can just keep shuffling back and forth, back and forth. This is what I think makes Marlians quite toxic. English is kind of similar to Longbows, but their economy is different, so it's not as bad. It's the defensive advantage. The mobility, the choke points, it feels so difficult to get in here. You have to have enough horsemen that you're confident you can go all the way. Because if you only have enough horsemen to go here, you've lost. You need to look at your horseman numbers as Gully and say, I could go all the way here and not care. And I think he's going to have to care because I don't think the timing is there. Import Armors is on the way. Undermesh as well. Gully, this is too slow. He does have an eco lead though, so realistically he could look for his own tech play behind. But the Sofa count is already up to 3. Veteran C is going to be coming in soon. You can see it's already been queued up, 20 seconds out. Javelins are going to pay him into the choke point here. Maybe a little bit of an O extension from B. Gully, he is on the villagers now. Shivs are going to be out, so able to snipe 1 or 2 eco. He's going to keep diving through. The Sofas almost ready to engage. Just 10 seconds till the upgrade comes through. Textiles has also been prepped. B has to fall back to the TC. And the Javelins are going to get surrounded, so good grab here by Gully. Pressure's mountain behind, so Outpost is going to be targeted by the Ram. Sofas have now upgraded. Gully has reduced the army. The interesting detail, though, is Lombos over Spearman. I'm wondering if that maybe would have been the way to go, but the fact that B already had the archer ranges is, I think, why Gully hesitated to lean that direction. Horsemen are still diving, so more idle time being achieved here. B, now almost 30 villages behind. A lot of idle team achieved. There's only about, what, 2 workers maybe maximum are working here. It's the Fulani and nothing else. Gully, can he do this? Can he get enough troops pumping? It looks like an overboom. 1,200 wood! Okay, this is the classic, man. Like, Gully, if he had optimized the economy at home, he'd have enough meat to pump this to the end of the earth. And although he's done a lot of eco damage here, B is now up to 5 Sofas, soon to be 8. Gully Deco is going to have to fall back. This has to be an age up now. Damn, it was so close as well. I think this is the thing, though. Like, if you think about the intensity of that microing, right? Like, Gully is microing here on the choke point between 2 sides of the pit mine. He's chasing the villagers to get around. He's shuffling around the ranch. He's doing so many things there. He wasn't prepping what happens at home. His economy wasn't laid correctly. He can go into a big farm transition, great. But what this means is, you know, you had a time to end the game now. You could have moved onto berries, and onto berries. And then you would have had the pump to get enough horsemen to end this game now. So it is a big lead for Gully. He could still win this from this position, just tech up behind, right? But B does get a counter opportunity. Spears are on the way, but Gully had not prepped the production ahead of time. So he's going to take a hit from this. Surface march in. And that's a perfect blocker. Gully's reaction a little bit slow. I don't know how 3 of them got in there, but Outpost can be torched down. So a little bit of chip damage being done here. B is just going mass Sofas. Another villager just blocked out. Yeah, is that me or do Sofa have a really weird point of attack with their spear charge? It feels like sometimes they just don't attack. Like there, you saw that, right? He stabbed in, and that was a very long wait for the secondary strike. It's almost like they're stunning themselves. Wall's now going up. Golly. Classic hunker down English now, right? In fairness, you can counter from an age behind. You just build spears. The scary part is if B down just leans into archers, it's really good for him, right? Because archers will counter spears, but also when you go age 3 as English, you're thinking men-at-arms, right? And men-at-arms will lose to the poisoned archers. It's a little bit tricky of a situation now for Gully. And this is going to have to be White Tower, right? I've seen a few players try to do King's Palace from this position. In theory, you can get enough spears to get away with it. But the cool thing about doing White Tower is if you do White Tower, you can go and counterattack, right? If you go for King's Palace, you are saying, I can't leave the base. He does, in theory, have enough gold to just say that. Moment of truth. There you go. Gully, he wants to try and get out here, so White Tower now on the way. 27 villagers rushing it up. He's not messing around. Wall did go up in time, so B not even trying to torch his way through right now. Gully should just be able to mirror the spears. Needs to be fast about this, though. Gully. Not trying to repair the wall. That may be a blunder there, actually. Gully, he had enough time to pull over to repair. I don't think you want to be inviting sofas in the backside here, because that White Tower protects you against the front side, protects the gold. It doesn't protect the farms. He's going to split him up. Dude, what? Okay, he just got baited. Gully, I don't know if that was an A-click, but the entire army chases one sofa. Weirdly enough, though, B just shuffles out the rest, doesn't try to attack the tree line. I am honestly shocked that Gully did not lose 5 to 8 villages from that. B just backing away. Archer transition now on the way. Gully does have a lot of farms, though. And remember, English were less impacted by the farm nerf than everyone else, right? Like, they're one of the civs that benefit, actually. Like, the difference is bigger between them and civs that don't have things like influence or a unique eco tech. Because every civ's base tech food gathering rate got nerfed. But the mill influence did. The Malian farm, it didn't either. Like, actually, Grand Fulani Corral kind of got... Actually, no, it did get nerfed, right? Like, the fertilization nerf hurts. It hasn't felt like it in the Malian games I've watched so far, though. And it doesn't feel like it in this game, right? Like, if you think about it, when Gully was diving him, the only thing that was gathering for B were the cows. Wait, what the... What are you doing? That's an ambitious grab by B. He's already got one relic home. He wants to take every relic. He tries to snatch one from Gully's base. 30 villagers versus Fulani. I'll take that. I mean, you take that as long as it doesn't reach maximum pop. Right? There is kind of like this awkward issue of like Gully needing to push. Or tech. I don't really know if you want to rush Age 4 here, though. It's still 20 per cow. Yes, Julie, it's 20 per cow, but remember, the eco-techs buff this. They buff the food gathering. So a lower percentile here actually did lose food compared to the last patch. So it is still enough for the Malians. Like, everyone got nerfed is the idea, but people, certain civs got nerfed less, is my point. English, because they have a gathering rate increase attached to the mills, got nerfed less. Oh, not from the Fulani. Yeah, fair point, the Fulani. The Fulani itself didn't, but the ranches did. So, like, compared to Season A, it is less food for Malians. I haven't done the specific numbers, but it is less food than Season A. Ram's coming. Gully, we've been here before. Anyone want to Google the definition of insanity? I mean, he has got a lot of spears this time, so the sofa's not going to have a free time here. However, the Archer ball is big now for B. He knows he needs to contest this gold. We've already got B sneaking out for the pit mines on the north side, so he has got some passive income extra there. Gully. Okay, that is just a waste of Rams then. Like, he doesn't even feel like he can contest this. He didn't expect this many archers. Rams cleaned up. B able to shove him away. Does bait him to coming back though. This is an overcommitment. Spears, there's not enough of them. There's no attack speed or a Gully. He needed more time to retreat. The outpost isn't up yet. I don't think it's ever going up. So a mistake being made here. Gully trying to posture, but B reads the bluff. Yeah, and this is really important because if you look at the gold, look at the comp he's doing. Gully's running out of gold fast. He can sneak the south side. The central fat stat, the 1-8K that's on this map, is now getting harder to control. Because B isn't just hiding at home. He isn't waiting for his gold anymore. He's now parked in the forest waiting to ambush. Has at least got the outpost up. Has at least got the aura. For the attack speed here, B. Gonna have to back away. Anyone else getting the feeling we're going H4? The way that Gully has laid his base, in theory, yes, we should be going H4. Like, arguably, B would benefit more from going Sacred Sites now. He's going for mass relics. In fact, yeah, he's going to grab the last one. So, 4-to-1 relic split. Double Sacred Site makes a lot of sense here. Gully can contest it, but at least makes him come out of his base. Otherwise, B has to dive into the aura. And the aura is just so hard to beat, man. Especially on Spears. Spears are like one of the most purest form of getting the attack speed buffer. Against Sofas, they're going to have a field day. Oh my god, I'm not having a field day here though. I keep turning around, taking my foot down, putting it up again because it's injured. I keep kicking it against the side of the PC and flinching. I feel like someone spamming archers against mangoes in like the last season. That feeling you get when one hits your mass. No mangoes to be seen here, but no army either. Gully, what just happened? I mean, he takes a decent chunk of the Sova with him, but an expensive loss in terms of count here. B's Archibald is taking over. Oh, man. I don't know what Gully was really expecting out of that. I mean, he did at least clear the sofa, and Archer shouldn't be capable of diving the static defenses, but still, once again, these forward fights, he's trying to scale the aura. But Gully, it feels like, in true baby form here, he's trying to run before he walks, right? Instead of it being a hop, skip, and a jump, he's skipping straight to the jump. And also blocking out. Goal gathering. B, he knows what this is going to turn into. It's a slog, right? Crossbows, men at arms, sofas, javelins. They both need this gold. Gully is not in age 4 yet. He doesn't have the enclosures tech, so he needs to secure more veins to stay alive here. Not just that, the tree line as well. What's happening? Gully shuffles away, but there is a gap, right? Maybe not. Okay, it's deceptive. He actually does still have a line of trees there. Thank God. Sofas still have a good time there, though. About 10 eco getting struck down. B. He now knows what the win condition is. It's this gold vein. I mean, Gully, he still has that 4K behind, but so does B. So longevity-wise, between that and the passive income, the relics as well, B can turn this into a starvation game. A playstyle that he was infamous for in StarCraft. So men-at-arms are at least going to be able to get on top of the archers. That's at least a good exchange. Not many spears here, but not many sofas either. It looks like you actually got a little bit baited on the west side. B finally re-rallying. Sofas will scare him off. So a little bit shaky there from B. Gully Deckle makes the right call. The moment he sees those sofas coming in, he has to retreat. Walls are now going up, so we are going to have that shuffle down for trees and gold into the south. Gully not dead yet, but B making this game extremely uncomfortable. Like every Malian player ever, right? Like when you reach Castle Age, it's very difficult to deal with the Zerg of the Malians. One of the best civs at doing it, right? Like I always call the Japanese the quality Malians. Quality Malians, quality Zerg, right? Malians are the truest form of Zerg. And a Zerg player like B should feel very comfortable in them. Sofas coming in. Front line is just going to get wiped. The armor clad, just no match against the imported armors here. Even the attack speed buffer. And I think that isn't... Yeah, no network of citadels here coming in from Gully. A little bit surprised at this point, considering how long he's been fighting under the aura and what his intent has been. Considering he was always looking to outpost crawl, you'd think at this stage citadels would make a lot of sense. Gully hasn't been back to that stone really since he built the TC. Speaking of town centers, B getting ambitious now. He moves in onto the primary. Decent amount of damage being done already. Oh wait, really? People haven't heard of B playing StarCraft 2? I mean, it was before AoE 4, but yes, he was SC2. That's why B was so comfortable going and playing Zero Space and Stormgate. It was naturally in the repertoire. And yes, like any Zerg player, he was interested in draining the map before fighting you. Now, he's genuinely just gunning for that primary. You'd think he'd just dive in, but the problem is the white tower. Like, there is a reset point here for Gully. So B, gonna go for the clash again. Network of Citadels is still not there. Gully, I'm starting to think he's forgotten about it. Sofa is still going to be able to win this fight because of that as well. You need every ounce of attack speed you can get. Behind this, Sacred Sites have now been locked in. So B, able to frustrate in an additional way. Doesn't necessarily need to dive into the English as much anymore. What he's doing, though, is he's wearing him down. Yes, the gold could be accessed, but Gully, he's going to end up drained at this rate, right? Men-at-Arms, still quite pricey on a limited resource. B, like, I'm hoping he's not going Imp here. I think that's the only way you very clearly lose this game. He's got a lot of Sofa to work with. His opponent has been reinvesting the spears, but now B, it's just that back and forth, right? Javelin, archers, javelin, archers. And the important thing is, like, once B gets back to archers, you have to go to crossbows to counter the Sofa Mass, right? That's when you're going to see Gully running into problems, because he can afford to just keep doing spear longbows. That's great. He's got the trees, and then he's got all the stealth forest. The gold is what's going to kill him in this game. Archer in that gold? How about, hear me out, for the Huntress on that gold? Yeah, this is actually him. B doesn't want to keep headbutting. He's not convinced Gully's going to be coming out. Oh, no. And also, Gully is going for the crossbows, so the Archer's Javelin's going to have a field day here. I mean, is there a world in which we get some festivals? I don't think so. Sacred Site decap attempt. Not going to work out. B just needs to choose to place the landmark. And it should be coming on this gold. I mean, there's not much left to protect here, but it also would block the tree line. Gives you a staging point as well. Could be switching into Trebs. It's going to be Kiljardi. Okay, this is cool. So you're probably looking at the food gathering rates, right? Like, farm count is reasonable, not crazy yet, but it will get crazy soon. So yeah, B, he's sitting at what, 10 farms? But in the next 5 minutes, you can put that up to 30, 35. That gives you the food pump you need to contest English. And well, the other issue now is Gully. Does he ride out onto the map most valorously? Does he try to contest this tech up choice by punishing his opponent? I'm not sure he can with this comp. He'd be riding blind into mobility, and Sofas aren't just mobile, they're strong. So B with the tech up. And he does immediately pump it. So Food Festival coming in. Remember, that does help with what he has, the Fulani play here, right? But we'll get even better as we add in more and more farms. Still behind on the food gathering rate compared to Gully, but Gully has an age gap to make up for. Not in real life, in-game as well. Dang, shuffling away with the villagers, but damage done, right? He took almost 3/4 of the gold on offer here. Keep in mind, this is also Malians, which means... Da-da-da-da! Trade is an option. He's going to have to contest this area, though. Sofa's coming in. Spear's out of position. They went in to burn some buildings here. So Lombo's overextending. Nice little bit of punishment there. Elite tech's now coming through, though. This is big. Precision training in particular for the archers. They're elited up, and they're about to get yeeted up. A healthy dose of pain coming in. That's going to be 14 damage on these archers. The men-at-arms have 8 armor. That's still a 3rd damage going through. Yeah, Gully is going to struggle to rely on the men-at-arms, even like an age ahead from here. It's going to be a bit of a pickle, a bit of a bind. You've got the elite surface. You could even be looking at the Freema leadership soon as well to give you that kite potential. Gully, it's going to have to be a due Berkshire here. I think you have to due to the Sofa count. Because if you don't Berkshire somewhere, or at least Stone Wall, the Sofa can just ride around. He goes Wingard. Well, you can tell Gully comes by this stream because he knew that if he went for the Berkshire, I wouldn't let him live it down. The problem in this game is he has no stone walls. Sofas can play wide very easily here. So what's the plan? Footman, I guess. That's crafty, actually, guys. Think about this. Footman, they get bonus damage against cavalry. They have bonus damage against range, or bonus armor, rather, against ranged. Wingard Footman, if you can scale them, make a lot of sense. But they are weaker compared to Season 8. They no longer get extra health from elite army tactics. So, like, this is one of those weird situations where the changes... There are a lot of situations where actually the Wingard Footmen feel better just by getting the extra melee armor because they already had really good health. But in this particular matchup, it might feel a bit peculiar. It does offset some of the Sofa's damage, right? So, like, the +4 armor potentially takes away all the bonus. It's not a bad idea in theory. The only alternative would be Rangers. I don't think you Rangers here. Like, your opponent has some jabs, he could lean harder into it. Sofas will also run Rangers down. The alternative is, guys, you build a Wingard and then you don't use it. That also is on the table. I think he's just forgotten about it. I mean, he can't think about it really until Enclosures is complete anyway. Cheeky little raid from the Sofas. Army's moving, but the other time, Gully, he hasn't got the gold for the Elite Techs yet. Okay, this is really important. This pause in the game, look at what's happening. They're equalizing on economy. Now, you do have the quality of attack speed here if you're in range of the English, but I'm more focused on these sacred sites. I think B could actually just go stone walls here on the west side, focus on the east. Torch damage coming in. Did he activate it? No, he hasn't gone for the festival yet. He does have that option, remember. He can get a lot more burn speed here. A lot more burn damage, rather. Clash in the choke point. Usually does favor the guy with the more ranged units. Longbows, a formidable force. We'll be able to push him away. We still don't have network of citadels. Now, I can sort of forgive it at this point because he doesn't have his elite techs yet. He definitely has the stone, so it needs to be coming in soon. I actually think he's forgotten about it, guys. Like, it's so easy to forget about at this point in the game. Like, you're past that threshold now, especially if you went White Tower. If you went for Berkshire, you at least double-check afterwards, right? But I think we're just too deep in the hole. Golly, maybe the panic's setting in a little bit. This late game uncomfortable. The Sofa line does spread out. Full elite techs aren't in yet. The Spearmen aren't upgraded. The Longbows aren't upgraded. The Men-at-Arms not favored in this clash up against the Sofa. B... It looks like he's got a stranglehold on this. The army just bigger. Gully Deckle, you'd think Defender's Advantage would be real, but it's just not in this situation. The attack speed not good enough. The upgrade's not good enough. The precision training really paying off here for B. And this is before you even have like extra health on the Sofas, right? So a nice mop up here. Plenty of Sofas now on the way behind this. I think he did just go for the production festival. So it's going to be a slight reset here. Is B feeling a little bit fatigued as the front line does start to fall. But look at the aftermath, folks. Military numbers. Looking pretty ugly for Gully, and he still has a necessity towards Unitex here. Until he's got them, he's not going to feel comfortable in this game. And the gold gathering... Farm's OP, right? There is a lot you can actually benefit from the enclosures. He is at 63. However, the flip side, B, how's the trade looking? 15, not too bad. I think he does have some outposts up. Not many. And oh my god, wow, okay. So this is the bigger problem now. Unitex might be accessible for Gully, but you guys might have noticed that the hand cannoneers don't just insta-GG, they require a specific type of GG. Your opponent's running out of wood, he stopped building Longbows. Your opponent's massing Men-at-Arms. That is the specific type of GG we're looking for here. With the Serpentine powder, he gets the +8 up against MAA. He also gets a juice and movement speed to keep snowballing. So Gully, he needs to sniff this out at its infancy. Yeah, Footman also going to struggle with this, guys. They have more ranged armor, sure, but it just doesn't matter. You won't be able to reach the target. This is crafty by B. No biology, a little bit surprising. I thought it'd be worth it with this many units, but he's thinking about what's next instead of what's now. Do we have a keep drop? Now, surely, Gully, he's built a castle. Right? Right? No, it's still not coming through. One of the most obnoxious tools that English has at their disposal in the late game. Oh, the game. Every point of the game, really. And it's still not there. Well, Gully, mate, you can't treat this tech like your savings account your parents set up for you. It doesn't mature and gain interest. It's better a little bit earlier, but finally is on the way. Network of Citadels at 35 minutes. It does not feel nitpicky, actually. I think the difference it would have made is huge. Like, the crazy part is Gully was so absorbed in the fights over this sacred site, trying to crawl outposts. He clearly wanted the aura, but then he was so fixated on getting the aura expanded, he didn't think about making the aura better where he had it. A little bit of a raid attempt. There's nothing down here, though. We are at gold starvation point, though, right? Last of the gold is being taken right now. Sofa's standing their ground, and that is going to be the gunners arriving. Serpentine powder really ruins the aesthetic of these guys. They've just shoved giant condoms on their guns. I don't know why, but Serpentine powder has a visual bug right now where, for some reason, the really cool-looking gunners turn into standard hand cannoneers. Sofa's still raiding, though. Gully. Okay, he's going to react. The Footman got baited onto one. That's really smart micro by B. He's noticing that his reactions are kind of all in on one Sofa at a time, so he's just splitting. Makes sense, right? Like, APM efficiency for Gully, it's more optimal, but if B exploits it, it's bad for him. A bit chip damage done there. Gunpowder boys are building up. Gully needs to get into Lombos. Instead, he's trying to go into his own hand cannoneers here. Tricky against Mass Sofa, though. I mean, this isn't the unit it used to be, right? Even if you get Gunpowder tech, it sucks against the Sofa specifically. So yeah, I think Gully needed Lombos. Lombo Spears makes a reasonable amount of sense. Lombo Footman, especially. No wood. I mean, you've got all the straggler tree wood. I think you just have to play this. The tree lines are thin, sure, but Lombos is meant to be the answer against hand cannoneers now. I mean, it always has for English. Answer doesn't seem to be coming through here, though. B about to break that front line. Lombo count not high enough. Only 60. He's trying to focus down that back line of infantry. But I think too many have leaked through here. Gully, not really with the ability to remass with only 500 win income. It's going to be a shove back, and I think a shove to the afterlife for him. So Gully, a fatiguing game, man. One that could have been over. Maybe 15 minutes in with an all-in. It looked like Gully was so close. Maybe if he just had that extra line of production instead of 1,200 wood, it would have put him over the edge and put him ahead in this series against B. But in the late game, in a resource slog, in a game of attrition, you have to know B is going to be comfortable there. Malians look firmly positioned to take this. Trade is just getting out of control as well, up to 27. He also still has the ability to keep food festivaling when needed. Doesn't really need it right now. Huge reserves for him. More gunners on the way. Now, doesn't mean end of the road for Gully, but a brutal opening to the single Elim best of 3. Impressive he was able to hold up this well against B in a matchup where Malians historically have looked very content with the status quo. A matchup that has felt awkward for the English at the best of times. If you went ranged armor earlier, it would have worked, I think. Yes. Ranged armor because you went steeled arrow, right? And I think on top of that, you just needed more production going. You've done the classic. Like, my advice to you is you had berries, deer, and you put way too many people on wood. If you want to spam mass lombos, sure, but that wasn't happening, right? It just felt like a bit of a miss macro at a critical point when you were distracted. It can easily happen, and it's something you'll learn with time. But for an all-in attack like that, I mean, it's impressive you had this type of fallback. You can try to credit that to the English folks, but it also takes a talented player to execute. And that talented player now is going to be executed. Stonewall's going up from B just to guarantee it. We've got Stonewalls from Gully. The problem is, like, there's no need for a flank raid here. The army difference is overwhelming. Gully doesn't even have the wood income to replace the lost production. Oh, if you like what you see here, though, guys, I mean, Gully's an upcoming name. We've seen him before. I'm sure we'll see him again. You could be the next Gully Deku yourself. You need to remember to sign up for these. !KPMM chat or go across the Start GG and search Midweek Muster. Sign up to them now because we've got a lot of upcoming names that have started to appear. And I always love to cast me some upsets. Who knows? I could be casting yours in the next chapter. Oy, oy, oy. So close to picking Delhi here. That would be a free win. Yeah. Why didn't you? What was the full map draft? I'm trying to remember now. Was it Frisian and something else, right? I mean, you don't need Delhi for Frisian. Was it Cliffside? You must have drafted Cliffside. That's the only reason that you draft like this and save Delhi. Because then you flexi English or Delhi between this and Cliffside. Frisian Coastal. Okay, Delhi's good there as well. That's fair, actually. Very similar maps in terms of Sacred Site lean. English can also work really well on Coastal. So yeah, you're kind of a 50-50 coin flip there, right? You can't pick French until Ottomans is used. That's horrible. Unless you, like, do something funky. Thought you might play Rus here. That's fair. Rus can work, but... Marlins, I think the idea there from B is to leverage the Stealth Forest more freely, right? So... Frisian next. Abbasid French. It's a smart read, right? Like, this is, like, I think you actually have to play French or Mongols here. Mongols is kind of awkward against Abbasids unless you just go Ultra Trade. And you, like I said, if you go map free, you're not picking French, right? If B just sees this French there, like, Ottomans can work. It's a bit of a gamble, but, like, yeah, I think you made the right choice in terms of game 2. Delhi would be weird here, wouldn't work any better. So it was Mongol or French. Mongol really good, but like I said, against Abbasids, I don't think they really care. But let's find out if you can make him care. Let me quickly just mark up Lech Leaderboard. Oh, I think that game can be uploaded. What do I call that game? What do you think the focus point is in that last game, guys? Because that was a pretty cool game. Yeah, something to do with the feudal push. And you break the SC Pro. The toddler goes for the greedy all in. Maybe? Difference between armor and damage? I don't know. I'm trying to think on that one. I'll have to give that one some thought. Maybe later. I'll think about it more. A reminder, by the way, guys, we have got another live series coming in an hour. So we'll find some extra games from the brackets to cast until then. But let's get underway with this one. Ooh. Whoa. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, no, golly, no. He's looking for the fish. What? That's kind of crazy. That's a lot of idle time, actually. That wrong move. I mean, I thought deer, and then he just go for that, but, like, he has to go fish. 1-0. Not the way he just aimed to start it, but kind of a jaw dropper there. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to for Action. We are mid-series here. Gully Deckle versus B. Gully on the French, looking for the fish, finally able to find it. You can tell that this man is from Germany. He lives in a landlocked area. He's never seen fish before, but he's finally discovered them, and they are good. Are they going to be good enough to bring down 3D Clans B on the Abbasids? Let's find out. And what is up, Atraxi? Thank you very much for gifting us up, you absolute legend. Yeah, tricky matchup here. So French versus Abbasids. This is like, in a weird way, one of the classical like TC booms. You remember a long time ago when this would happen frequently, both were in the TC meta. We aren't there anymore, and we are on a trade-oriented map. So it's quite possible that we see double trade. Now, this is where I point out that anything is possible, right? Almost like a motivational coach. But the reality is it's going to be ecoing. Yeah, Trade Wing is... They ruined it. Right? Like, Armored Caravans is poo-poo on a shtick. Against Knights, free armor is nothing. They used to be, if you remember a while ago, guys, they switched this around. Grand Bazaar and Armored Caravans got switched. So Armored Caravans used to give like 5 armor, which wasn't too bad in certain situations. Now, the tier 1, like, you're basically getting free traders. You're better off going for Eco Wing. I think that's what we'd like to see out of B. On the other side, Gully's likely going to have to go Chamber of Commerce here. Very hard to just dent the Abbasid defenses fast enough when you're talking about TCs, because Knights aren't great at torching them down in small quantities. And the reality check in this matchup is like you're going to have to deal with the fire armor. You're also going to have to deal with Camel Archers debuffing your damage in a fight, and Spearmen that can hold. So probably going to be seeing Chamber of Commerce coming out from Gully. The tech timing does not look nice. Oh, he went Wheelbarrow. I mean, it kind of makes sense because he's on fish, right? But awkward to not start this after the tech up begins. It almost feels like he's going to have to build a school of cavalry out here. He's got 5 villagers at home, so he could pull them for the Chamber of Commerce. You like the early wheelbarrow? I'm not crazy about it, because like the thing here is the Bastards aren't going to immediately open with offensive here, right? They're going to go into the goal, onto the stone rather. So wheelbarrow makes more sense when you need to run. I get it because of the shoreline fish, but you're playing French and you have cheap mills, so it's actually more optimal to just get the faster tech timing, build the mill here, and deal with like the delayed wheelbarrow, right? Because here's the thing, guys: the moment you start Chamber of Commerce, progress is there. You can then go for wheelbarrow, and the progress will still be there optimally, like when you complete the tech up. So it's a little bit awkward, yeah. I don't know. I'm not crazy about it. The wheelbarrow helps with the Chamber of Commerce too. What? Because the walk distance? I can kind of see where you're coming from there, but it does feel a little bit reachy. Because I think now B can just go for an aggressive TC, like here, right? So you give berries, fish, and protection with the secondary fish. Probably see just typical Abbasis refusing to do that. Likely we'll probably see free TC, and it'll be 1 on the stone, 1 on the gold. But it does feel like a pressure point was missed here. With the way that Gully has set up his economy as well, like very food heavy, very gold heavy actually, but he doesn't have the wood for a double stable drop here. So the idea behind Chamber of Commerce is your tech timing is going to be later, but, or rather your pump time is going to be later, but it's doubly strong. So think about it this way. By going for the School of Cavalry, you'll get the first night out much sooner. By going for Chamber of Commerce, you'll get the third night out sooner. It's a difference in timing. Now, that's value when your opponent's going to play onto the map. When your opponent's not going to play onto the map at all, you just have to play for a much later timing. You're trying to bulk. So it's fine that he went Chamber of Commerce. I actually think you need to here. Like, you're not going to get an all-in timing against Abbasis 2TC. It just doesn't work that way. But the delay on the timing means, you know, he's not in really a position to stop a good TC. Like, B could actually be ridiculously greedy here. We'll find out if it's going to be 12 on the stone. If he just slaps this bad boy down. I mean, B, funnily enough, could have been shoving the deer in right now to make this worthwhile, so you could just drop a TC on the gold. It's a bit gambly, because the problem is, like, a high-level player, if he sees you shove deer here, he could actually force you to overshove and then deny TC placement, right? So that's something to keep in mind and why some people just don't rush it. But yeah, this is free TC. Oh, the vile greed. He even sticks it on the wood line to optimize, right? Because he didn't go for the wheelbarrow. So he doesn't want to run more villagers out here because that's a long walk distance, folks. So all he does is keeps the people near the stone, and then the new villagers can come out the tree line. And then afterwards, he can shove out rather for another TC. So yeah, very smart optimization here. And because he's on Frisian Marshes, he has plenty of food underneath the primary. So there's nothing suboptimal about this. You can just have all your gatherers on the food here and not have to worry about going wider. Meanwhile, Gully just has to keep pumping trade. 4 traders so far, but remember, it's every 30 seconds by default. 120 resources. It is not cheap. And what is up, Manitou Organic? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Guys, you want to be part of this Swarm. Here's why. We're building something special here. 30 weeks of esports action. 25 hours average watch time a week, I'd say, available to you. You don't want 25 hours filled with ads. Protect yourself. Use those Prime subs a day. Just sitting there. Free. Waiting to be used. Don't forget it. So, tricky part about this. Yeah, that's sick. I love that. He deletes the mining camp. He gets the TC on the gold. And it's close enough now that he can garrison to protect against the knight. He's shiving out. Oh, that's sick. B, it's just one knight. He's not scared. Gully Deckel's timing was fluffed. Right? Like, he's got extra knights. They're just not here. For some reason, did he move a knight out to the trade? Yeah, he did. Wait. Oh, he was worried about a Woolen. Yeah, this was tricky. So I think what happened here is Gully's worried that B's going to walk out and wall his trade, which is fair. Like, we've seen that happen before. It is brutal. So he has to react accordingly. From his perspective, there could have been a villager sneak out early. It seems unlikely, but he's not willing to take that risk. The alternative was a second knight arriving there and him actually scaring the villagers away instead of them shivving, which is vital. It's substantial idle time at a point in the game where B hasn't returned the value of free TC yet. He's got a knight loom around the back. Did get a snipe there at least. And no, we don't have him trading. It's just a scout. Calm down, folks. B is not trading and TCing. Could you imagine? I mean, as a guy trying to grow a fledgling YouTube channel to make a living, I would take that. And wait, B does not have Barra. I'm going to confirm that right now. It's not bugged. It's bugged for Japanese, but it does work correctly for Bastards. I feel like we're just reading what Wicked Skies is saying and then directly challenging him. Now on the way. Wall's comment, man, this is tricky. So I've seen this before. If you guys remember, we had a game between Louis and Puppy Paw where it took him so long to wall the map that the greedy booming Civ hit his timing. A Bastards are greedy booming and they're going to hit their timing. Archery Rangers are on their way. Camel Archers will be able to intercept this wall. One villager has been given a lifetime task here. By the time he finishes building walls, he will be so capable, so mastered at it, that Trump will offer him $15 million to be his architect. Trust me, guys, it doesn't go up fast. Like, we've all experienced it recently where you try to use, like, one villager to build a small wall between, say, here and here, and you die halfway through the build process when you should have pulled free. It's brutal. Yeah, I'm going to Age of Mythology this up. By the time he completes those walls, we're going to be in Wonder God Power territory. Age 5. Titans being dropped everywhere. It's going to take him so long to build this wall, we will be in a different Age of game. So we've got another villager kill. Gully has 100% increased his kill count. He's over the moon about this. Right now, Gully is feeling like Batman telling Superman he can bleed. However, Superman's getting ready to rescue Lois Lane here. The Camel Archers are coming, the hero unit for the Bastards. Yeah, really annoying as well, because did he go Textiles? Yeah, so this is frustrating. With the Camel on his debuff, you get what, +3 damage, but your sword goes down and your lance goes down, so you go down by to about 24 damage. Your sword attack goes back down to about 19. You take 4 hits instead of 3 to kill villagers, right? Like, it's actually very frustrating the way that the camels debuff you on the textiles. Like, it stops you from 2-hitting on standard villages and stops you from 3-hitting on textiles. Gully is going Age 3 with 4 knights. Now, the beautiful thing about having Gully in chat is you can do things like this. Gully, what are we doing? This is incredibly greedy. You're giving B Age 3. You don't have Mass Knights. He's got military wing coming. And that means camels. More camels. So I think, Gully, the way you hold this now has to be a switch into infantry, right? There's no way he's going to try to do this with Mass Knights. By the way, like, usually you'd expect Guildhall when you have no knights like this, but the reality check that people have hit is that Castle is a good time to end the game for French, and you essentially get most of the qualities of Imperial by doing this. Royal Bloodlines also got buffed, so it's substantially more tanky in the third age, right? Yeah, my problem for Gully is I don't know if he's going to get enough knights. Like, his economy is at least mirroring here, but the way it's being leveraged is a bit awkward. He's got a lot of trade coming in. I think he has he at least switched some of these? No. So his food income is kind of abysmal as he's moving to new economy. actually think B could just camel. I mean camel. Like camel archers, camel riders. And yes, B's food eco is insane because welcome to the Abbasid Empire, where we just build farms underneath free TC without leaving the corner. And because it's Frisian Marshes, life is even better. He still has 11 sheep left. Yeah, he's not coming out. By the time he comes out, his army is going to be bigger. But don't worry, guys. Gully Deckle has 4 knights with 4 bloodlines. I'm sorry. It's just... Oh, God. This needs to be the equivalent of the scene where we just go, we have a Hulk. The 4 musketeers. Minus the squire. Cantled saddles as well. I mean, Gully Deckle's intent is very clear. His economy just doesn't support his intent. He's going to try to make it better, though. Stone gathering, so he's going to be setting up the keep drops to make this more cost efficient. Do you have marketplaces come in? Because B, of course, can have a lot of wood. Might struggle to get the food together, so you have to kind of trade over a bit. Another snipe there. So 50% increase on his worker kills to this game. Funnily enough, the Abbasids don't care. They're like, oh no, my child died. Let's have 4 more. The power of TC booming. It has been... How many minutes did he start this war, guys? This guy has blisters on his hands. His muscles are so big, he's going to steal your girlfriend. He's swole. He's been building this wall so long, he actually has a son now who's began as an apprentice. But they might now die together. B, he hasn't clicked beyond, right? No, so a little bit surprised by that. He didn't click the corner because then he would have rallied south, right? Because the walls are up. So the good news actually here for Gully is he's going to buy some time. It's only 4 camel riders, so it's not going to be an immediate dive in. And what is up, Philly? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. And no, I won't have any talk. He has a son, he doesn't have a wife, all right? We're gamers. We live in a basement. We don't meet girls. Uh-oh, he did click beyond. No, no! The Master and the Apprentice have died. Trump will not be giving them that $15 million a year salary. The wall has failed. Is there any way we can make French great again? I'm gonna go with probably a firm no. Spears isn't an answer to camel archers here, guys. They get double damage. The camel riders will have a party against these knights. He does at least have cantled saddles. However, he does not have an army. A real army. He does have the keep, but I'm pretty sure if B just goes east here and shuts the trade, Gully has how much trade? 26. Yeah, this is just a wrap around the back, a reach around. I love the fact he's playing camel riders mode, man. This is camel-only strategy. Nice bait. They didn't even get the charge off. Even worse for Gully. I think he charged for about 3 at the end there, but it just doesn't matter. Camel riders are in. Even the camel archers do really good damage here. 15, so 10 damage going through each strike. An absolute rout of the army. Killed about, what, 3 camels before losing. Barely gets away with anything left alive, and now the trade in trouble. Gully, you've been subscribing to too many certain videos. What is this? It's tricky, man. Like I said, the spears aren't the answer, right? Like, what do you do here? Arbalists don't feel good too. I mean, this is hard. I'm racking my brain as to what Gully was meant to do when going age 3, what the comp was meant to be. I almost feel that the answer is meant to be deal with this before camels get this big. But that's hard to do as well. He's never doing it in this series anymore. GG gets called a 2-0 B, showing us how busted the Abbasid camel spam really is. Totally reasonable, though. You know, like, solid unit, very well balanced. Definitely not one of the biggest victors of Season 9 patch. Let me know what you think in the comments. I think camels for both Ibers and Abbasids may have gone too far. Oi, oi, oi. It's clearly a Fae build, needed more stables. Of course. The classic. When in doubt, build more. So 2-0 there. 1 second, let's see. Where are we at? Ow, I just hit myself again. So, let me see. I'm wondering if there's a world in which we get the boys to pull up the timing. Ooh! Guys, really good news actually, from our sponsor. So, it's been partnering with us for now 6th month now, I believe it is. Protein Works! Exclamation mark Protein Works, guys. Check this out. So I'm going to flashbang you for good reason, because when you see through the whiteness, you will see a bloody good deal. We have got daily deals now coming in from Protein Works. It's actually changing day by day, so worth checking in if there's something you've been curious about. They've got a Cyber Month deals running on the lead up to Black Friday. So this is the time to go and check on the deals. Yeah, so they've actually got a Cyber Month deal coming through on the Whey Protein Extreme. The diet meal replacements we've been swearing by. Love the banana. The strawberries is really cool as well. Strawberries and cream, I believe, the one I got my hands on. So I definitely recommend this one. Bare minimum, get your hands on the banana smooth sundae. I can also, like, the chocolate ones are pretty decent. Salt caramel, really love that one. Vanilla creme is actually surprisingly good. And the white chocolate raspberry is always a delight. So if you guys haven't checked these out, definitely do. Perfect time to do so because they've got these bigger deals. And on top of that, my code KillerPigeon does work on top of these big discounts. So, you know, £13.49, you can get an extra £1.30 off that. And when you scale up, you get free delivery. So £60 in the UK, I believe it's €65 for the rest of Europe. America, a little bit different. You guys can scale up. So shipping for America, I believe, is $30 if you're under $50. The moment you go over $50 spend, it goes down to $20. And if you go above $150, because you're going to like stockpile a big bulk for the month or whatever, it goes down to $10. So reasonable as you scale up there. Let me know if you guys need recommendations. We've tried most of the things now. There is also a different kind of sale going on with the protein bars, because the protein bars, some of them, the individual bars, run out at the beginning of December. Trust me, you'll eat these. This is the delicious salted caramel. Definitely rate this. I've also got the cookies and cream that are banger. I think for America, I can't remember if they had these ones, but they do have the vegan bars, which FapLarp swears by. On top of that, the nootropics are helpful. If you're wondering how we keep the energy to go 5, 6, 7 hours a day, energy drinks help a lot there. And the nootropics range definitely does that. So with the blue raspberries for that. We also have our coffee coolers. I highly recommend, if you're a matcha person, checking these out. They also, if you're just a standard coffee person, caramel latte, everyone loves. Bestseller for a good reason. I'm not crazy about the coffee. I go for the matcha latte, but definitely recommend these. So exclamation mark Protein Works if you guys want to check that one out. It does help the channel as well, and you get some in return. Because if we make good sales, it gives me the ability to go to them and go, let's renew on a higher amount of money. So more money goes back into the tournaments, back into the channel, and back into making this possible to make a living off of. Oh, cheers. So, really crunchy. More series to come. Sorry, just realized I'm crunching in your ears. I think what we're going to do, we can check out Cat versus Crackedy. A really cool series to check in on, because the winner of this will be going up against Puppy Paw. Then it's Canadian theme, because after that, we're going to be helping in to Wham versus Myriad. So let me get that data ready, and we'll have a look. Because if you guys remember, last week, Crackedy kind of put a bit of a bounty on his head after he beat Beastie. Yeah, unexpected. I mean, Crackedy, very talented, but obviously Beastie hard in the grind. A 2-1 victory, a sick one at that. I'm going to put the music on while I munch. I'm going to get the draft set up, and then we'll hop into this series, okay? Holy crap, guys. The salted caramel one? I did it earlier. Impressed me. It's impressing me more now. The hunger's setting a bit, and this is poked here. Can you even count a 2-minute China game? Yeah. A bit disappointed it wasn't 1 minute. I could have made it a short. Okay, so let me get the draft ready. We're going to be starting on Pigeon's view with Delhi versus Byzantine. You let him get Byzantine, Crackedy? Bro, we got to talk. So draft is going to be Pigeon's view, Cliffside, Frisian. We're getting a lot of the same drafts here. So let me get that updated. So Pigeon's view, Cliffside, Frisian. Then we'll pull this in. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, what? What? He banned the Middle Eastern civs. Mate, Crackedy went full Trump. He pulled out the Middle East on this one. Actually, that's not true. He picked the Middle East at the end. He predicted what's going to happen in 2 years. This is a funky draft, right? Yeah, Khan's draft looks better. But like, opening game Delhi versus Byzantine. This feels, I don't know, man. It's been feeling harder and harder for Delhi, right? I think Byzantines have a really solid timing here. You can't just raw Ghazi them. 1 sec. Did I? Yeah, okay. All right, there we go. Let's get this ready to go. So reminder, guys, we're going to do this series, and then after that, we're going to hop in for WAM versus Myriad live. Whoop, whoop. Whoa. Let's get ready to go. Is it the beginning of a legend? Week 1, he takes out Beastie. This should be a walk in the park for him. Crackedy back again for another edition of the Midweek Muster. This time, matching up against Cat, but he's done something crazy. He banned the Middle Eastern civs and let the Byzantines through. Now, Crackedy, infamous for telling us how often the HRE, the Holy Roman Empire, is OP. Surely the true Roman Empire should be even stronger. I'm going to find out. Cat, definitely a very talented player, been back on the grind. I was saying it in the B series, it feels like the 3D clan are back, man. It looked like they were actually divesting their interest, shifting away from AoE4 entirely. But in like the last month or two? Damn. They've been back on the grind. Love to see so much participation out of them. It's good to have more teams coming back to AoE4. I've said this for a long time. It's kind of crazy. Like, Myth's doing well, having Aces coming in, having Fox come in. I think 4, there's a big gap, and there's some easily pick-upable players that wouldn't really cost much. I do think a big challenge is getting them to engage with the content creation, though. I'm thinking of ways that we can help that, enable that, get more players signed to teams, but there's got to be some give and take on both sides. Question is, who's going to be taking this open game? We are on High View, of course. An improved version of High View. If you guys want to check this out, this is Pigeon's View. 10 times better. We do have that 1 gold vein spawn again. Yeah, so this isn't consistent. I don't know if I like this or not, that this sometimes happens, sometimes doesn't. But there is meant to be 2 gold veins. It doesn't consistently spawn 1. Now, you could look at that as a positive. Some maps have this type of variability. It's kind of like when you play Holy Island and you get either the full tree line or just the full back one. But this is a tricky detail long-term when you get deeper in the game, because I think Byzantines in particular can become a very anchored civ, and Delhi don't really play compound defender anymore. So this whole idea of them playing out and staking claim to the sacred sites doesn't really play the same way, especially if you go for a good old classic Dome of Faith. And I think if you go Dome of Faith here, Byzantines can just run at you with Javelin Limitane. That's actually scary to think about. This matchup used to be really hard for Byzantines because the Archer mass from Tower Victory would force you to go Limitane plus Javelins, and then your Javelins would trade poorly because the Archers attack too quickly. Now, with everyone thinking Dome of Faith, it actually gives Byzantines a really good aggressive window in Feudal. And there it is. The sinful Dome of Faith on the way up from Crackedy. Oh. Ground Miner on the other side. Look at the berry spawns as well. Nothing outrageous here. One forward, one retracted. One's in the side. Has got the deer nearby. This would be a really sick shove by Cat. Just bringing it all in. Obviously, you ideally want to be on berries, want to be on groves. But if you're going for like a heavy blob, let's say you're going Limitani or Horseman, it's worth getting these in. And Cat looking to do exactly that. So good read. Other side, Crackedy could do the same, but it's not as imperative for the Delhi. The difference for Delhi, of course, is they can just inherently research into Pro Scouts, courtesy of everything being free. There's Stopper coming through. Shout out to Stopper, one of the players who's been playing, one of the upcomers in Midweek Muster. Love the fact that we're seeing new names each week, right? Obviously, you got the atypical ones. You like DeMu's, your Crackedy's coming through, Cats as well. But it's nice to see some faces that we haven't seen before. I think that's like really important to this format, is giving people the competitive experience to potentially thrive, right? I don't believe in handouts. I believe you got to earn it, but I believe you should have a shot to earn it. And that's something I'm pretty proud of that we've already started to see from Midweek Muster. Is this event Wednesdays or Mondays? Not Wednesdays. Grand finals for these will be on Thursdays. Every single week for 30 weeks. So, Crackedy, what are we going to be doing this age up? I'm going to take a guess here, a very innovative guess, and say Ghazi Raiders. Wow, I'm a genius. I just have to do this to Delhi picks. It's always going to be Ghazi or Dome of Faith. You just want to remain mobile, keep your opponent on the defensive, and then look for that timing around Sacred Sites. Ghazi are just too good to not open with, right? It's like when you pick French and you just have the option to go Knights, you go Knights. Has that kind of similar taste to it. So Ghazi beginning, and Limitane reaction. Everything going according to plan. Merc House will be coming in about the next 30 seconds, so you have the timing right, and I'm expecting it to be Javelins. The cool thing for Cat, though, is he doesn't have to rush it. Cat can wait until he sees what Crackedy does, because there is a world in which Crackedy goes Spears. There's actually a world in which he goes for Archers. So if you just wait him out, you can then just go for the Surge Point. I think this is sometimes underrated with the Merc House, right? But it all comes down to your goal, your achievement you're looking for here. Are you looking to just defend, 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 rush out, or are you looking to contest? And I think Cat's perspective on this game right now is he right now has the eco edge, right? System's buffing his entire economy. Crackedy's only buffing 7 on the berries. So his goal, before all these eco techs come in for free, is to mobilize onto the map and block Crackedy from getting those sacred sites. Yeah, there's a really interesting balance between Delhi and Byzantines with these approaches, because the advantage pivots. You get System, you have advantage. You get free eco techs, you have advantage. You get the initial mercs coming in from the Olival, you have advantage. And then you get Sacred Sites to have advantage, right? So it's why I quite like the Delhi-Byzantine matchup. It's one where you actually see a lot of aggressive play early on from both sides. One is more raid-oriented, the other is more targeted at Sacred Sites. Ironically, the other way around than what you'd expect. The Ghazi have to raid, the Byzantines have to focus. Very early Blacksmiths. Really early, actually. There isn't a Blacksmiths from Crackedy. And we do have confirmation it's going to be Javelins. So it's almost just etched into the woodworks at this point. Like, the moment you see the Limitane coming, Crackedy was anticipating Javelins as a likely outcome. What Crackedy can now do is just play Spears. Spears and Ghazi does make a lot of sense here, because Spears are really good at dealing with Javelins. Ghazi, phenomenal at dealing with it. And the value of the Spears is that when you clash with the Limitane, you bog them down in a fight, and then Ghazi can just like try to help from the side or flank. We'll see, though. Many of player has been too tempted by archers. Could you actually believe that he's trying to learn a second civ? What, Crackedy? No. I mean, what better way to learn the in and outs of the Byzantines you love so much than by facing them on the other side? Kappa. Oh, MSN. Yeah, I mean, MSN, like, he had some cool games. Once again, like the thing that I really want to emphasize to players, and I think this is actually a good thing about the top 4 only paying out, by the way, is I feel you're less incentivized to cheese your opponent if you're just a 2 civ picking guy. Instead, you kind of take the opportunity to practice more civs. Because here's the thing, guys. You will be in BO5 territory to earn money. By being there, like, you could cheese BO3 early rounds, great, but now, like, you've reached a hurdle. It's better to be prepped to play 4, 5, 6 different civs so that you can actually be in the money. So yeah, I hope players kind of like take that on board. Like the idea of just kind of cheesing your opponent might seem good in theory, but same as it doesn't work out in S tier tournaments when you get deeper in the bracket, it's not really worth it versus just actively improving as a player. Dive coming in. Nice raid there with the Raiders. In fact, what? Cat! Bit of a misclick there. I don't know if he was thinking about using the Akratoid to fight back. Doesn't work out there, right? Some cooldown. So it's almost like he checked, misclicked, didn't realize it was not there. Ends up losing 2 villagers for it. So Crackedy now with a free eco lead, looking good. But we are having a march out by Cat. He's looking to contest the sacred sites. Limitane. wait. Why is Cat on a stand ground? He doesn't get the gold if we just stand here, right? No, who would take it? Someone would have to walk over and we would not. No. He's actually still getting the gold as long as it's captured, guys. So Cat sends over 2 more Limitane. We'll be able to shove him away now. We'll begin the decap. So good map control now from Cat. Like that dive by Crackedy done some damage, but it does come at a turn point, right? Like you have now sacrificed your military influence. 5 of your military isn't real military, it's scholars. So there is an edge now for Cat. Javelin count is looking really good. And Crackedy, instead of just trying to rule Limitane versus Spear here, he wants the direct counter. He's gone archers. Yeah, and this is scary because Cat is doing what every Byzantine player fantasizes about doing. The easiest way to win. If you see an opening, if you see an open goal, you take the shot. Castle's about to trigger. And not only that, Crackedy's stuck in its base. Like, this is doubly damning. He missed out on the Sacred Site control for any real length of time. And he's going to be up against Castle Byzantines. One more match after this. One more match fully, yes. We'll have the live coverage of WAM versus Myriad. This, of course, your official location to catch all the midweek muster action. But before we get to that, we've got to find out if Crackedy is able to be the beast we saw in week number 1, because this is looking rough, man. Cat in a great position right now. Crackedy also going to start losing some village. You greedy son of a... He spends enough time in this chat to know what I'm going to say next. No textiles. I mean, you lost map control, right? Like, I understand the opening from Crackedy where you didn't go textiles, but the moment you lost sacred sites, it kind of makes sense that there's a big risk of you losing economy, especially on a map like Highview with all this stealth forest. His gluttony costs him. Cat now 2 villages ahead. Definitely looks like there was some skip production, right? Because Cat should only be 1 villager ahead. So a little bit of a mistake there, a little bit of a gap for Crackedy. And the gap is growing between them. Cat now going into age 3. How do you play against this? I mean, Ghazi isn't going to be the answer. You're already up against Limitane. Javelin's coming through. Upgrade's going to give him access to camels as well. So, like, your Ghazi strat doesn't work now, actually. This is another reason why Javs feels really good here, is the transitional point. Just one group of camels is actually very impactful due to the unease. Remember, Ghazi are higher base damage than the Horsemen. Ergo, unease hurts them even more. Crackedy, he's nowhere near age 3 himself. He wasn't gathering gold. You can see the scouting, so you know if he tries. You could, in theory, switch into Cadfraxia. But I think this is just going to be a Varangian dump. I mean, what does he have against it? This isn't Tower Victory, so he can't even pin cushion you efficiently. It's going to take him 140 shots to kill 1 Varangian. He should be Noville ahead. They've killed 2 each. So Cat should be 1 villager ahead because textiles. Less than 1 villager, right? Because textiles with Dome of Faith, it should be about 15 seconds to research, if I'm not mistaken, at that stage in the game. So yeah. It seems like Mr. C, being for Crackedy here, Mr. Villager. Range 2 coming in. Why? I mean, I guess it's good for diving the TC, but remember, guys, these archers are locked to 6 damage, and your Varangian already have 5 armor. Kind of a waste here compared to maybe even, like, Steeled Arrow. Not that great with this few javelins, but could even make an argument for melee tech. Like, he hasn't got melee tech at all. Melee tech 1 would be pretty cool for the Varangian. Yeah, I guess actually you're right. The Limitane is pretty decent. I just think you don't need them that badly, right? You keep them in reserve, play Varangian. But what do I know? I'm not the one kicking Crackedy in the gonads here. Dives in. Vet jabs as well. 5 ranged armor, so takes you 80 shots to kill these bad boys. At least from range. One Varangian just runs in versus the world. Yeah, the javelins are actually attacking all the wrong things, though. Like, he's not going after the archers, he's attacking the spears. This is messy from Cat. Really messy. A little bit of a raid coming in. Not too much damage. Wait. Not too much? I'm sorry. Lots of damage done. I think Crackedy may have skipped on villager production, but check that. From 2 to now 8 worker kills. Crackedy up by 3. Damn, crazy raid. Okay, so Crackedy, like, things are falling apart a little bit by Cat. He got baited on both sides. Slow reaction back at home, slow reaction on the dive. Archers are tanked down the Limitane. Ghazi count is low, though. Which means the Varangian really don't have an answer. Even a small group like this should trade fairly well. Limitane are going to finish off the last of the Ghazi. Damn. Despite his best efforts, I think Crackedy's reached the end of the road. Like, he's 4 eco ahead, but it's 12 Varangian. And the military is a lie. He's at 15 military. Yeah, even if you try to repull Ghazi here, the food income isn't high enough, the production rate isn't high enough, right? Like, this is going to be a game 1 winner for Cat, which is, I'd say, like, based on last week, a big upset. I mean, you think about the draft, like, Cat got a pretty solid draft, especially opening Byzantines here, but you know, I think a lot of people would have banked on Crackedy. If we had bets on, I imagine there would have been a lot of points going on our boy from Germany. Can't forget the kitty cat, though. 15 Varangian, more to arrive now in the base, and I think Crackedy at this point is just processing what feels like an imminent loss to open this series. This call is now being pulled. Now, in fairness, nothing gets bonus damage against these. Yeah, no, we're huffing the hopium here. We're going to speed this up. Try to minimize the requirement for censorship as we try to hide the bloodbath. Villagers are now getting their shivs out to try and fight the javelins. Even if this works, the idle time alone floors you, though. Crackedy was at 16 villagers just not working at any given time. The eco lead has now shifted again in favor of Cat. And that means Cat is off to a swift start in this single Elam best of 3. Ooh. So, now we have to look a bit deeper, delve a bit deeper, because we talked about the potential choices here, like Frisian for Cat, still looking really good, because there's the Chinese pick, there's the French pick, and then, what is that? Are we in Cliffside? Okay, Cliffside, Marlian's a bit of a gamble, I'd be surprised, but it can work with Sin at work. China feels really good because the Barbica drop, so this could be like, I think Crackedy, is he probably thinking of going for Cliffside? Roost versus Chinese? That makes sense in my mind. Let me have a look. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Because, like, these type of civs are really highly coveted because they just deny the central ramp entirely. Yeah, Cliffside. Ooh. It's not what I thought at all, though. Yeah, we said, like, Marlian sounds weird, but we saw it look really good in Corvinus's game against Elyona. It's coming out. And it's going up against the Abbasids. So this is TC Boom versus, like, what? Farimba or Fulani? If it's Fulani, like, I think you're chill here as Cat. Farimba would be weird, but in theory? Javelins versus Camel Archers? Javelineers at that. I think I'm hoping for the unbelievable. Yeah, I feel like Abba should do pretty well here against Marlians, right? Like, the TC rush is too strong. Alright, we'll have to find out. Let me update that as well, because obviously pause the game for a second, because otherwise it lags like crazy. Put a point on the board for Cat. Let's get underway. Hype it up in the chat. He ain't dead yet. 1 game down, but he got the OP Abbasids up against Marlians 1-0. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the midweek muster here in Age of Empires 4. The second week, the second edition, the second game in this series. Cat has impressed. Crackedy seemed favored after what he done in the first week, taking down BCQ, the seed number 1. He now looks like he's on the verge of defeat here, but he does get a good draft. Abbasids have been on the rise, and although Marlins have some crafty new builds, it's very difficult for Marlins to deal with these TC boomy civs. And it doesn't get more TC boomy than this. So what are we looking at here? Probably 2 TC hunkered down. You could potentially play 3 TC. That's going to put the ball in Cat's court. It's going to have to do something different here. I don't think you just want to play for the fast castle rush. I don't think you just want to play for Fulani or Farimba rush. I mean, in theory, we have seen, was it 1 Farimba game so far in Midweek Muster here, guys? And it was on this map. That was the Cornus versus Elyona series, in which the Freeborn looked kind of bonkers. The raw HP on those units was a little bit absurd. In theory, even against Camel Archers, very good, right? Camel Archers 12 base damage. Freeborn would have about 165 HP with 5 ranged armor. And what? He's going. Cat, we've got a Dark Age Rush player here. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Like, you wouldn't really expect Marlins to do that in this particular matchup, but look at the resources. Gold, berries, backup golds. It's all on the forward for Crackedy. He's at least got food behind this, and in fairness, once you have the initial gold, you don't need more. I'm not sure if this is entirely worth it for Cat, though, because like the other thing that is on the bat for Crackedy is stone. Yeah, we're going to have to monitor this one closely and stroke our chins a lot. In fairness, he does get a blocker to good TCs, but like we've seen Abbasids even before the buffs, like over a year ago, Abbasids were very comfortable with the idea of just build free TCs pretty much in the network of your starting one, right? So you like TC drop on the berries, or rather on the stone, and then if you want to go for another on the berries, or you just grab stone, drop it on, say, berries, which also skews the wood line. Then you can just wall around here, and you got a nice kind of secure area. But Donzos are a bit different to standard spear rushes, guys. They have javelins. Only 5 damage, but when you start to stockpile these, it does add up and does scale. This is kind of crazy. Is Cat even committing beyond this? He has a little bit of wood coming in, nothing too dire. Like, remember, this Donzo rushes are hard, guys. They're 30 wood each. And, you know, although you can prioritize across them that, think about how quick that scales against you. You want to get pit mine, you want to get some houses, you need to get houses. So you can't afford to go too hard into Donzos because you'd have to then set up a lumber camp. And that means spending a very long time in Dark Age. You only have those 3 straggler trees. So Eco Wing is on the way. And we do have gold gathering on the east. So it looks like Crackedy... Oh, okay, that's sick. He sends out 9 while he can to get what is necessary for Fertile Crescent and fresh foodstuffs. This boy do math. It's like he has to send 1 more out. He doesn't have enough. Okay. Is this one villager going to doom him? So Fertile Crescent's going to give the 35 discount, 75 gold. No, he has enough. He doesn't actually need to be out here unless he wants, like, what? Horticulture? Or maybe the lumber tech. He mathematically should be fine. I think Crackedy has forgotten... Oh, wait, no, I'm being an idiot. Sorry, it doesn't affect tax. You know, he's right, yeah. He doesn't have enough gold. He's 7 short. My brain. I'm, like, math hard. Ugh, ugh. Do you know what, guys? Like, my math's so bad, I bet if someone gifted 10 subs, I couldn't count from 1 to 10. Stone being gathered now. What's even my thing? I've been watching too much French today. Donzo's coming around the back. Crackedy is going to have to fight this, but these are Dark Age spears, guys. Their health is not that impressive. They're missing an extra 20 here. Villager Ark can look to shuffle away. The Crackedy... Wait, you have to fight it. Yeah, so gets the stabs out. Look at the surround. Doesn't quite get it, though. Does enough to scare him away for now, but he has got those javelin hurls. This is kind of annoying. Like, it's ruining Crackedy's timing here. He still doesn't have the stone. Is that enough now? Fertile Crescent should make that cheap enough. 227. Yeah, so he just needs to drop off. Which he's he's chosen to do at the mining camp instead of at TC. It's coming in now. It's still not entirely safe, but he did kill one of the Donzos. So realistically, that one Donzo kill should make this fine. This is kind of wild. And we do have the archer range follow-up. I swear, he's just going to go for a Ram player here. Has to be. And I don't know why anyone would be accusing Cat of cheating. I've never heard of him cheating. This kitty cat just uses all his claws. Slumber Tech yeah, this is mass archers into Ram from Cat, which is such a Cat classic. Like, guys, you remember the games we've cast of him over the last several months? This guy so frequently goes to these weird little Ram Rush type plays. In fact, on Cliffside, he's been infamous for it. I still remember a particular game against Core. I believe it was Marlins versus Roos where he Ram Rushed him. He's going free TC. Okay, guys, hear me out. Marlin all-in will actually beat a Bastards here. I can't believe the words are coming out of my mouth, but... Okay, it is Javelin, so that at least blocks that blocks Camel Archers, that blocks Archers. Crackedy could, in theory, still just build Spears. But if we check his food, 17 is good enough. He's about to go up to free TC. Dude, this is wild. I'm trying to think if anyone else would try and do this with Marlians. This is very much a Cat-esque move. Like, I would have loved to have heard Crackedy's reaction to this, because it just seems like you vibe and you're like, haha, we're going game free. And then a Marlian player isn't booming, he just turns up in your base with Dark Age Spears. Doesn't happen every day on the ladder. You thought Marlian's the only Civ that can't Dark Age Rush? It was very different though, right? Like, he didn't Dark Age Tower Rush. That would have been weird. The reason why Marlians usually suck at playing these Dark Ages, we mentioned it already. You only get free straggler trees. You have to spend so much on the racks initially because it's 150. You still have to build your houses. You want to get a pit mine to gather gold because you don't want to build a mining camp. So that's expensive wood. And then each of these Donzos is 30 wood. It's a premium unit, but like if you think about their stats in Dark Age, it doesn't really feel premium. The only premium thing is its hybrid attack. And oh my god, Crackedy, what? Does this work? The Scout's going to chase him down. Javelin gets the shot. Looks like the TC should be able to go up. He's trying to min-max this to get as many kills as possible. Does have to pull away. Didn't commit the Donzo, so missed opportunity to get an extra villager kill. Crackedy does get the TC up. Now, this is big, guys. He secures the berries, the gold. But if I see a blacksmith's in Cat's base, it's happening. He has the gold. He could commit into the Rams here. Right now, he just seems interested in scaling Javelins. It's not the worst of ideas. The secondary TCs do not have good range. So you can actually try to extract kills here. You're going to force Crackedy to keep microing in and out of the town center. Siege engineering on the way. It's happening. We prophesized. Oh, only Cat would so consistently do this on Cliffside. I mean, a lot of Civs will try to ram rush you here, but Marlians. Crackedy, does he even suspect this? He's got mass spears coming, but I think if Cat just doubles down on Donzos now, like not even necessarily more Javelins, right? Because Javelins can get counted. In fairness, though, like it's a Bastards without blacksmiths. He's going into stables now. Like legit, if you just pull Donzos, Crackedy's in trouble. He can't touch it. He's trying to scale Horseman on limited food. So now he's going to move on to the deer. That's scouted as well, by the way. Look at the vision. Cat has read every potential move. He's got a Javelin out on the berries. He's got the scout waiting near the deer. He's now going to wrap around the trees to go over here. He's got the second group. Horsemen are going to try to jump on that, but it's only one Horseman, so Donzo should better stab that down. And remember, guys, these are ridiculously tanky in spear engagements. Crackedy has not gone for this phalanx, right? He doesn't have enough yet. On top of that, you could actually get a lot of value out of going melee defense. Because you already have +1 armor on Donzos, as well as extra health. Donzos are just your win condition. Instead, though, he's like, well, I've got archery ranges. You haven't got that many horsemen. You haven't got that much food. Let's go for the archers. I think it should really be emphasized that this is not easy to execute what Cat is doing, by the way. Bastards are really infuriating for how easily they get away with the TC booms. The way that he's navigating this is like, if he slips up once, if he makes just one error, it is GG. Whether you'd make this type of move on match point is another question entirely, but that's the benefit of the opening win. You can afford to be a little bit more risky with the following up game. Double ram. Notice that he pulls back out of vision. So Crackedy isn't fully aware the ram player is coming. 3 rams should be optimal to break a secondary TC. You can only have 8 villagers safely there to repair. All right, 1s if you think Cat is going to break him. 2s if you think Camel OP. This is where people type 1s and 2s together. He does at least have the berry gathering again. A lot of spears are in here, but the archer mass. And another thing, Crackedy, because he has a full melee army, he hasn't gone undermesh. I don't think he realizes the archer transition happened. Because if you did, you'd have undermesh here for the horseman. Oh no. The rams arrive. The look that we would see on Crackedy's face right now surely is priceless. It's that flashback, that realization. Of course Cat would be ram rushing me. 3 rams move in, the horsemen have to commit. Donzo's around to try and help with that. The mass spearmen are going to scare this away. But Cat should be getting favorable trades in terms of military count here. Army has to shuffle away. It's down to 2 rams. Now, theoretically, you can repair through this, but the javelins can dive underneath the TC. Village is being pulled out here. And we target it down. A small group of Donzo holding back the entire wave, the entire army. Archer's just trading out favorably. The horseman count is not good enough for Crackedy to contest this. He'd need to pull the villagers right now. He doesn't even have textiles, which means it's not a good play. Has to chase the rams away, but that means he's going to lose a bunch of economy here. Crackedy's eco lead starting to shrivel up. Has he done it? Cat, the TC's on half HP. He's not leaving without a scalp. Army gets mopped up. Crackedy has no military left. To make matters worse, he's gathering on the ford berries, limited resources, and no sheep left. He's going to have to farm transition, but where? He's got so much production in his base, there's nowhere to build farms. Cat with mass archers now at this stage. I mean, the blacksmiths as well, this is sick. Crackedy, he didn't get enough gold. He does not have undermesh. He does not have stilled arrow. Mass archers can just win this game. Ironically, against an Abbasid player. Oh my god. Cat is going to 2-0 him. And what a way to do this. The Byzantine pick that we questioned whether it should have even made it through the draft. And the reason it made it through the draft is because Crackedy coveted the Abbasid so highly. And Cat, somehow in a matchup where you would not expect it, has found the answer for the Malians. As the Malians. Don't be greedy. Second wave arrives. Village is exposed there as well. 2 rams still to play with. And a third being built now. The starvation is real. Crackedy has 58 economy, but nothing you can do with it. He is right now playing Risk. And I am vomiting. You just can't see it. That is 32 villagers that had to walk out here without wheelbarrow. Oh my god. And wait, does Cat realize? He doesn't have vision on the deer. So no. No, this could potentially get Crackedy back in, but he needs time. And I ain't talking about the spice. I'm talking about the thing on the watch. With 4 rams, he might not have enough. Stable's being targeted. Counterattack on the north side. Looks like Crackedy's going to muster what he has to try and resolve the pinch. The rams are moving in. Archer Rangers now being targeted. TC next on the tier list to take down. Reinforcing javelins are arriving to contest the wave of archers coming out. But right now, a bigger threat coming in from the south side. This army isn't contestable. Crackedy, he's going to lose that second TC. And although Abbasids like to brag about how cheap it is to rebuild these, I don't see a world in which he accesses stone. Production also now in a pickle. Woodline also getting thin. Crackedy has to shuffle out the east side of his base. On top of that, his army had to fall back. The javelin's just too hard to contest here. Like, it's ridiculous, right? With the extra armor, you're hitting for 1 damage. It takes you 70 shots to kill a single javelin. Cat, well, he loaded 2 shots in it with this draft. And like a double barrel shotgun, he has fully unloaded it here. Crackedy. I mean, he's at least deep enough in the bracket that he can make it back-to-back-to-back appearances in midweek muster. But he's not going to be able to make it another deep run by the looks of it, because I think Cat, like a dog with a bone, weirdly enough. I guess Cat with a mouse here. He refuses to let go of it. The wolf is the only thing chasing him on his food, but the food is running out fast. The deer already exhausted, and it's another marathon with the wheelbarrow not being there. 10 horsemen. Oh my god. The problem here is without undermesh, I don't think this works. It's so much range firepower. I mean, in theory, what Crackedy's doing is the right call, but like the lack of gold access is going to kill him. New blacksmith's coming up. If he can buy a minute here, maybe. But I'm seeing 6 rams. And I've seen this too frequently out of Cat. Confidence surging. He's looking for that GG push. Primary TC might be able to buy Crackedy a minute here. But the issue with you going this hard into Horseman is your own base could become your grave. Those choke points that usually benefit a defender can now work against him. And here comes the shuffle. 6 rams go in. 1 immediately gets splintered. Nice micro there. That's it, Crackedy. He's clown carring from the TC. But now the body blocks are coming in. He's trying to protect the rams here with the mass ranged. Undermesh is on the way, but Crackedy might not have the time for it. Notice he doesn't even try to contest this. If he jumps out, the mass range will kill him. He's already killing his reinforcements. TC on fire though. Undermesh is still not there for 20 seconds. He needs to run. Instead, he's going to be forced to fight. He gets ready. He springs it. Cat, stagger formation, moves away. TC is down. And look at how quickly the horsemen die. I don't think this trade is good enough for him. On top of that, he does have an eco lead, but he no longer has a TC. So you need to win this, and then you need to counterattack. A few Donzo delaying this. The undermesh is now in for Crackedy, but he only has 3 horsemen. Another 12 in queue. The production just doesn't seem genuine here. He can't produce units quick enough. Crackedy is going to lose the archers far too fast. And now we are in a true Congo line of death that only ends one way. The kitty cat strat works out. The mass rams from Malians to get the 2-0. Sick strategy actually coming out from Cat. Let me know what you think about this, guys. It's not often we get to see Malian all-ins. Definitely something that someone like Cat typically does with any given Civ on the day. But this matchup, I mean, my feelings is that Abbasid should have been favored here. Let me know if you disagree in the chat. Let me know if you found a different creative way to overcome the beast, or if you have to resort to the same way the Cat did here. I'll see you in the next one. Oh, man. That was cool. So, guys, we are just a few minutes away from another live series. Up next, we are going to have... Oh, sorry, let me... What do we call that one? Let's do the Malians all in, right? Abbasid TC spam causing you problems. Try this. Okay, so our next series is going to be WAM versus Myriad. I believe we're getting ready for that draft right now. So let me just update everything. I just knocked my pillow off as well for my foot. I'm very sad. So bear with me 1 second. I believe we should have draft links. More TC, but yeah, dude, like the problem was Crackedy just didn't have enough TCs. So, yeah, if you guys were looking for the WAM versus Myriad, this is your place to park. Let me get the drafts ready now. So, map draft in. Let me close some of these tabs. I've got a lot of them open. Hi, YouTube. First, a week of toilet seat maps, and now a week of... No, shut up, Brian. We don't talk about how the map looks. So, we're going to have Gorge, Frizzy, and Marshes again as the other choice. Dude, I called it. Like, where's the map diversity, boys? So, we're going to get Highview. We're going to get Gorge. And finally, we are going to get Frisian. So let me update that. We have the map draft now completing. Wham's about to make his final pick, and then we will load it in to the front end. Oh. That's true. In fairness, more TCs is always better, though. Like, you know, if Crackedy taught us anything, his problem is, like, he didn't trust his own flow. You guys remember when Crackedy was building, like, 8 Mongol TCs? Plays a Bastards, TCs are even better, and he, what, stops at 3? Rookie numbers. Wait, Wham just randomed his final pick. What? He just random Japanese. This cocky mother ducker is so confident in his best of 3 draft. And in fairness, maybe I can see where he's coming from here. We've got the Chinese, the Rus, and the English. But at the same time, you let Myriad get HRE. You let him get Delhi. I don't know if you should really be randoming here. Maybe it is just that cut and dry for him, right? Like, you're probably going to be playing Chinese, but you could actually play Japanese now, realistically, as a backup option on Frisian. Gorge is Rus, and English for Highview. But, like, English against Delhi, man. Like, I think Myriad has a pretty good draft for this. I don't know why Wham done that. 1 second. I'm just going to make a quick post. Right, this Myriad live here now. Doink. Wham just randomed his pick. Dude, I can't, like... Is that a mistake draft and they're just going to go... No, I think that's locked in. There's no secondary draft coming. He legit just randomed the final pick. Like, I'm double checking just to be safe here. Because we have the dice to show that he randomed. And it is going to be Rus Malian opening. Now this gets very intriguing. I thought it was going to be the English, but... Was this like an outplay by Myriad? No, because I'm trying to think which works better. Rus versus Malian or Rus versus Delhi. He still has the Delhi pick to block the English, though. So in a way, I think this is quite good for Myriad. He's kind of just kept the perfect like counter pick. And there's only one other map where that can come out. So you still have Gorge for Delhi, which is a solid one. Wham has to pick Chinese there, which then leaves him with like Japanese or English for Frisian if we go there. I think Myriad needs to win this opening map, though. Because like if it is going to be China versus Delhi on map 2, he's going to struggle. He basically has to play Tower Victory, and he has to outplay Wham. And Wham, being a podium-level finish type player right now, that's much easier said than actually done. All right, so they're in lobby now. We'll be getting underway in a second. If you guys haven't, by the way, and you are an aspiring player, !KPMM, go sign up. We have weeks 3 through 6 available for sign up now. You want to do it ahead of time. Don't do what I'm going to call the core, because last week you came in here on Thursday and asked where the sign-ups were for week number 2. Sign-ups close on Wednesday. Not making exceptions. So, if you want to participate, sign up ahead of time, and we'll check with you at the week whether it's possible. Like, don't worry about, oh, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do this. We'll be able to always confirm that afterwards. The more sign-ups as well, the easier it makes. In the event that someone doesn't turn up, we have our backup slots. So go ahead and do that. Yeah. I think we could have a very interesting set here. Reminder that Wham is the current reigning champion of the Midweek Muster. He won week number 1. With a draft like this, cocky son of a gun might be in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, I'm excited for this. All right, 1's if you think Wham's just going to take it like you'd expect, or 2's if you think Myriad's going to slap him about. Let me update as well. While we're waiting for them to like start their lobby, we can actually add in the Civ pick. So I said it was going to be Rus versus Malian. Wow, the wham train there. Where's the Myriad love? Where's the belief? Poor guy. What I'll do, by the way, guys, while they're getting ready to hop into game, I'm going to run a minute of ads so you guys don't have to worry about it in-game. If you haven't already, by the way, consider subscribing. It helps the channel out. It helps you out so you don't have to worry about ads. And you also get all these awesome emotes that you should be spamming on everyone else's channel anyway because they're badass. We have to believe in the champ. See, this is something I was talking about with someone before. I think like it's kind of weird in RTSs, in 1v1 games in general. Like, reigning champs tend to hold for longer than like teams. Does that make sense? Yo, what is up? I am WW. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub, Bog the Swarm. Yeah, I think like the story, like the idea of an underdog is, it can happen, but the way it happens is different in 1v1s. You know what I mean? Where it's almost like, oh, wow, okay, no, this guy is stomping. Okay, he's going to stomp the whole tournament, sort of feeling. It's still an underdog story, but it plays out differently. Whereas, like, team games, you almost just get it happen out of nowhere. For whatever reason it could be. Team dynamics, team matchups, like, all these specific details. Noticed that in the past. Like, because you do have epic, like, Cinderella stories, right? Things like Serral comes to mind. Actually, there's quite a few in StarCraft. Oliveira, right? But they begin and then they bloom very quickly. Like, it's compared to team games, I feel like there's loads of team tournaments where I've just seen it happen midway. Maybe I just haven't watched the right RTS tournaments where that's happened midway through a tournament. Ah, no, my mistake. There was Marine Lord. If you guys remember, he got thrashed by Magic in round 1 of Wololo. And then that was the Cinderella story. All of a sudden, guy was unbeatable. Solved it. 1 second. Give me a sec. Just respond to some messages. Get some things lined up.
Lackluster performances.
Ah, good old boy's voice. What's up? What's up? God, who remembers that? That's age showing. Not the age of empires, just age. So I'm just checking something. I want to make sure all the tags are lined up. Oh. What can go wrong with when you bring communication and group coordination into the game? Exactly. I've always said, like, I find it more impressive, like, team environments versus 1v1s. Like, it's not, and not disrespect to 1v1s, there's a lot of talent, but it's, there's something even more impressive about, like, overcoming all the flaws of a team environment versus perfecting your own game. I have a lot of respect for someone who can sit there and meticulously, like, perfect their game. But there is no denying, and also it's the storylines, right, of, like, I don't know, there's so much more narratives that you can weave around a team environment, even things as simple as, like, comms. Right? Imagine trying to go for a listen in a 1v1 esport. You just hear tumbleweed in the background. Update on the Season 9 plans. Wait, what? Is this new? I haven't seen this. I guess we can read this afterwards. We'll read this afterwards. Well, it's just a fluff that where they haven't said anything, right? Oh, is there a patch coming? No, when was this? Okay, I don't know if there's a patch. I just read something about October 31st. We'll read it later. It's a short read. Oh, crap. We can do predictions. I almost forgot. TLDR, they're nerfing Abba, of course. The land of the camel must be cleansed. Wait, what? All right. Sorry about that. Just had to send some messages. Some stern discussions. Mama, I'm home. That's right. Roos back where they belong, where they began 3 years ago, one and all. Welcome back to the channel, to the Age of Empires 4 action, to High View 2.0. Pigeon's View, the new and improved version. And I've been waiting for this. Back when High View was the meta, back when it was seen everywhere, back when Horse Archers reigned supreme, Roos was always picked on this map. Finally, they get to return to a new home with nerfed Horse Archers. Although, the funny part is, with us trying to get High View back into tournament play with a better version, we've chosen the point in the meta where things have become cyclical, right? Because Roos is kind of back to square one, building fast castle and usually Horse Archers. Curious to see if that's going to play this way, though, because something that wasn't here in 2021 was Myriad on his Malians. That's right, the Canadian might have a bit of a challenge if he's planning to go that atypical Horse Archer route, considering Javelins kind of have a field day against that. Yeah, looking at the spawns as well. Bloody good one. This is, I don't want to say the full Marineland spawn, but this is pretty solid. Double tree line, nicely kind of set up to protect you. You've got a nice area here, enough for a Fulani. You can easily kind of like short wall the backside, and then you've got the gold sword to kind of create these choke points to play around. So overall, a decent spawn for Myriad. Kind of curious to see what WAM wants to do here. You know, are we going to be looking at that 2TC build that has historically been really nice against the Malians, just to force them to come to you? Are we going to be looking at that fast castle build that's been looking incredibly potent with the, once again, meta Golden Gate? And wow, look at those predictions. 9k points? Come on. You've been stockpiling them up. Now's the time to bank it all. Because I got to say, guys, I look at the draft, and I do feel like Myriad has a reasonable one if he gets this first game. If he gets this first game, WAM done something crazy. He randomed his final pick, his 4th pick, in a best of 3. Now, you got Japanese situation that could work, but it's not an outrageously top-tier pick. I was a little bit surprised by it. So, WAM, wow, it is looking like a potential fast castle build. It's not locked in, though. Remember, the Golden Gate does still enable a 2TC build. The whole approach, though, is that you walk out and you gather an initial slog of stone. It's not too far off, so you send 5 villagers out, you gather, you get 2 tickets of the Golden Gate, which you get quicker now. Remember, they buffed this from 60 seconds to 50 seconds, and then you double buy to go into the TC. And then, what? You probably drop it on the gold. In fact, considering it's WAM, even more so than any other player, you shove this deer in after dropping a TC here, you're pretty nicely insulated. And realistically, even if a Malian player wants to be aggressive, it's not going to be fast. Instead, Myriad, I get that there's a lot of value here, but I'm a little bit surprised by the Saharan trade network, especially considering that WAM went for the Golden Gate. In fairness, this is a really good defense against Horse Archer spam and a castle rush. But realistically, you're going to have time to work with. You're going to have pacing, right? So yeah, a little bit surprised. I'm just looking at the map and seeing where we can lean here. If this is a fast castle build, there's a lot of saturation of relics to the north side here. The map spawn is fairly balanced, right? Like a bit closer on the relic for Myriad than it is for WAM, but close enough, right? The follow-up relic is also really good. So if you go for a fast castle build and you just funnel north, you actually have quite a lot of grab there. We also have the multi-hunting cabin, which we know the Canadian bros love. See, they told me they hate stealth forests, but let's be totally real. With the amount of Roos hunting cabin spam they like to do right now, deep down in parts that they don't like to talk about at parties, they want High View. They need High View so they can maximize their Roos potential. 26 gold coming here, another 19 here. And he can shove in the deer, which he's now doing. He can shove them across either the hunting cabin or towards the TC. We have got interception, though. Myriad, aware of the shenanigans, and now WAM in a panic, like, just get them over there. Quick, 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 go, go, go. Even though he's laming the deer, this is still going to be a pretty good shove for WAM. If he keeps moving in, yeah, you see Myriad tries to shove them across the side. And now the scout situation. Now, if WAM has the second nearby, it doesn't look like he does. Good blocker there by Myriad, just trying to minimize the efficiency of this. In the end, Wham could just set up another hunting cabin like on the edge of the vision here, and it would still gather probably about like 16 to 18 gold while keeping him deer efficient. So not the end of the world for him, but Myriad's going to look to end it. Check this. We've got pro scouts coming in from the Malians. Man, this is such a refreshing take for the Malians. I know I'm saying refreshing, and a while ago we had the nano tech scouts, right? The non-stop pro scouts and mass scouting from Malians that looked OP. But that was a long time ago. The meta has entirely shifted. So although, you know, you could argue these two civs are kind of going back to the basics of a long time ago, that's the cyclical nature of games as they get rebalanced, right? But in the current meta, this is very unorthodox, very different, and that's important. Wham loses the scout, but what he did gain was information there. He saw warrior scouts. This is where alarm bells should be going off for him. He does at least have the TC deep. So second TC onto the deer should at least protect against the pro scouts to a certain extent. This side, he is going to end up losing the food source, though. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Miro's already licking his lips and shaking his hips. If he waits to the third warrior scout, he can dive and get the kill on the villager, because Wham won't see him. Oh, no, but he makes the mistake of walking in on the hunting cabin, so Wham realistically should just be able to walk off. Wooden Fortress is now coming up. Yeah, this game just got very interesting. So Myriad with this play. Guys, this could be Farimba. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm gonna. This actually could be a Farimba game. Javelineers against Horse Archers is quite intriguing. I think with the extra movement speed, you can kite well enough that like Horse Archers don't just counter you out by blobbing. There is also the potential for Freeborn. Freeborn are obnoxiously tanky. I believe it's 165 HP, 5 ranged armor, and in a matchup against like Horse Archers, sure, Horse Archers can kite and kill, just takes so long. Wait, did he snatch from the other TC? He actually did. Oh, that's sick. And also, guys, this is the power of this map on Pigeon's View, just as high view. You can walk around to the Stealth Forest, come out, pick up, leave. And Wham, unlikely to be able to react quick enough to get a kill on a 110 health unit. So there we go. Snatch and grab. And another deer gone. The garrison way too late there from Wham. Really important. You're trying to starve his resources here. He still has 12 sheep to work with. He still has the potency of trading gold for food if he needs to, right? Because gold is going to be accessible. But so far, an impressive start by Myriad. Things are about to get a little bit more ugly, though. Wham has decided he's had enough of this crap. He's got extra scouts coming to try and maintain vision. He's got knights coming to try and intercept. And we do have a duck and run. Myriad's like, okay, I can see where this is going. So he drops the deer. There's no way he tries to rotate for another one. Like, there's nothing grabbable here. I think this is the point where Myriad's gone from cool to trying to be too cute. Wall's also going up, so wow, I'm feeling ambitious on his reach. He does have the time because we can see it's going to be castle. Guys, this is Farimba. But not the old Farimba you're familiar with in Season 8 and before. Remember, Season 9 brought a drastic change. Farimba is no longer about this temperament, this timing of bursting units. It's now about taking a unit type and making it better. Now you're seeing knights, so it makes you wonder, are we just going to be getting Musafadi spam here? The Massive Musafadi are pretty strong. Nice buff stats here. Would do well against the knights. Even does well against standard spears at this stage because Wham's locked an age behind. You could even just kind of support it with a few sofa because you have got the cattle as well as all this deer coming home. And there's plenty of deer left to grab. Oh, he didn't actually scout that. So yeah, just revealed it. He's going to pick all these up. The other deer were at least protected. I mean, in fairness, I'm a little bit surprised Myriad didn't just settle for these. Did he not realize they're there? I mean, they are camo. Depending on how high your settings are, it can be very difficult to see deer sometimes. But I'm a little bit flummoxed that Myriad got too cute with this play. Like, he took away, what was it, 2, maybe 3 deer? He could have taken 5 over here. So instead, wow, we talked about the hunting camo before. He's going to get it up. And Farimba is on the way. My, oh my, the Raxus as well. So it's either Freeborn or it's Musafadi. I would be shocked if we saw anything Muso here. In theory, you could go Freeborn plus Donzos. There's just no reason to. Like, your opponent doesn't have range units. He might, right? Like, it might be that he's going to be going into age 3 with Horse Archers here. But the problem with Farimba is, like, if you have to wait to justify the play, right? it feels completely off. I mean, Javelin is, in fairness with Poison, could do well against Knights. I haven't seen that matchup so far because we just haven't really seen much of the Frimba. But it is going to be the Freeborn. He's just going for the chunky boys. Okay, so really got to dissect this. 165 HP. They're big. They're small. They're scary, man. Even for Knights. Remember, Knight's going to hit 19 damage with a sword. So that means it takes you 9 hits to kill one Freeborn. And oh my god. Get your numbers in. Spam them in chat right now. Go all the way to the moon and beyond because we've got a big jackpot here, High Trade House. All this Stealth Forest. You're about to be reminded about why Roost was such a powerful pick on this map. So the scouts are still going to try to bring back the deer. They are able to crack it this time. There's a few more actually being blocked out by Wham. 18 villagers to build this up, but the Freeborn, they're on the way. He's got the +1. This is 6 armor. This is sick for the dive. The walls are going to buy some time, but the other thing that's really important about this infantry bulk, it gives you the torch power. 17 damage per torch. Walls are going up. He's going to pull more villagers. So Wham is reacting appropriately. He will get the full wall in. This is very difficult to do on Season 9. Like, at this stage of the game, pre-15 minutes, having a full wall in like this is rare. Very expensive. But definitely worth it when you play Roos due to the double health. Oh, Myriad. Oh, man. He got baited. Yeah, he's running through. He's looking for the rally point. He discovers too late, but hold on. Torch damage. Let's be totally real, guys. It's maybe against a normal wall, this would be threatening, but against this crap, no. It's going to start burning. Needs to be careful about the Knights. We do have the upgrades coming through. And, oh, Wham. Wait, no, dude. He's building Freeborn. You're building Archers plus Crossbow against this. This is not the counter. Villagers are going to try to keep the wall up. I mean, in theory, if you know you can keep the wall alive. But wait, what was that misclick? Wham! He accidentally walks 3 villagers out. Unforced error there. The Freeborn. So just to really hammer this home, 12 base damage unit, 7 armor. You do 5 damage. It takes you 33 shots to kill a Freeborn. 32 crossbow shots to kill 1 Freeborn. Oh, this is incredible. He even has the Bloomery tech on the way. I mean, the low base damage, right? You want to scale that up. Worse still is the fact that Wham is building into a counter, right? Like, not only do you not kill them quickly, if they ever break through that wall, they kill you quickly. Better movement speed and bonus damage against ranged. And no, it's not a heavy unit. It used to be classed as a light unit. Devs fixed that because it meant that archers counted Freeborn. It is unique. It is simply melee. So, guys, you know what the counter to this is? Koka Township, Mashinobi. Wham, he random Japanese. He could have picked the solution to this. And now he must suffer the wrath. Sofa's coming behind this as well. Springles won't work either, by the way. Like, half of your bonus damage goes into the armor, remember? No. Springles suck against this. Springles are what? 15 base range, 10 extra against infantry. So you almost overcome the... Like, you overcome the armor barely by having bonus. And it's 165 health. It would take you 16 shots to kill them. Maybe 15. Clash coming in, though. Wham. Right now, he's looking at this going, what the hell is this strategy? I was told Farimba is trash. Not in this particular game. Myriad now going for relics behind this. We have got a villager on the forward. What was the plan here? More Raxes. He's going to try... I think he's going to try to, like, you know, X the wall, right? So he can't re-wall it. A little bit surprised Myriad's backing up, though. Raids came in, and I guess he got a little bit freaky. Oh, freaked out. Freaky be something very different in this situation. Ram is at least going to be able to intercept the initial monk, so he knows that Myriad's being greedy. Musafadi are scaling. Good ambush type unit. Surely you go spears here when your opponent's going knights, though. And the high trade house, 219 gold. Show me the money. Whew, 92 trees. Almost 3 relics worth of passive gold. Then we've got the hunting cabin here for 31. This one for 19. You've got one over here for 22. I'm surprised he hasn't just added more as we go ringer rosies here. Probably will over time. He even built the hunting cabin on the east side to get an extra 10 gold here on the berries. Really important as well, because when you look at the spawn, the way he's walled off, he only has 1 gold vein. And guys, we're 50 minutes in the game, and he's finally touching it. Power Roost, man. Changes to them. I warned about this, like, you know, it needed to happen, and I'm glad it happened. The bounty system was terrible. The new one wasn't really enough, guys. It was just an adaptation. Your timing isn't as strong in the first 5 minutes, but afterwards, it's just much better. And no, the gold doesn't go down. So the way to think of this, just like Meditation 232, come on. You just got the other tier. But the way to think about this, Meditation Garden, all these type of buildings, is they take a snapshot. When you start building them, when they're built up and they complete, it takes a print of the amount of things in range, and that is its identity then. So even if you eat all this wood later, you don't then lose out on the gold. Wow. He's flowing a lot of resources. I don't know if this just is not sure what to build next. Freeborn count has stopped at 14. Relics are slowly coming home, but it's not quick for Myriad. On this second one now being pulled. We do have a pit mine being dropped in the center, so the fat stack of gold to be claimed. We also have another relic being claimed. This is a 4-relic game, right? Just needs to grab this one close to base. A little bit annoying to get, especially when the Knights ride in like this. Myriad, slow reaction there. Wait, why are we shivving? Oh my god, Myriad, no! This way lies defeat! What just happened? I think Myriad has got his key bindings fumbled. We had it earlier with the sofa. He was getting randomly pulled back from the Select All army. Something happened here. Something bad. The villagers stand their ground against Knights and die. And despite what looked like it was going to be OP Freeborn, Myriad is now in trouble. He has to send it. There's no coming home, right? Get a second wave to deal with this. Call an ambulance. You're going to need it. But hope that the guy on the other side ends up more battered and bruised for it. Breach the wall. A march in here. But the army... He immediately breaks off. That's it. This game is done. Myriad is so far behind. It's an uphill battle. More of a Skyrim horse climb up a mountain at this stage. 78-38 on military. 84-50 on economy without any Fulani. A cute idea by Myriad. A cool strategy if it would have worked. But no. Roos on Highview. A tale as old as time itself. It's like the prodigal son returning home at this stage for this Civ. And a reminder to everyone as to why they are so bloody good here. Relics being yoinked away. He stacked them on one location. Wham's army about to engage. Sofa's about to die. The backstab attempt held back by a single knight. And I think it's going to be held back long enough. Myriad, the numbers don't lie here. Even though you technically counter these units, counters are soft to a degree, right? There is a mass requirement here to participate. You don't walk up to the high-stakes craps table with 20 bucks in your pocket. And Myriad has pretty much walked up to it in Vegas and asked for a coupon. Chi-Chi gets called. The Farimba trash continues to be exactly that. Put it back in the recycling can. Ooh. Ooh, that leaves you sore. So, let me hand out the predictions. Wow, 3% didn't were willing to believe in the Farimba. Disgraceful, all of you. So, opening win, really solid performance out of Wham. This sets up a potential stomp. For sure. Like, you know, that first game's really important for the draft because Wham randomed. Is he going to keep this interesting and pick Japanese? I think it's time to find out. Because map 2 has to be what? Is he going Frisian? He goes Frisian. Chinese versus Mongols. Guys, China good. China real good. Like, it was discovered a while ago, these outpost rushes don't really work against China because supervision is good, right? You just rush your axe, you supervise, and you pump more spears than the Mongols. So tricky. I think Myriad is better served by just trying to get into the trade. Your challenge here is trying to block the greed of China. A very greedy, very sufficient at being greedy type Civ. All right. I think these Canadians might have some Chinese heritage because they seem to be masters of this particular Civ. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Wham on the Chinese in the purple going up against Myriad on the Mongols. A man who's already delivered one incredibly unorthodox strategy that looked poised for a victory, but yet pipped at the post. Wham able to come through stronger and better. What has Myriad got for us today? Mongols, a potent pick on Frisian, but there's no denying the Mongol versus Chinese dynamics is someone that's looked rough for the Mongols for a while now. The idea of outpost rushing used to be good until Chinese players discovered you can do something other than just build economical. You can build military. So Myriad, it looks like he is poised to go for that Rax opening. The question mark now is Wham going to react with his own? With a gold spawn like that, why bother? Oh my god. I'm going to speed up a bit because we're about a minute or two out from live, but I can't believe this. Wham! This is about as good as it gets, guys. In a game against Mongols where they are at the mercy of the spawn sometimes, they need a good gold placement or have a bad gold placement for their enemy to exploit. You now have to wrap wide against a Civ that is going to gather food quicker because of supervision and is then going to tech quicker because of their build speed. Yeah, I hope Myriad realizes he has scoured it. He should stop producing spears. He's adding more, though. Villagers being pulled down. And Wham, you greedy son of a gun. He doesn't even care. Yeah, so, like, usually the traditional play was to Barbican here, right? But I don't think he's going to go 2TC. He could still Barbican afterwards because the reality is you can just kind of shuffle out here, build the Barbican here, resecure the area. But the idea behind this is Imperial Academy is so good. You don't need to actively gather gold. He's going to gather it while he can, before he runs out of time, before he gets blocked. But then you can just rely on taxation. So yeah, deletion comes in. The house placement is a bit more questionable because I think that can be torched without the TC reaching. It's a little bit weird with the town center ranges right now. A lot of sheep. If this was any other map, I could maybe see a world in which Myriad starves him out. But we are on a map where the sheep pool is big. 20 sheep for the Chinese to work with, which equates to a pretty lofty 4,000 food. But you're playing China, so it's actually 4,800 food. Start prediction? Oh, yes, we forgot that, didn't we? Oh, yes. It'll have to be 30 seconds. Apologies. One-man production team. Wait, did I just... What was that? God, everything lags so badly. Have I got... Like, it's too laggy for me, because have we got a mod who can put it up for, like, a minute? What's up, Camian? 1 whole year. You absolute legend. Welcome to Swarm. Who's going to challenge him? Who's going to subscribe for even more months? Go for it. I don't know what the record is now, actually. Who's been subscribed the longest is still active? I think we have someone who's like 3 years plus. Which is crazy. So, the spear spammer stops. He did go for the perfect 5. Outpost is now going up on the stone and the gold. Stripped options. Does Wham just fast castle? FC could make sense here, but like the reality check is you're probably going to just want to secure, maybe just play for eco. There is a world in which we kind of see horsemen. It's a bit weird because of the Keshik potential, but I've seen it a few times from Chinese to draw attention away from their base. Myriad, meanwhile, is going to be going for the silver tree. So we are going to be getting into the Keshik pump eventually. Makes a lot of sense. You want to pin your opponent in. All right, I don't think we have a mod in chat right now. Apologies, guys. You're not going to get the predictions on this one. Sorry, AoE 4 in Season 9 has become a laggy beast. So it's a little bit hard to alt-tab out without them ruining the YouTube and stream on frame rate. So, whoa, okay, yeah. I mean, he doesn't have active gold, but this is really cool. I've seen this build before. Archer Spears is really smart, guys, because Archer Spears gives you your bulk, but it allows you to save up all this gold for a potential tech play, but also for blacksmith plays. You gather so much gold. Like, what does Wham have a lot of in his base? Wood. The way you have to think of the taxation in this game with Imperial Academy, it's like a mini trade post. right? It's a mini market. It really is, because what you're doing is, yeah, you're getting an army while also getting a rebate in a unit of gold that you don't have access to by spending something you have a ridiculous amount of. It's primarily wood he's spending here to generate tax to get gold. It's really creative. I've seen games like this before where you just mass archers, you end up with like 1,200 surplus gold without touching a vein by 15 minutes. It is insane how quickly this snowballs. And wham! Oh my god, he knows the timing. Check this. He has no food in the bank, but he knows how much he needs. He's going to be gathering at home with the 13 villages. He's going for the Barbican. Now, this is crazy because keep in mind, you are doing this against a Civ that can move its base. But the goal here is to shove it straight on the gold, straight on the wood, and then it gives you a posture to lean in and block the Silver Tree route. Damn, this is actually really cool from Wham. This is going to be a vulgar Barbican play. And he's going to secure a lot of food with it as well, guys. The deer, the berries, outpost coming up from Myriad. The problem is there's already archers here. Barbican now being built. Myriad, he doesn't have the Keshiks yet. More greedy here. Wham says, wait, why am I turning my back to you? Let's force you to commit it to me. Kong trying to come from behind, be a little bit annoying, but more Spearmen are on the way. Villagers, the shivs out, but the archers can just target them down. This is do or die for Myriad. It's a good old Barbican rush on Frisian. Keshik extending so long, even the scout expended here to just give the access. Wham! It's looking undeniable. Surely the villager count. 4 left over. Can he get it up? They're not dying quickly here. Make it 2. The final villager. Wham! He can't get it. But Myriad, the eco losses. Look at what it cost him. Yes, he denies it, but at a high price. 2 villagers behind, and still not safe. That Barbican, just a tap of a hammer could finish it off here. And Wham needs to be aware of that, right? He's not even actually cancelling it right now. The Archer Spears could still play block it here because Myriad only has 1 Keshik. 3 Spears will counter that. He's dead. More villagers are about to be lost here. Myriad, he may have overreached. Another down. The villagers get baited back with the shifts again. I mean, the textiles is a smart read by Myriad. What an insane game this has been. But it feels somewhat undeniable. Look at Wham's resources. He could technically wait, cancel this, get the resources, and go Castle H. Or we could just build it. Why, guys, here, oh no, I'm going to vomit saying this. Why not just build another landmark here afterwards? I mean, this is a perfect location to build your base. Villagers move in, no one gets targeted down, but now the Barbican is up. And despair has entered Myriad's world. How did it come to this? Against the man who randomed his final pick. Surely you should have been able to force it out of him, but no. He will be denied. Myriad, desperate to get that outpost up. It's erected, but at a high price. 16 villages to 25. An overwhelming economical and military lead for Wham. Is Mongol just move away? The problem of being Mongol and moving away here, Bird, is you would lose the stables, the racks, you would have no units. If you move back here, he just outposts or Barbicans deeper. Like, all Wham was going to do there is wait to see if you move your base and then move the Barbican. And if you move your base, you don't produce villages. So you're already falling behind. So, like, you know, it might seem weird that Myriad made his stand, but it kind of makes sense when you think about it that way. Otherwise, you just keep getting bullied. Absurd. Props to Myriad for not just waving the white flag straight away. Like, most players would probably have just given up at this point. This just looks obnoxious, silly, impossible. He has at least got traders now coming, but the bigger issue now is going to be in food. The other problem as well, and this is actually the most key one, Myriad clubbed a lot of the sheep he had. So had he moved back, he has no food. Like, he legit has to make his stand here. Deer, berries, all of it. Because what's your option afterwards? I mean, you've at least got 1 berry patch here, sure. But then you're building your TC either on the berries and don't have wood, or you're building it in the TC and then don't have protection for the berries. Right? Like, it is actually that bad of a situation the more you think about it for the Mongol here. Oh, man. Wham, he's like, well, we could just go age free, but where's the fun in that? Let's keep the aggro going. Juginu now. Constantly is going to scout it, but Myriad, the problem now is you've got such a lean economy. I don't see that in a good way, that you don't have the ability to lean into blacksmiths here. Undermesh is coming through first for Wham, so you can look to dive. He already has the siege engineering. No steeled arrow. A little bit surprised actually he didn't go for this first with Keshix on the other side. But he has got the spears, right? And Myriad doesn't really have the eco to go for 2 units right now. So Ram is going to move in to mop up the outpost. So he's just going to rush the other outpost as well. I mean, it's only arrow slits here. It's not too much damage. Sure, it's double arrow slits, so 1 or 2 spears are going to die, but Juginu aren't bad at bringing down the buildings either, right? And Keshix, I mean, they're doing the best they can. They do actually call some reinforcements. What's the way out for Myriad? I mean, the Keshix, the way he's playing them is a start, right? But what you're leaning on now is the idea that Wham doesn't have an all-in timing quick enough here. That's questionable, because from this position, he can take out your production, your Keshix, right? From this position, he could build 4 Rams and just look to take it all. But guys, you're Mongol, so you don't die to Ram. I'm not going to go there. If he has to wheel these TCs and silver trees around the map to survive, his percentage chance of winning this game doesn't go up. Still no steeled arrow from Wham. It's almost like he's just giving him a fighting chance here. He definitely has the goal to go for it. I think maybe he's just forgotten about it. Uvu is going to be brought down though, so no more stone trickle. Trader is now looking to be intercepted. It looks like Wham. He knows what's happening up here. Myriad must have a reserve resource to work with. Even if he doesn't, he finds the silver tree trade, but then also finds the outpost as well. Spear count isn't that high, so he isn't going to try to commit to this. The Ram can make his way up. He can still deny it. And remember, the other gold is just inaccessible. The Barbican is making it impossible for him to gather from. I like this image just with the caption, "Who rushed who?" Whose base are we in right now? Oh, that's a perfect post. Zhug. They are going to hang around on the villagers. Myriad trying to fight against this. The Keshix do get a good backstab. Steeled arrow is coming through, though, in a few seconds. And this is where you will shred what remains. Keshix all obliterated. Myriad with no standing army and no hope here. A filthy vile Barbican rush to end his chances in the midweek muster. I feel like this is a blast from the past. Barbican rush is still just so scary on Frisian, just at a different pace. Let me know what you think of this game, guys. This is crazy. Do you think Myriad could have backed up? Was there any way he could have afforded to move that entire base? Or was it doomed the moment the barbecue was set ablaze? Whew. Good Lord. Yeah, that is 100% who rushed to. The origins of Age of Empires 4 rushes. Oh, that was a blast from the past. Absolutely phenomenal. Right. I believe I might look to call it there. We've been live how long? I don't think there's any more series being played right now. Let me just confirm that though, guys, just in case. But I think that might be everything for now. So we do have results being updated. So Kiljardi needs to play Wham now. I think that's going to be happening tomorrow, and that will be quarterfinals. DeMu is going to need to play his opponent tomorrow as well. He's going to need to play B. And then preferably they'll play quarterfinals and semifinals tomorrow. So actually we should have a lot of games to cast live tomorrow because we're going to have that. Puppy Paw versus Cat, I think, hasn't been scheduled yet. They need to pull finger out of ass and get a move on. Otherwise, I'll just give... was it Anotand or Lou who won? My brain is now fired. I'll just give the other person like a free pass. Yeah, Anotand, sorry. So Anotand's waiting for his opponent, Puppy Paw versus Cat. They need to actually start moving the clock and getting on that. But so far, we have Anotand qualified to semifinals. He'll be going up against either Puppy Paw or Cat. On the other side, it's going to be Kiljardi versus Wham and DeMu versus B. And the winners of that will go into a semifinals as well. Once we're in semifinals, it's going to be best of 5. So guys, I imagine we'll probably have live series to cast by about midday tomorrow, maybe earlier. I'll keep an eye on it. But what I will say, guys, is make sure you got notifications turned on this channel. Make sure you're also on the Discord, because I do announce when I go live every single time. !Discord for that info. We will be back tomorrow. We will likely be casting 3 to 4 more series, hopefully all live or close to live. And that will get us prepped and ready to head into the finals. If one of the semifinals is too late for me to cast live, what I'll do is I'll look to go live earlier on Thursday, catch the recordings, and then we'll head into the finals. So we'll balance it out. But for YouTubers, thank you. Much love for tuning in. Appreciate you all. Have a good night. And